Somewhere inside the building where two old acquaintances had met again after so many years, the clink of a single cup could be heard. After receiving a remark from his friend, Gui Ryong-ja clenched his fists in disappointment and said, "I've been waiting for you for decades, and all you offer is a single cup? How cruel of you." As he began pouring the drink into the cups on the table, Gui Ryong-ja added, "Just think, when I first met you, we were both so young." Hearing his friend's words, the man, without looking away, thought, "It seems like it was 40 years ago when I first met this man." 40 years ago, upon arriving at the Gui family's home, the young man said, "Please use the Great Regression technique to send me back to the past." Upon receiving the request from the young man who had suddenly visited him, Gui Ryong-ja thought to himself, "The Great Regression technique, one of the Gui family's greatest achievements, a technique honed over the years and passed down through generations." Continuing to reflect on the technique he had been asked to use, Gui Ryong-ja thought to himself, "It was a difficult technique to perform. I could have completed it, but I had no choice but to abandon it." Grabbing the book containing the description of this technique, Gui Ryong-ja thought to himself, "To complete the technique, 5 materials are required. Gathering them all was beyond the realm of possibility." However, despite all these thoughts, looking at his guest, Gui Ryong-ja smiled and said, "I'll do it if you bring me all the materials necessary for the Great Regression technique." Having laid out his conditions for performing the ritual, Gui Ryong-ja added, "The Thunder Bell, a sacred artifact of the Heavenly Wind sect." The next moment, continuing to list the necessary materials, the man added, "The Divine Incense Burner, a sacred artifact of the Divine Dragon family." Continuing his list, Gui Ryong-ja said, "The essence of the 10,000-year-old carp's core, the secret demonic soul of the demon sect." Recalling that very day with the requirements for performing the ritual, Gui Ryong-ja thought to himself, "I was able to obtain 5 million Nian and nothing more. Yet the man sitting across from me was able to obtain everything in just a few decades." To acquire the final material, the secret demonic soul of the demon sect, he vanished from the world for a long time. Glancing at his cup of drink, Gui Ryong-ja said, "I thought you had perished in some nameless valley. I can't even believe how you managed to get all the materials." Receiving the question from his companion, the guest tilted his cup of drink and said, "I truly curse this, if I may say so, great technique, since it required all these materials. I even considered simply finishing you off." Immediately after speaking, bowing his head, the man added silently, "I was very young when I first met him, but now he has turned into an old man with gray hair. The atmosphere around him has also changed drastically. Could it be that, in order to obtain materials for the Great Regression technology, he had to endure so much over such a long period of time?" The next moment, tilting his sake cup, Gui Ryong-ja said, "Finally, may I ask why you wish to return to the past?" Upon receiving Gui Ryong-ja's question, the man slammed his mug down on the table and said in a menacing tone, "For revenge." Upon learning the reason why the guest so desperately wanted to perform the ritual, Gui Ryong-ja asked, "Even with your skills, were you unable to exact revenge? Is that why you need to return to the past? Who do you hate so much?" Upon receiving Gui Ryong-ja's question, the guest looked at him intently and, after a brief pause, said, "Hua Mugi. All the leaders of the 3 strongest factions that supported Murim perished at his hands. The leader of the Murim Alliance was destroyed. The leader of the Unorthodox Alliance also lost his life, and the same fate befell the Heavenly Demon. And all of this was accomplished by the hands of a single man, the strongest in all of history, Hua Mugi, the mightiest man of this era." Upon learning who the guest wished to avenge, Gui Ryong-ja exclaimed, "I don't think you'll be able to defeat him, even if you travel back in time." Hearing the question from his acquaintance, the guest clenched his teeth and said, "Even so, I must finish him off no matter what. The celestial demon who died by his hand was my father." Continuing his story, the guest added, "I seek revenge not because he killed my father, nor because he killed my worthless, foolish brother. There is nothing terrible about destroying people who have given their lives to demons." After listening to his guest's story, Gui Ryong-ja asked in surprise, "Then why do you crave this so much?" Receiving the question from the old man, the guest replied, "That day, Hua Mugi slaughtered cooks and even small children who knew absolutely nothing about martial arts. He even killed all the cats and dogs they had taken in." After the guest's next remark, Gui Ryong-ja exclaimed, "Hua Mugi couldn't have done that. I don't believe it." To which the guest replied, "Whether you believe me or not, I don't care." The next moment, shifting his gaze to the street where night had already fallen, the guest added, "At that age, I couldn't finish him off, so all I can do is go back in time to carry out my plan. And before I finish him off, I'll ask why such a powerful man as he dared to take the lives of children." As he continued to listen to the guest's story and heard, "If the Great Regression technique really works and you return to the past," Gui Ryong-ja suddenly said, "Can you do me a favor?" To which the guest replied, "What kind of favor?" Drawing Gui Ryong-ja's attention, he said, "If you go back to the past, please find me." To which he replied, "Why?" Continuing to state his request, Gui Ryong-ja added, "I want you to prevent me from getting married." After a brief pause, loud laughter rang out. Hearing it, Gui Ryong-ja said, "I'm not joking. Please stop me. Tell me to live my life as a bachelor." Stopping his laughter, the guest, holding back a smile, said, "All right, I promise you that." The next moment, saying, "Let's move to another room where I can apply the technique of deep regression," he began to stagger. Seeing the man's poor condition and approaching him, Gui Ryong-ja, holding the guest, asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "What did I hear?" he replied. I can still hold on. I had to lose one arm and one eye, but it was a small price to pay for obtaining a secret demonic soul. Later, after gathering all the items the man had brought, Gui Ryongja took one of them in his hands and began to perform the technique. Opening the box containing the demonic soul and unleashing its power, Gui Ryongja clasped his hands in front of him and began to pray. Soon, a spatial rift appeared before him, a path that was supposed to lead into the past, a path that would bring him back. Having completed the ritual, Gui Ryongja joyfully exclaimed, "I did it!" Then he turned to the guest and added, "See? I told you I'd do it." But seeing that the man wasn't reacting at all, Gui Ryongja sniffed and said, "I'm sorry?" The next moment, turning back to the spatial rift leading to the past, the man took a step forward and added, "I'm so sorry. I promise I'll definitely find you and tell you about the impending disaster. Returning to the past is my most cherished dream. It's important to me." After taking a few steps and freezing in place, Gui Ryongja thought in surprise, "I can't move. My demonic acupoints have been sealed." The next moment, a companion appeared behind him and said angrily, "Gui Ryongja, how dare you do this?" Immediately after his remark, the guest struck Gui Ryongja, knocking him to the ground, and added, "Of all people, how could you do that?" Feeling himself being choked, Gui Ryongja coughed heavily and said, "I lost my senses for a moment. I'm so sorry. I know how much effort these materials cost you. I shouldn't have done that." Having received an apology from his friend, the man let go of Gui Ryongja, stood up and said, "I'm just as selfish. I didn't care about anyone but myself, and that's exactly how I was able to gather all these materials. If you were anyone else, I would have definitely finished you off." The next moment, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, the guest added, "But if it's you, then I'll understand, Gui Ryongja. Thank you for waiting for me your whole life." Hearing that he had been forgiven for his rash actions, Gui Ryongja burst into tears and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." No sooner had he said this than the guest saw his companion suddenly turn a grayish hue and freeze in place, after which he cried out, "What?" Immediately afterward, looking back and seeing that not only Gui Ryongja but everything else had frozen, the man thought to himself, "Everything has stopped. What's happening?" The next moment, a figure appeared before the man and said, "You have passed all the trials." Hearing this voice and turning his gaze toward the spirit, the man asked, "Who are you?" To which the spirit replied, "I am the one who can send you back to the past." Continuing the conversation, the old man added, "It is not for humans to fathom the logic of the heavens. You thought that with the help of some creature and a few materials, you could travel to the past." The next moment, pointing to the items the man had spent so long gathering, the old man added, "The true materials of this technique are not the materials themselves, but the effort you put into gathering them." As he began to apply the technique for return, the old man added, "You have passed all the trials. You lived your life with a single purpose, sacrificing everything you had, and the forgiveness you granted to Gui Ryongja was the final trial." Hearing the words of the strange figure who suddenly appeared behind him, the man said, "If I have passed the trials, then grant my wish. Please send me to the past." The next moment, upon hearing, "And what will you do there?" the man replied, "I will finish off those who deserve it and save those who should not die." Opening the passage for time travel, the old man asked, "Is that all you wish to achieve by returning in time?" To which he replied, "I want to live my life thoughtfully." Perhaps he wanted so desperately to return to the past because he regretted how he had lived his life, driven by intense anger toward Hwamugi. Later, upon hearing what he regretted, the man exclaimed, "Ever since I was born, not a single one of my actions was carried out of my own free will. All my actions were dictated by the circumstances of my life. These events dictated to me how to act, and before I knew it, my life had already come to an end." After listening to all the man's complaints, the old man said, "Well, I'm curious to see what kind of life you will live. I eagerly await your new life." The next moment, everything returned to normal, and behind me, Gui Ryongja's voice rang out saying, "I'm truly sorry. I know this is heartless of me, but please don't forget the promise you made to me. You must prevent me from getting married." After hearing Gui Ryongja's request, the man headed toward the portal and said, "Don't worry," to which a voice called out after him, "Hey, don't forget to do what I told you." A few seconds later, after passing through the portal and hearing the noise around him, the man looked around. There were many people there and thought, "I really have returned to the past." The next moment, sensing someone's gaze on him, he looked back and saw his father on the throne with other high-ranking officials. Smiling gently after realizing he had indeed ended up in the past, the young man thought of his father and then heard the loud clang of a sword falling nearby. Near him in the arena stood another person who shouted, "How long are you going to make us wait, second young master? Let's begin our battle." Then, turning his gaze toward the voice and seeing his opponent there, he thought, "I see. Today is the day of the new demon's trial." Lost in thought, Gem Mugik reflected, "My father, the current heavenly demon, had declared that the selection of the sect's next leader would not be limited to his bloodline alone. This caused a storm of reaction, for it meant that anyone could become the heavenly demon, provided they were the strongest. My father demonstrated the full seriousness of his statement by organizing a combat competition among the next generation of sect leaders, and the winner of the battle for the new demon would have the opportunity to challenge one of the heavenly demon's two sons, and whoever won that duel would be granted one wish that the heavenly demon would be obligated to fulfill." With a sly smile before the start of the duel, Gu Pyung-ho said, "Perhaps you'll give up while you still have the chance. What do you think?" Hearing his opponent's proposal, Ha Mugik thought to himself, I remember that moment when I was offended that he chose me. The fact that he chose me meant that, to him, I seemed an easier target than my older brother. However, looking back, his choice might have been due to another reason. Recalling the reasons for this turn of events, Mugik thought to himself, he bribed the cook in my kitchen and asked him to mix a poison into the rice that dissipates energy so I couldn't use it. The next moment, recalling the outcome of the match against Gu Pyung-ho, he added in his mind, I lost the match because of that dirty trick, and when I told my father, I didn't get any response. Continuing his recollections of that incident, Mugik thought to himself, in fact, it seemed as though he was looking at me with eyes that reproached me for falling for such a pathetic trick. Reflecting on the past he had to endure, Mugik thought to himself, after what happened, I did my best to make up for today's defeat, but because of the mistakes that haunted me every step of the way, I lost my place in the battle for the inheritance. Lost in his thoughts, the young man added to himself, it all started with today's defeat, after which he heard the second young master say, you're flying in the clouds even though I'm standing right in front of you. After receiving a remark from his opponent, Mugik said, remind me, what is your name? To which he heard, you dare to ignore me, Gu Pyun-ho? And the reply came, that's right, Gu Pyun-ho. Upon hearing the name of the one he was to fight, Mugik thought to himself, he is one of the 7 disciples of Gu Cheonpa, the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade, who is one of the 8 supreme demons, the 5th disciple, Gu Pyun-ho. Leaning on his sword, Gu Pyun-ho clenched his teeth and exclaimed in annoyance, hey, if you dared to joke with me like that, it means you're confident in your abilities. Hearing his opponent's remark and glancing at his father, Mugik thought to himself, I didn't know that then, but now I'm absolutely certain. Once again convinced of the accuracy of his guesses, Mugik added in his mind, with those eyes, father already knew I was poisoned with a toxin that dissipates energy, and he was watching to see how I would get out of this situation. The next moment, glancing at the crowd that had gathered to watch the fight, Mugik thought to himself, thanks to my knowledge from my past life, I am capable of defeating Gu Pyung-ho using only brute force without resorting to spiritual energy. However, I must not reveal my true abilities. I must keep them hidden. The next moment, raising his hand above his head, Mugik exclaimed, I say this with confidence before all the heroes of our sect gathered here. I will fight Gu Pyun-ho, my rival, without using spiritual energy. As soon as this cry rang out, Gu Pyun-ho said in surprise, what did he just say? Immediately after that, someone in the crowd exclaimed, wow, he's got some nerve. And then the phrase, unrivaled swordmaster began to echo over and over. Hearing the cries of unrivaled swordmaster echoing from all around, Gu Pyung-ho exclaimed in alarm, ah, you scoundrel! Determined not to lose face, he also raised his hand and shouted, if that is your decision, then I too will not use my spiritual energy. No sooner had he said this than a voice from the crowd called out, if they're not going to use their spiritual energy, it sounds like there's nothing to watch here. After which another spectator snorted in disappointment and added, what a waste of time. Hearing the spectators' conversation, Gu Pyung-ho grabbed his sword and shouted, damn it, second young master! Even though I won't use my spiritual energy, you should remember that my sword has no eyes. It will cut through anything it touches. Having received a threat from his opponent, Mugik, preparing for battle, thought, I feel like a stranger in this young body. I wonder if I'll be able to move the way I want to. At the same time, having prepared for battle and pointed his sword at Mugik, Gu Pyun-ho shouted, draw your sword! Hearing his opponent's shout, Mugik looked at him with a disappointed expression and said, I don't think I'll need to use my sword against you. After a laugh rang out from behind him and a shout of, friend, he clearly doesn't think much of you, Gu Pyun-ho shouted angrily, you! The next moment, lunging at his opponent with his sword, Gu Pyun-ho added, I won't take your life, for you are the son of the sect leader. However, I will leave nothing of your hands intact. Easily dodging his opponent's first strike, followed by several more, Mugik thought to himself, wonderful. My body is capable of reacting instantly, even faster than I thought. In an instant, he jumped back from his opponent and placed a hand on his chest, adding in his mind, my heart is pounding so hard in this young body. Seeing that his opponent was easily dodging all his attacks, Gu Pyun-ho charged forward again and shouted, you vile bastard, you dare to mock me? No sooner had he shouted this than Mugik rushed toward him and landed the first blow to his opponent's torso. The next moment, grabbing the boy by the arm, Mugik continued to pummel him in the torso and face, beating all the foolishness out of him. As soon as Gu Pyung-ho fell to the ground, Mugik pulled out his right arm and asked, was this the arm you used to pass on the poison? Without waiting for an answer to his question, Mugik broke his opponent's arm and thought to himself, now that I'm back, I won't let you influence my life anymore. Seeing the outcome of the fight, the sect leader raised his hand, thereby stopping the battle, and said, as I already said, I will grant your wish. Tell me what you desire. Hearing his father's words, the boy stepped back and thought, usually people ask for a sword forged by a master or a secret martial art. Perhaps that is exactly what everyone expects. Turning his gaze to his father, who was waiting to hear his son's wish, Mugik added in his mind, but this time, I will follow my instincts. Finishing his thoughts, the boy, without looking away, said, I wish to go hunting with you, father. Hearing his son's request, the sect leader asked, do you want to hunt with me? To which he replied, yes, I heard that in your youth you loved hunting. I would like to learn this from you. Accepting his son's request, the sect leader rose from his seat and said, "We'll set out tomorrow at dawn." After giving the order, the sect leader walked away from the arena while his subjects saw him off with bowed heads. When the leader left the arena, Jem Mugik heard the voice of Goop Yunho behind him exclaim, "I can't believe you had such a lousy desire." Hearing his opponent's exclamation, Ha Mugik smiled and asked, "Hey, remind me, what's your name?" To which came an indignant reply, "I'll finish you off, execute him, finish him off right now." Having dealt with the first problem upon his return, Ha Mugik thought to himself, "Now that I'm back, I'm no longer interested in a mindless life." A short while later, returning to his room and looking in the mirror, the young man thought, "I'm so young again, unlike my former self." Continuing to stare at his reflection and seeing the old Jem Mugik there, he thought to himself, "I wonder what Hwa Mugik is up to now. If I can find and finish him off before he becomes the strongest, I'll easily achieve my goal." The next moment, recalling the events of the time, Jem Mugik thought to himself, he appeared in Janhu as if he had fallen from the heavens. Continuing his musings, Jem Mugik thought to himself, after he destroyed the Murim alliance, that unorthodox alliance, and the demonic sect, he went into hiding from the world. So there is little information about him. The next moment, folding his hands in front of him, Jem Mugik thought to himself, however, trying to find him and announcing it to the whole world would be a dangerous provocation. Immediately after clenching one of his hands into a fist, the boy added in his mind, "In the end, my main goal is to become stronger than Hwa Mugi." No sooner had he thought this than the door to the room opened, and a voice called out from within, "Young master, you fought wonderfully today." Hearing a very familiar voice, Ham Mugi quickly looked back and said in surprise, "It's Leon." Hearing her name from the young master, the girl smiled happily and said, "That's right, young master Leon, the bodyguard." Lowering his gaze after receiving confirmation of her identity, Jem Mugik thought, "It must have been Li Yan who was with me back then. I didn't know then that her large stature was due to the martial arts she practiced, or rather the fact that it was all for my sake." Recalling the girl's abilities, Jem Mugik thought to himself, the body petrification technique allows the user to temporarily make their body as hard as a rock. It's a secret technique known only to a small circle of people, but she has mastered it. The next moment, recalling Leon's fate in her past life, he added silently, "However, the greatest flaw of this martial art is that it makes the user's body incredibly bulky. She shielded me with her own body to block the sword's aura released by Hwa Mugi. I survived thanks to her sacrifice." Noticing the young master's intense gaze on her, the girl asked in surprise, "Why are you looking at me like that?" After receiving the girl's question, Hwa Mugi slowly walked toward Leon, thinking to himself, "I had no idea she had such a pleasant voice. She was ready to sacrifice her life for me, and I had only seen her as an ordinary bodyguard." Stopping a meter away from the girl, the young man thought to himself, "It's only natural, just as people take the presence of oxygen in the air for granted. She's even more beautiful than in my memories." According to everyone, Leon was destined to become the most beautiful girl in the world once she reached maturity. However, the one who had been so attractive just a day ago had unexpectedly gained weight. Jem Mugik had no idea about the many tears she had shed over this change in her appearance, and didn't even notice her swollen eyes. If only Jem Mugik could understand exactly what Leon was feeling, how she had come to terms with the loss of her beauty when she could have become the most beautiful girl in the whole world, and how he began to treat Leon after what happened. As he continued to recall his past life, the young man thought to himself, "I must have become very cold toward her." Recalling all these moments from the past, Ham Mugik, looking at his bodyguard, thought to himself, "Leon, I promise you, I will definitely find a cure for the side effects of the body petrification technique." As she continued to catch the young man's gaze, Leon suddenly asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Receiving the girl's question, Jem Mugik, without looking away, replied, "Of course, no, I'm even better than that." Hearing this answer to her question, the girl said in surprise, "You're acting a bit strange today." After hearing his bodyguard's remark, Jem Mugik leaned to the side and thought, "That's exactly what I should have expected from Leon. As the bodyguard who protects me every day, she's noticed the changes in me." Immediately after his thoughts, he picked up his weapon, turned toward the exit, and said, "Let's go. I'm going to do something even stranger." Hearing her master's instruction, the girl asked in surprise, "Where are we going?" To which she heard a slight rustling in the dining hall. A short while later, finding themselves in the dining hall, Jem Mugik asked, "What is the reason for your actions?" To which he heard, "I'm sorry. What are you talking about?" Not hearing an answer to his question, Jem Mugik added, "I'm asking you why my food was poisoned with a poison that dissipates spiritual energy." Upon hearing the reason for the master's visit, one of the cooks exclaimed, I couldn't have done such a thing." To which he replied, "But didn't you lose 3,000 nyans?" Noticing that the cook instantly trembled at what he heard, Jem Mugik thought, "This lad is deeply in debt because of his passion for gambling. He squandered all his parents' money and even what he borrowed from friends, which is why he dared to commit such a reckless act by mixing poison into my food." Realizing that the master knew everything about his deed, the cook fell to his knees, bowed his head, and cried out, "I have made a terrible mistake. I beg you have mercy. Money blinded me, and succumbing to greed, I have sinned against you." After hearing the apology, Jem Mugik looked down at the young man and asked, "Did Gu Pyung-ho personally give you the money?" To which he replied, "Yes." No sooner had Ham Mugik received the answer to his question than, in that very same second, he severed the young man's head from his shoulders and declared, "Shame on you. How dare chefs poison other people's food?" Seeing what had just happened to his subordinate, the head chef fell to his knees and cried out, "I beg your pardon, young master. I take full responsibility for what was done." After hearing these words from Grandfather Jem, Mugik looked down on him and said, "Why should only the one who added poison to my food be to blame?" To which he replied, "No, everything that happens in the kitchen falls on my shoulders." The next moment, upon hearing the young master say, "Cook Lim, that is, my father Cook Lim, is to blame for everything that happens in the sect," Cook Lim exclaimed in confusion, "I'm sorry, what do you mean?" Immediately after exclaiming, "No, not at all," the man asked, "Why on earth are you taking the blame for someone else's fault?" After voicing his remarks to the cook, Jem Mugik headed for the exit and said, "Stop talking nonsense and make me some chicken noodles for dinner. It's been a long time since I've tasted them." Following her master, Leon asked in surprise, "But didn't you eat them just a few days ago?" Upon hearing the question from his bodyguard, Jem Mugik looked back and, smiling gently, thought, "In my case, it's been several decades." The next day at dawn, near the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, upon meeting his son, the father asked, "What's all that junk you're carrying?" Carrying a packed travel backpack on his back, Jem Mugik replied, "Items we'll need over the next few days." Hearing his words that a few days would be enough and one day of hunting, the boy said, "Who knows? Maybe you'll enjoy the hunt so much that we'll have to stay longer." Deciding not to linger in one place, the Heavenly Demon walked past his son and, heading toward the hunting grounds, said, "In your dreams, perhaps." A short while later, as he followed his father through the forest, Jem Mugik heard, "You've exceeded my expectations." He then thought, could it be that during the duel with Gu Pyun, he noticed I was hiding the true skills I mastered in my past life? It would be better if I told him myself. Immediately after his thoughts, Jem Mugik, making his way through the forest, said, "I was hiding my skills," to which he heard, "That was obvious." Continuing the conversation with his father, the boy said, "I'm not a purring cat, but a beast that hides its claws," to which he heard, "And why would a beast hide its claws?" Upon receiving the question from his father, Jem Mugik said in surprise, "Wow, I haven't gone that far yet." To which his father replied, "Because you're still a kitten, how far have you progressed in mastering the art of the levitating sword?" Hearing his father's question, Jem Mugik thought, the art of the levitating sword is passed down only through heredity in the family of the Heavenly Demon. It is considered a very advanced art, similar to what the Supreme Demon studied. Finishing his thoughts, he said, "I've completely mastered it," and then barely managed to dodge his father's sudden attack. Pressing his hand to his cheek and glancing at the hole in his briefcase, Jem Mugik thought to himself, if I hadn't instinctively turned away in time, my cheek would have been reduced to nothing but char. The next moment, hearing his father say, "You didn't lie," the boy looked at him and said, "You doubted my words, but you decided to test what would have happened if I hadn't dodged." Still holding his cheek and hearing, "You would have simply paid for your lie. If you had fully mastered this art, dodging wouldn't have been difficult." Jem Mugik said, "Even if my face looked like yours, a scar wouldn't have adorned it." Immediately after speaking, catching his father's stern gaze, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "I've gone too far." However, his anxiety dissipated when the celestial demon, turning his back to him, said, "To have mastered such an art at such a young age is worthy of praise." Continuing to follow his father, who was examining something in his hand, Jem Mugik asked, "Who taught you to hunt?" To which his older brother replied. Upon hearing the answer, the boy asked in surprise, "Did I have an uncle?" To which he was told, "He leaned over and I killed him when I was about your age." After telling the story of his brother, the celestial warrior moved forward but suddenly froze when he heard, "You did a fine job. Otherwise I wouldn't have been born." Noticing how the other suddenly sped up, Jem Mugik thought, "Even my father found it painful to go against his own family. I've often seen this in my past life. The stronger a person seems, the deeper their wounds." After stopping, the celestial demon, without turning his head, said, "Back then, I couldn't find another way out." Hearing this, Jem Mugik thought, he couldn't find a way to win the battle for the inheritance without killing his own brother. Immediately after these thoughts, drawing his father's attention, Jem Mugik said, "I hope you don't think I'll succeed. I can't do what even you are unable to do." Continuing his thought, the boy, looking his father in the eyes, added, "And you yourself understand that I have no reason to do this, for my brother has sunk into cruelty and depravity." After listening to his son's words, the father looked at Jem Mugik and asked, "You're speaking ill of him while he's not here, are you?" Climbing up the cliff after his father, the boy thought to himself, "In my past life, I never got married, so I don't know what it's like to have children. That's why I'm curious what kind of father I would have been." Later, once they were on the mountain and looking into the thicket of the forest, Jem Mugik asked, "Is there something there?" To which his father replied, "That's our dinner." Upon learning why his father was staring so intently into the thicket, the boy said, "We need to finish it off." His father asked, "How are you going to finish off something you can't even see? First, close your eyes and feel the world around you." Heeding his father's advice and closing his eyes, Jem Mugik thought to himself, martial arts masters rely on vibrations in the air to find their opponent. People usually call this energy an aura. As he began searching for the opponent the celestial demon had mentioned, he thought to himself, I can only sense one energy nearby, my father's aura. As he continued to analyze the area, the boy heard his father's voice saying, concentrate a little energy into a single line, squeeze it without disrupting the flow. Imagine that your body is a ball of yarn. Following the instructions of the celestial demon, who spoke slowly, release the energy as if you were pulling a thread. He achieved that sensation. Gem Mugik said, yes, I feel it. Continuing his conversation with his father, the boy heard a sound. What was that? And the celestial demon added, look around you, don't rush. Scanning the surroundings as his father had instructed, Gem Mugik, upon seeing an enemy before him, exclaimed, it's a wild boar! Opening his eyes wide and turning his gaze to his father, the boy added, could it be a bear? It has thick fur and a long body, so it looks like a wild boar. After hearing his son's guess, the celestial demon turned his gaze to him and said, you're right, it is a wild boar. At first, I also doubted my own conclusions. Hearing his father's words, Gem Mugik looked back at him and said, besides, thanks to my physique, I'm quick to master martial arts. For me, that's not so important. After the hunt was over, while roasting the prey over the fire, the celestial demon asked, when did you learn to cook wild animal? To which he replied, I read about it in a book. His father then added, you seem quite experienced, even though this is your first time doing this. Having received praise from his father, Gem Mugik said, I'm glad I seem that way, and then thought, as for my regression, I've prepared quite a few boars while hunting. The next moment, drawing his father's attention to the tiger pelt he was sitting on, Gem Mugik said, I prepared what you're sitting on to win your favor. It's worth carrying all this heavy load. Hearing his son's words, the celestial demon said, you expressed a desire to go hunting with me to gain my trust and become my heir. Bowing his head after his father's question, Gem Mugik said, I know that such tactics won't work on you. I can become your heir on my own without your help. After hearing his son's words, the celestial demon said, such arrogance, then why did you decide to go hunting with me? After his father's question, Gem Mugik clasped his hands in front of him and said, there are two reasons. First, I wanted to receive your guidance to become stronger, and I think I have succeeded in that. Upon hearing one of the reasons why his son wanted to go hunting with him, the celestial demon asked, why do you need to become stronger? After his father's question, crouching down near him, Gem Mugik said, I think you'll misunderstand my explanation, but I'm not seeking strength to become a celestial demon. You're still healthy and strong. It would be a waste of my youth. The next moment, raising his gaze upward, the boy added, I'm fine with it if I'm to master the martial arts of a celestial demon by becoming the heir. Immediately after speaking, gazing at the starry sky, Gem Mugik thought to himself, I need to master the 9 tragedies of demonic art as quickly as possible. Later, recalling what had happened in his past life, Gem Mugik thought to himself, no, I need to rise much higher, for even my father, who possessed this art, lost to Hua Mugik. Without taking his eyes off the starry sky before him, the boy thought to himself, I must at least master it. The next moment, upon hearing, and what then is the second reason? Gem Mugik looked at his father and said, I wanted to spend some time alone with you. This is the first time we've done this. To which his father replied, these empty sentiments could cost you your life. After receiving his father's remark, Gem Mugik spread his arms and said, why is it futile? I'm spending time with the strongest person in the world. If you sing a song, it will become the greatest in the world. If you drink alcohol, it will become the best in the whole world. After listening to his son's words, the celestial demon suddenly looked away and nodded his head. Seeing his father's actions, Gem Mugik thought, every time I wanted to remember my father, I had no memories at all, because frightening moments aren't memories. After these reflections, turning his gaze to his father, the boy added silently, in this life, I don't want that to happen again. Don't rejoice too much. This isn't for you, father. I need it. After a while, seeing that the sun was beginning to rise in the street, Gem Mugik said, it's dawn. Time to go back. To which he heard, we're staying. Since we're going hunting with the heavenly demon, you must kill at least a tiger before returning. The next moment, hearing his son's surprised response, the heavenly demon moving forward said, stop standing there like a statue. Move. Later, upon arriving at a new location and sensing prey, the heavenly demon said again, close your eyes. All right, he replied. Concentrating and searching for the prey, Gem Mugik heard, the target is 100 yards to your right. It's farther away than last time. I need you to sense the slightest breath of wind. Synchronize your energy with it. Remaining still and radiating his aura, Gem Mugik thought to himself, in all the time I've practiced martial arts, it never occurred to me to merge my energy with the wind. No one could have taught me this, and none of the martial arts taught such a thing. Focusing on the task of searching for the enemy, Gem Mugik heard, release your spiritual energy. If you hesitate and play it safe, nothing good will come of it. To use this in a real situation, direct your energy as quickly as you can. Listening to his father's advice, the boy thought to himself, I feel the wind in my spiritual energy. How do I synchronize them? Suddenly sensing progress, Gem Mugik thought to himself, that's it. Synchronizing with the wind doesn't mean following it. I need to bind them together. After which he saw a beast before him. Instantly opening his eyes after what he saw, the boy exclaimed, there really is a tiger. Then, noticing his father's gaze, he asked, what's the matter? Receiving the question from his son, the man stepped forward and said, don't be lazy about releasing your spiritual energy. The more channels you can maintain, the higher your chances of survival. Hearing this, the son replied, I understand everything, father. I will definitely heed your advice. A short while later, sitting down by the fire and picking up a vessel of alcohol, the celestial demon said, this is my strongest trump card. Hearing his father say, not bad, Gem Mugik, wiping the residue from his lips, said, it's too strong for me, and then thought, that's another lie. After his son's complaints, the celestial demon said, no demonic person would ever complain about alcohol being too strong. After listening to his father's remark, Jem Mugik said, is drinking really that important? Having a strong heart is far more important than drinking strong alcohol. To which he heard, a strong heart, can you take my life to save your own? Upon receiving the question from the celestial demon, Jem Mugik firmly replied, no, how could a child kill his father? Afterward, he thought, to be honest, that's another lie. If I had enough reasons to do such a thing, I would do it even to my own father. Today, for the first time, I spoke so openly. How can one value one's own life more than his? Later, upon hearing Jem Mugik ask, how can I take your life? The celestial demon tilted his cup of alcohol and said, if you're so uncertain, why claim to have a heart of steel? Hearing his father's remark, the boy looked at his sake cup and said, then I suppose I should learn to drink alcohol. While his son began drinking, the father sat across from him, gazing sadly at the fire. Sitting in the training hall and continuing his meditation, Jem Mugik thought, since returning to the past, I've been practicing for several days in a row, so it's no effort for me to synchronize my spiritual energy with the wind. Now I can control 3 or 4 channels. The next moment, glancing at his hand, the boy thought to himself, I didn't expect my father to teach me how to release spiritual energy to explore my surroundings. This is equivalent to gaining an extra life, because I can now see in advance an enemy who wishes to attack me. Envisioning his future progress, the boy thought to himself, if I can maintain more than 10 channels in the future, then I'll likely be able to neutralize any invisible techniques my enemies use. Later, as he stood up, he added to himself, yet even my father lost to Hua Mugi despite his mastery, because he had infiltrated the Heavenly Demon's Pavilion. The Heavenly Demon's Pavilion is a place meticulously guarded by 3 barriers, 6 lines of traps, and a group of carefully selected elite warriors. Furthermore, in 8 different directions stand 8 supreme demons, who stand guard over the Heavenly Demon. In the north are the demonic swordsmen of the Northern Heavenly Sword family, led by the Striking Supreme Sword. In the south are the demonic blades of the Southern Heavenly Blade family, led by the Blade Demon of the Bloody Heavens. The east is controlled by the Iron Fists of the Eastern Fists faction, led by the Invincible Fist Demon. In the west, the demon who steals souls rules over the demonic guards and belongs to the Western Illusions faction. In the northeast are the faceless swordsmen who yearn to become sinisterly grinning demons. In the southeast are the drunken swordsmen who are perpetually getting drunk alongside the demonic drunkard. In the southwest are the poisonous fangs who, under the leadership of the king of poisons, study the art of poisoning. And finally, in the northwest are the mad monks, who are obsessed with the teachings of the demonic Buddha, leading the world astray. Continuing to focus on his training, Jem Mugik thought, it seemed to me that the enemy had broken through from the outside, but I was mistaken. The outer defenses had not been breached. The next moment, recalling the 8 demonic leaders, he added in his mind, I'm certain one of the 8 supreme demons let Hua Mugi into the Heavenly Demon's Pavilion, where the leader himself was. Pressing his lips together after these thoughts, Jem Mugik added in his mind, there could have been more than one traitor, but they never found him. I don't care who he is to me, every one of the 8 is a traitor. Recalling the events of his past life, the boy thought to himself, after my father's death, none of the supreme demons sought revenge. Instead, they shut down the demonic sect. Continuing to recall the actions of the supreme demons, Jem Mugik thought to himself, these are events from the future, yet I know everything about this group of 8 supreme demons. I know how long they will live and what their final breath will be like. Getting to his feet and heading toward the exit of the training hall, he thought to himself, this time, I'll make full use of the supreme demons. As he approached the training hall door, the young man heard, hey Fatso, the second young master is still in the training hall. Waiting by the entrance in front of Leon, the warrior added, how long has he been sitting there? My patience isn't endless. Go and bring him here. Hearing the uninvited guest's instruction, the girl exclaimed, what did you say? After which a voice rang out behind Leon. What's going on there? Hearing Jem Mugik's voice, Leon turned around and cried out, young master. Approaching the flustered girl, Jem Mugik said, I told you that you could be free during training. You've been waiting for me all this time. At that very moment, the warrior interrupted the conversation, saying, is this really the second young master in person? Why did you start training? And for so many days at that. Hearing the voice of the one who had been rude to his subordinate, Jem Mugik glanced at the warrior and thought, a disciple of the demon of the bloody skies, Yangpo. The reason for his behavior lies with my father. The next moment, recalling the heavenly demon, he added in his mind, after the announcement that any member of the sect could become the heir, the status of the heavenly demon's son no longer matters. This has sparked a desire to defeat the heavenly demon's sons in order to obtain information. Finishing his thoughts and turning his gaze to Yangpo, Ham Mugik asked, what do you need? Receiving the question from the son of the heavenly demon, the warrior said to him, what didn't you understand? Pyongho can no longer study martial arts because of you. Hearing the reproach directed at him, Ham Mugi Guk asked, and what do you expect? That I become his nanny? To which he heard, do you think I came here to joke around? Noticing his opponent's aggression and smiling, Ham Mugik said, I don't think you're ready for serious conversations. To which he replied, you must take responsibility for what you've done. After a brief exchange, Jem Mugik thought to himself, I know why he's demanding an apology from me. The best disciple of the demon of the bloody skies blades was never chosen, so now the disciples are scrambling to make a good impression. The next moment, shifting his gaze back to the warrior, he added silently, Yangpo wants me to apologize so he can declare that he has defended the honor of the demon of the bloody skies blade. Later, upon hearing the remark directed at him, I don't think your teacher will choose you as the best disciple over such a trifle. Yangpo shouted, don't talk nonsense, I'm only here for Pyunho. Immediately after the boy's outburst, Ham Mugik, who had come to see him, said, enough, I want you to be the one to ask for forgiveness. Continuing to look down on the person in front of him, Ham Mugiguk added, for your rude behavior toward my ward, ask her for forgiveness. At the same time, upon hearing her master's words, Lian, sensing the displeased tone in Yangpo's voice, shot him a nervous glance. Immediately after glancing at Gem Mugik, the girl said, it's all right, young master. To which he replied, stepping forward, that doesn't suit me. Walking toward the young man who had dared to speak that way about his disciple, Gem Mugik said, Yangpo, you dared to be rude to my disciple, so I want you to get down on your knees and apologize. Hearing the young master's demand, Yangpo laughed, pointed a finger at him and said, you're asking me to kneel before that fat woman? The next moment, hearing, there you go again, running your mouth, Yangpo exclaimed, you've lost your mind. I'd rather die than get down on my knees before her. Upon hearing these words from the young man, Gem Mugik smiled, and drawing his sword from its sheath, thought, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. He then asked, is that how you want to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Seeing that Gem Mugik had drawn his sword and was seriously preparing for a fight, Yangpo said nervously, you've definitely lost your mind. Giving the boy a disapproving look, Gem Mugik said, get down on your knees or fight me. The choice is yours. By the way, your teacher clearly won't be happy if you run away. Meanwhile, standing aside, Leon said, why go so far? I couldn't care less. If you came for me, I can understand if you want revenge, but I won't allow such treatment of my subject. Upon learning the reason for the young man's actions, Yangpo laughed and exclaimed, you really wanted to finish me off because of that stupid pig, didn't you? To which he heard, that's how much she means to me. The next moment, as the warrior drew his sword from behind his back, he heard, don't do this, Yangpo. The words of the girl who spoke anxiously, young master. Then, assuming a fighting stance and preparing for battle, Yangpo said, if you are indeed the son of the heavenly demon, then one of your hands will be enough for me. The moment Yangpo thoughtlessly tried to attack his opponent, Ham Mugik quickly closed in on him and dodged the attack. The next moment, piercing Yangpo's head with his sword, Gem Mugik said, blame your own mouth for your death. With this mouth you insulted my subject, and this same mouth refused to ask for forgiveness. Having said everything he deemed necessary, Gem Mugik sheathed his weapon and stepped back from his opponent. After the duel ended, one of Yangpo's companions ran up to him shouting, do you think you'll get away with what you've done? In response to the remark from the disciple of the Bloodblade demon, Gem Mugik said in a stern tone, your mouth reminds me of his. Remember every word I say. If you change even the slightest thing, I will find you. A few seconds later, as he watched the two men carry away Yangpo's body, Gem Mugik heard a voice behind him ask, why did you do that? Turning to Leon, the boy asked, what are you talking about? What did you hear? Why did you go so far for my sake? After asking this, he thought, Leon, you keep worrying about me even though you've been through so much more pain. The next moment, approaching Leon, Gem Mugik said, you have nothing to do with this. I simply finished off someone who deserved to die. Hearing this, the demon of the bloody skyblade would not turn a blind eye to what had happened. Hearing the girl's remark, Gem Mugik thought, no wonder this bothers Leon. In the demonic sect, there are 8 martial arts masters who wield considerable influence. Not only are they masters of the martial arts, but they also have followers that even my father, the heavenly demon, cannot ignore. Continuing his thoughts, the young man added silently, the demon of the bloody skies blade, one of the 8 supreme demons, I crippled one of his disciples and killed another outright. The next moment, shifting his gaze to the girl, he said, it's unlikely he'll do anything since there's no benefit in it, and all he'll get out of it is criticism for failing to train his disciples properly. After hearing her master's remarks, Leon asked, won't his pride be hurt? To which he replied, he has no pride. Immediately after placing his hand on the girl's shoulder and leaning toward her, Gem Mugik added, no matter what happens, you don't need to worry about me like that. Having calmed the girl down a bit after what had happened, Gem Mugik said, but I, on the other hand, might gain something by defeating Yangpo. My victory over Gu Pyung-ho and the destruction of Yangpo will draw widespread attention to the sect. If points were awarded during the struggle for the inheritance, I would have just earned the first one. As he walked from the square in front of the training hall, Gem Mugik suddenly heard a young master behind him say, thank you for today. Smiling happily after expressing her gratitude, Leanne added, I'm so happy that you took my side. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Smiling gently and continuing on his way, the young man said, you should be grateful. Remember this for the rest of your life. To which she replied, okay. Delighted with how everything had turned out, Gem Mugik thought to himself as he headed to his room, that's right, Leanne. Keep smiling. I want your life to be filled with happiness. A short while later, sitting on a rock in the courtyard, Gem Mugik thought to himself, come to think of it, I was overcome by a feeling of emptiness after the fall of the demonic sect. Gazing at the starry sky above him, he added in his mind, the despair was so great that I saw no point in living on without at least some kind of purpose. The next moment, bowing his head, Gem Mugik thought to himself, if I hadn't learned the great regression technique, how would things have turned out? At that very moment, sensing something strange, he opened his eyes and, seeing the blade of a sword before him, thought, "The demon of the bloody sword of heaven." Feeling a certain nervousness from such an encounter, the boy thought to himself, "I didn't expect him to arrive so soon. Will I be able to dodge his sword in my current state?" Continuing his thoughts, Gem Mugik thought, "It doesn't matter how much knowledge I have left from my past life, because my spiritual energy won't be enough anyway." But suddenly the old man crouched down beside him. The next moment, poking the boy in the side with the hilt of his sword, the demon of the bloody sword of heaven asked, "Why did you do that?" Receiving the question from the old man who had suddenly appeared beside him, Gem Mugik nervously replied, "Because he was acting like a dim-witted moron." After answering the question from the demon of the bloody blade of the heavens, Gem Mugik asked, "Did you come to fight the younger son of the heavenly demon, who couldn't care less about imbeciles?" Hearing the question from the heavenly demon's son, the old man once again pressed his sword to the boy's throat and said, "Maybe I'll cut off your head and bring it to the heavenly demon. Let's see if that bothers him in any way." After hearing the proposal from the demon of the bloody blade of heaven, Gem Mugik said, "I don't think your blade will be able to take my head if you recall my father's terrifying gaze." Upon receiving the remark from the boy, the old man suddenly removed the sword from his throat and made several notches in the ground in front of him. Seeing these notches, Gem Mugik asked, "What is this?" Upon hearing this, the heavenly demon replied, "This is how much all of this will trouble you. Here, a small portion belongs to you and a large one to me." Hearing the old man's words, Gem Mugik crouched down by the notches and said, "After all, I am his son, and I will likely have at least some significance. 7 for me, 3 for you." Smiling joyfully at the boy's remark, the demon of the bloody blade of the heavens said, "We'll find out if we test it. Place your bets. Will he finish me off or leave me alive when I bring your head in my hands?" Smiling awkwardly after Grandpa Gem Mugik's question, he said, "It seems to me that you greatly underestimate the heavenly demon's parental love." Hearing the young man's remark, the demon of the bloody sword of the heavens grabbed his weapon and said menacingly, "That is precisely why I suggested we test this in practice." Feeling a certain unease after Grandpa Gem's threats, Mugik looked back and said anxiously, "That makes no sense at all. He has 2 sons, and you have only 1. Smiling joyfully at this remark, the demon of the bloody sword of heaven smiled again and said, "And you are much smarter than my apprentice." Then, rising to his feet and standing opposite Grandfather Gem, the Mugik said, "If your apprentice were like you, he would still be alive." After the boy's words, the demon of the bloody sword of the heavens cast a stern glance at everyone and said, "Young master, I live a life full of happiness. I hope we never meet again." Hearing Grandpa Gem Mugik's remark, he said, "I'll remember your advice," after which he saw the old man instantly leap into the sky. Left alone, Gem Mugik lifted his shirt and saw 2 bruises on his side, muttering, "That devilish old man." Then, pressing his hand against the bruises, he thought to himself, "The demon of the bloody sky looks as if he can do whatever he wants." But that's not the case at all. He carefully thinks things through and makes plans. The next moment, recalling that old man's smile, Gem Mugik thought to himself that the fact he had repeated twice that he would take my head to his father meant he had truly been thinking about it. He had come here to see me. Later, frowning, he added in his mind, "My battle with his disciple had made a strong impression on him, and he likely viewed my desire to hunt alongside my father as something unusual. He became curious to test me. After I had defeated his disciple, he came here to see if I would become the heir. Could it be that my first opponent, the demon of the bloody sky's blade of the heavens?" One evening, while meditating, Gem Mugik sensed someone's presence nearby. Without hesitation, the boy interrupted his training and headed to the roof of the building, where the figure he had detected was located. And so, finding himself on the roof of the building, Gem Mugik saw before him the celestial demon standing a few meters away, and spoke to his father in surprise. Hearing his son's voice, the man turned around and said, "I heard that you killed the disciple of the demon of the bloody skies." To which he replied, "That is correct. His disciple deserved his fate." After listening to his son's remarks, the celestial demon added, "It's not so important whether he deserved to die or not, but rather that the demon of the bloody sky blade was searching for me because of what happened." After hearing his father's words, Gem Mugik asked in surprise, "Excuse me, what are you talking about?" To which he replied, "He wants you to be punished." After explaining the situation and hearing from his son that the demon of the bloody sky's blade was seeking you because of his disciple's death so that I might be punished, he replied, "That's right. It struck me, for he is not the type to demand such a thing over the death of a single follower." After listening to his father, Gem Mugik, without taking his eyes off him, thought, "The demon of the bloody sky's blade has thus decided to test my bond with my father. He wants to see if I will accept punishment and what form it will take. Then it will become clear to him whether my father considers me a contender for the succession." After recounting the situation that had befallen him, the heavenly demon added, "That is precisely why I have no other choice. I shall pass judgment upon you." Hearing his father's words, Gem Mugik said in surprise, "But there are no grounds for punishment. Can they be created?" Looking at his son standing before him, the celestial demon added, "During our hunt, you asked me which of the supreme demons I trust the most. Well, it's like this." After his father's question, Gem Mugik recalled that very night when they were drinking together by the fire, and he had asked his father which of the high demons deserved his greatest trust. Recalling that incident and thinking back, he realized his father hadn't given him an answer then, and suddenly he heard, "I trust no one. Not even the high demons." Continuing his train of thought, the celestial demon added, Besides everything else, you mentioned that order needs to be restored in the sect's hierarchy and discipline. Don't spout nonsense to me about the need to root out corruption. I want to hear your true intentions." Upon receiving the question from his father, Gem Mugik bowed his head and said, "I think we have strayed from the true demonic path." After hearing his son's answer, the celestial demon asked, "Have we strayed from our path?" To which he replied, "Yes," and added, "What do you mean?" Without raising his eyes, Gem Mugik said, "I believe that the true path of a demon lies in the faith characteristic of our sect, victory over absolute evil." Surprised by his son's words, the father asked, "Is that so? I don't believe that the light faction is the direct opposite of our faction." Continuing the conversation with his son, the father asked, "If not the light faction, then what? What do you mean by absolute evil?" Elaborating on his point, Gem Mugik said, "I mean absolute evil, filled with such malice and meanness that no human being could endure it. Even demons would turn away from its sight." Without taking his eyes off the roof, the boy added, "Justice and nobility, which the light faction stands for, could cope with lesser evil. However, I don't think they are capable of coping with absolute evil. After all, the light faction is prone to forgiveness." Immediately after these words, raising his gaze to his father, Gem Mugik spoke, "As long as the value of people to them is above all, how they can resist the unbridled evil that has lost its humanity." Continuing his speech, Gem Mugik clenched his teeth and, lowering his gaze, said, "We are the only ones in Marimi capable of ridding ourselves of cruel and corrupt evil by becoming even more corrupt ourselves." The next moment, suddenly raising his gaze, the boy confidently exclaimed, "When the great evil that even the light faction cannot overcome falls to its knees before us, at that very moment, we will attain the true demonic path." Speaking to his father about his principles, Gem Mugik said, "If we do not walk the true path of the demon, we will soon perish. We must endure our own punishment in order to survive." Noticing that his father was pondering the words he had heard, Gem Mugik thought to himself, certain that his father had never considered such things before, and that hardly anyone could have spoken in such a vein. Recalling his past, the boy added silently, "After all, I myself didn't realize this while I was in the sect. It only dawned on me while I wandered endlessly through the Central Valleys, spending my entire life that way." At one point, upon hearing his father ask, "Do you have any other such arrogant statements?" Gem Mugik replied, "No, that's all." Having received an answer to his question, the celestial demon, having made a decision, said, "I understand why the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade wanted you to be punished. He saw something in you and is using me to test you." Hearing his father's words, Gem Mugik lowered his gaze and said, "I think he's curious whether I'm worthy of becoming a candidate for the succession." After his son voiced this guess, the father remarked, "Or perhaps he saw a threat to our sect in you." To which he replied, "Be that as it may, this old man definitely has a keen eye for anything out of the ordinary." At one point in the conversation, turning his back on his son, the celestial demon said, "Follow me." Hearing his father's instruction, the boy asked in surprise, "Where are we going at such a late hour?" After some time, upon arriving at the site of the trial, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "The Cave of the Little Heavens." It serves as the place where the heavenly demon's disciples or children undergo their trials in order to earn a chance to become a contender for the succession. Gazing at the entrance to the cave, the boy thought to himself, "It's easy to enter here, but if you fail the trial, you'll be trapped there forever. The odds of success are 50-50. Half of the heavenly demon's lineage has perished there." Thinking also of a member of his family, Gem Mugik mused to himself, "Even my arrogant brother has never once shown a desire to enter here. But in any case, I must pass the trials if I intend to become a celestial demon." Finishing his thoughts and looking at his father, Gem Mugik asked, "Do you want me to enter it?" To which he heard, "I went there when I was about your age." Upon hearing his father's words, the boy asked, "How long were you there?" And was told, 2 months. Learning how long his father had spent in the cave, Gem Mugik thought, "My father is known as the most talented martial arts master among the celestial demons, and it took him only 2 months." The next moment, upon hearing from his father, "I'm the only one who needed 2 months. The others spent an average of 3 years." Gem Mugik asked, "Do you want to send me there without any preparation?" To which his father added, "Didn't I tell you about the punishment?" After his father's remark, casting a sidelong glance at him, Gem Mugik thought, "Father, are you sending me here where death awaits me, just because the demon of the Bloody Skyblade wanted me punished?" Without taking his eyes off the celestial demon, he added in his mind, "Doesn't the death of your son trouble you, or do you want me to become stronger and get out of here unscathed?" Finishing his thoughts and gathering his courage, Gem Mugik said, "Fine, if it's come to this, I'll get out of here even before you, father." Hearing his son's promise, the father smiled imperceptibly and remarked, "Try to at least survive in there." After some time finding himself inside the dungeon, Gem Mugik looked around, wondering what it was about this eerie place that had become a graveyard for so many people. Moving on, he stumbled upon a pillar in the room that read, "Destroy all opponents without using the sword's aura or its enhancement. If you cannot succeed within the specified time, you will be given another chance in 10 days. If you are ready, enter the red circle." After reviewing the conditions and looking around, Gem Mugik thought, "In 10 days, it looks like the only food here will be grain balls." Having gotten a little more accustomed to this dungeon and entering the red circle, the boy said to himself, "No need to waste time. It's time to get started. A few seconds after entering the circle, mannequins appeared all around him. Looking closely at them, Gem Mugik thought, it looks like I need to chop them up along these red marks. Without a second thought, the boy rushed into battle and, after destroying several dozen mannequins, thought, they're tougher than I thought. Later noticing that one of the mannequins was starting to leave the arena, Gem Mugik rushed after it and thought, I won't let you get away. After destroying one mannequin that was leaving the battlefield, he saw a few more nearby. Finding himself at the other end of the room, Gem Mugik saw another mannequin that had almost escaped and thought, another one. Reacting quickly and rushing after it, Gem Mugik decapitated it at the last moment. After completing the first trial, the boy looked around and thought, I almost had to spend an extra 10 days here, and all because I lost my vigilance for a single second regarding my regression. I wouldn't have had the skills to pass the first trial. Heading toward the exit, Gem Mugik noticed inscriptions on the stone near the door, where there were notes. I succeeded on the 9th try. I did it only on the 16th try. It took me as many as 37. Continuing to stare at the stone where it was written, am I really going to die here? I don't have the strength to pass this trial. Damn it, I tried to turn back, but there's no way out. Ha! I managed it in just 6 tries. My strength is unmatched, Gem Mugik thought. All these inscriptions were left by my predecessors. Later, noticing an interesting inscription that read, idiots, Gem Mugik happily thought that this handwriting must belong to my father. Joyfully heading to the next room of trials, he said to himself, so he's right, but I can't believe he criticized our ancestors. A short while later, upon entering a room filled with weapons, Gem Mugik thought to himself, given the variety of weapons here, they'll definitely come in handy for this trial. Soon after, he saw a stone in front of him inscribed with the words, use the swords hanging on the wall to split the stone in half. You have 2 hours. You may use the sword's aura or enhance it. If you fail to succeed within the allotted time, you will be given another chance in 20 days. When ready, enter the red circle. Upon entering the red circle and seeing a pedestal with a stone sphere on it, Gem Mugik thought, I have 2 hours. That's too long just to cut a single sphere in half. If I use the enhanced sword aura, I could split 100 of these in 2 hours. As he began examining the sphere in front of him, Gem Mugik thought to himself, interesting, this definitely isn't right, and then struck a blow that broke his sword. Looking at the results of his first attempt, the boy thought to himself, I figured I wouldn't be able to just cut it in half. Well, in that case, I'll use the sword's enhanced aura and split it in 2. Activating the sword's aura and preparing to strike, the boy thought to himself, I'll be able to move on to the next level. In an instant, dispelling the aura and lowering his sword, the boy thought to himself, too easy for me. I wonder what the others did. Glancing at the stone with the inscriptions, Gem Mugik read on the first try. The ball fell from my aura. I spent 89 attempts trying to simply cut it in half, but in the end I used the sword's enhanced aura. And I passed the test without using the sword's enhanced aura. Continuing to read, what did you do? I don't believe it. I can't use the enhanced sword aura. What should I do? The person who said they split it in half without using the sword aura is definitely lying. Right, he's a liar, Gem Mugik thought. And what did my father do? Quickly scanning the stone with the inscriptions, Gem Mugik saw utter nonsense. If you split it in half, you lose. Seeing his father's note, which he had left on the stone, Gem Mugik wondered why he had said that. He could have just insulted them and calmly finished the task, just like in the first trial. Later, remembering that the task stated, split the stone within 2 hours, you may use the sword's aura or enhance it, Gem Mugik thought, you can use the aura or enhance it. Wait, not use it, but you can apply it. After thinking it over, it turned out that this trial could truly only be passed without the help of the sword's aura or its enhancement, and what his father had said was a kind of warning, not to use the enhanced sword aura, because using the enhanced sword aura generates heat. Gem Mugik began trying to split the sphere. After a certain amount of time and a number of failed attempts, Gem Mugik, breathing heavily, thought, I can't even leave a scratch on it. How am I supposed to cut it in half without the help of the enhanced sword aura? There's not much time left. Gritting his teeth and tensing up, the boy thought to himself, should I just use the sword's enhanced aura and move on? The next moment, straightening up and raising his head toward the ceiling, he thought to himself, Father split the sphere without the aid of the aura, and suddenly exclaimed, Father, surely not. Realizing what the secret of this trial might be, Gem Mugik used the skill of releasing the aura. And so, after a brief moment of analysis, having found what he needed, he thought to himself, I sense a line on the sphere that is invisible to the naked eye. Swinging his sword and preparing to split the sphere in half, he added in his mind, this is no illusion. A barely visible line forms a perfect circle around it. With a single precise swing of his sword, splitting the sphere in 2, the boy joyfully exclaimed, yes, I did it. At that very moment, looking at the result of his feat, Gem Mugik noticed a small pill inside and said in surprise, but this is a pill of demonic essence. Taking the gift that remained after passing the trial into his hands, Gem Mugik thought to himself, a demonic essence pill. If someone studying demonic martial arts were to consume this pill, they would gain an incredible amount of energy. Continuing to look at the pill he had obtained, he thought to himself, if I had split the sphere using the sword's enhanced aura, this pill would have been destroyed by the high temperature. This is a reward for those who rely solely on the sword. Recalling the instruction that read, do not heat it, the boy swallowed the pill and said, thank you, father. A short time after the reward took effect, feeling the impact, Gem Mugik thought, I feel a powerful surge of energy enveloping this body like never before. More than anything, I lacked energy, but now I have received the necessary amount. Moving to the next room, Gem Mugik saw a stone inscribed with the words, "Divide life and death. If you cannot succeed within the specified time, you will be given another chance in 5 days. If you are ready, enter the red circle." Upon entering the circle and seeing a table begin to emerge from the floor before him, Ham Mugik thought, "Life and death, an interesting test." Leaning over the table laden with various herbs, he thought to himself, "So this is the test where I have to distinguish medicinal herbs from poisonous ones." Recalling his past where he had managed to master this knowledge well, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "I searched everywhere for the ingredients required by Gui Ryongja." Continuing to recall moments when he gathered various materials, the boy thought to himself, "That's why I know the varieties of all medicinal herbs and poisonous plants, as well as their effects. For me, this test will pose no difficulty." Picking up one plant from among all those on the table, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "This is the only one that isn't a poisonous plant." The next moment, seeing that the table of plants had changed, the boy thought, "They want to avoid the possibility of a simple guess, so they're giving me another task." Picking out the only non-poisonous plant again, the boy thought to himself, "Those who know nothing about herbs must use them to understand their properties." Seeing that after his second successful attempt the table simply vanished, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "There's nothing else, so this is the end." Heading toward the exit, he saw a stone with some notes on it. "At this rate, I'll turn into a poisonous person. What kind of idiot came up with this test? We practically never encounter such poisonous plants. There should be at least something, any clue, to figure out what kind of plant this is. I need to study everything." Smiling happily as he reread the notes, the boy saw, "I did it on the 96th try. I'm starting to go crazy from this herb. I've lost practically all my hair, don't even count on luck." Heading to the next room to take the test, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "Father wants to emphasize that he memorized all the herbs on the first try. Luckily, we both managed to keep our hair." Upon arriving at the next room, Gem Mugik saw a stone inscribed with the final trial, "Survive the illusory trap of life and death. If death overtakes you in the illusion, you will die in reality as well. If you are ready, enter the red circle." After reading this, he thought, "A trial where you can die if you fail." Later, approaching the stone with the notes, he saw it. It was terrifying. "Once I become a celestial demon, I will surely track down the creator of the illusory trap of life and death and finish him off." It was difficult and very frightening. He wouldn't take another step toward the illusory trap of life and death. Also, upon seeing another note that read, "Don't let your guard down," Gem Mugik resolved not to let his guard down. Entering the red circle to begin the trial, he mentally added that for this trial, his father had left a hint, as if he'd left behind a way to stay alive. Later, having moved to the desert where the final trial was to take place, Gem Mugik said in surprise that the wind and everything seemed so realistic. Taking a handful of sand that began to crumble in his hands, the boy added, "An illusory trap of life and death. It's unheard of that something exists capable of recreating things so realistically." The next moment, noticing the mummies around him, the boy thought to himself, "Let these be illusions, yet I feel their presence, even their desire to kill me. This is truly a wonderful opportunity." Drawing his sword, Gem Mugik wasted no time and engaged the enemies in battle. Sometime after the battle began, having activated the sword's enhancement aura, he thought to himself, "Since I'm not dealing with humans, I can fight them without hesitation." After destroying a number of enemies and noticing that the undead were advancing again, he thought to himself, "Thanks to the demonic essence pill, I'm able to freely use my spiritual energy." When the enemies surrounded him on all sides and attacked as a group, Gem Mugik took a deep breath and began to release his energy. The next moment, grabbing his sword, he dealt with all the enemies surrounding him in a matter of seconds. Having dealt with all the enemies and seeing no more enemies around him, he thought in surprise, "It's all over. It would be a shame if we ended it here." Soon after, hearing a commotion behind him and seeing yet another horde of enemies, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "So this isn't the end yet. The energy coming from them is an order of magnitude stronger." As he continued fighting the monsters, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "The further we go, the stronger the enemies become." The next moment, recalling the advice from the note that read, "Don't let your guard down," he added in his mind, "That's what those words meant. This is my first real battle since the regression." Trying to dodge the enemy's attacks and defeat them, the boy thought to himself, "As I keep fighting, constantly risking my life, I have to rely on my knowledge from my past life, and it's weaving itself into my current body, becoming one." After some time, having finished off the last corpse remaining on the battlefield, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "It's all true." Immediately after these thoughts, returning to the dungeon, he saw the inscriptions. "Congratulations on successfully completing all the trials. I hope that the son you have acquired will serve for the good and prosperity of the Heavenly Demon Sect." Seeing that the trials were finally over, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "All the trials are behind me. It took me no more than a day, whereas it took my father 2 months." Continuing his thoughts, he added to himself, "However, if anyone finds out about this, there will be outrage within the sect. If I show up so soon, my achievements will be met with more skepticism than approval. I'll stay here for a while to train. I need to fully master the knowledge I've acquired." After some time returning to his father following the trial, Gem Mugik heard, "It took you 100 days. Standing before the celestial demon, the boy said, "I gave it my all, but I was unable to surpass your achievement." Hearing this remark from his son, the man asked, "Did you cut the stone ball correctly?" To which came the reply, of course, for you left a clue in the illusory trap. I also heeded your advice and remained vigilant. Noticing a faint smile on his father's face that quickly vanished, Jem Mugik thought to himself, did he smile or was it just my imagination? Later, upon hearing someone say to him, it seems you have a bit of sense, Jem Mugik replied, of course, after all, I am the son of the great celestial demon. After a brief exchange, seeing his father sigh, Jem Mugik thought, before the regression, it seemed to me that he enjoyed pitting his children against each other in deadly combat to find an heir, but now I understand him. Continuing his musings, the young man added silently, he's one of those who's willing to endure the death of his own child if it's for the good of the sect, but deriving pleasure from battles isn't his thing. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the advisor, who said, just think, you've traversed the cave of the many heavens in just 100 days. Second young master, that is truly impressive. Hearing the familiar voice and turning his gaze toward Jem, the Mugik thought, the second person in the sect, one of the few whom my father trusts even a little, is senior advisor Sama Mayang. Seeing the high-ranking figure before him, Jem Mugik clasped his hands in front of him, bowed his head and said, it's been a long time, Advisor Sama. Accepting the boy's greeting, the advisor said, I'm glad I was able to find you here. I wanted to discuss a matter concerning the sect, to which a surprised, what about me, was heard. The next moment, shifting his gaze to his father, Jem Mugik thought, he wants to discuss something with me regarding the sect. It seems my father wants this as well. Approaching the young master, Sam Mayang said, we recently received an anonymous letter mentioning corruption within the demon army. Hearing the advisor's report, Jem Mugik, recalling the sect, thought, the demonic army is one of our combat units, and its leader is the bloodstained blade demon's own brother. That old man has left his mark again. Continuing to describe the situation, Mayang himself added, we have already received similar letters and conducted the necessary investigations, but it ended tragically. The officer in charge of the investigation was killed. Upon hearing this information, Jem Mugik asked about the demonic army, to which the reply was, everything is as you say, but the person who committed the crime took his own life. I would like you to personally take charge of this investigation. After the advisor made his proposal, Jem Mugik thought, this is dangerous. Anyone implicated in corruption will face execution, but anyone who dares to be involved in this crime will do everything to cover their tracks. Even if the officer is the son of a celestial demon, they won't stand on ceremony. After reflecting on the duty entrusted to him, Jem Mugik asked, are you sending me on a mission where I might meet my end? To which the advisor replied, exactly. For this mission, you must be prepared to risk your life. Upon receiving the advisor's reply and glancing back at himself, Jem Mugik thought, perhaps this is another test from my father. Catching his son's gaze, the heavenly demon who was seated on his throne asked, wasn't it you who declared the need for oversight? Hearing his father's remark, Jem Mugik said, that is, if I become a heavenly demon, to which the reply came, in that case you are demonstrating your cowardice. Realizing there was no turning back, Jem Mugik put his hand to his ear and said, well then, if things have turned out this way, I have no other choice. I understand everything, and I'll take on this mission. The next moment, exchanging a glance with his father and smiling, Jem Mugik said, I don't know what my father has in mind, but I'm ready for the show. Later, seeing his father begin to leave his seat, Jem Mugik said, by the way, in case my days are numbered, I'd like to have a drink with you. Seeing that the celestial demon showed no reaction, Jem Mugik said, on the surface, he acts cruel, but in reality, he cares deeply about us. To which the advisor remarked, it looked exactly the opposite. The next day, upon meeting his partner in the investigation, Jem Mugik heard, pleased to meet you. I am Special Investigations Officer Isio De Ryong from the Nirvana Pavilion. Taking a closer look at the man who had been sent to assist him with the investigation, Jem Mugik asked, why are you here? I told the senior advisor to send the most beautiful woman from the Nirvana Pavilion. Continuing to look at the young master with a weary gaze, Seo De Ryan said, most likely, in your opinion, I met your criteria. Sighing in disappointment after hearing the answer, Ham Mugik walked past his partner and said, never mind, let's get to work. Following Ham Mugik, Seo De Ryong asked, are we leaving right now? To which he replied, yes. A short while later, as they headed out on the mission, Jem Mugik asked, what kind of person is the commander of the demonic army? To which he heard, the commander of the demonic army is named Gu Cheon Yang. He is the younger brother of Gu Cheon Pa, the demon of the blade of the bloody heavens. The army under his command has been in existence for 8 years now. While the demonic army has undertaken various tasks, it has managed to achieve widespread recognition as an elite force. After listening to his partner, Jem Mugik said without looking back, so they're doing a good job with their tasks. To which he heard, that's exactly right. Suddenly noticing that the young master had stopped and turned to look at him, Seo Dai Ryan asked, what's the matter? To which he heard, aren't you planning to investigate the corruption within the demon army? Hearing the reply, everything's fine, Jem Mugik asked, then why don't your demeanor and tone match? I don't sense any enthusiasm from you. To which he replied, because exposing the corruption won't lead to anything. As he spoke with his partner, who for some reason had bowed his head, Ham Mugik looked at him and thought, is he hinting that change in the sect is only possible after the top brass is replaced? Shifting his gaze forward and moving on, Ham Mugik asked, are you scared? No, not at all, he replied, adding, not even though the former officer died. In response to the junior master's remark, Seo De Ryong, showing no emotion, said, The former special investigations officer was my superior and the person who taught me everything. A short while later, upon reaching the courtyard of the demonic dragon, the pair of investigators heard who they were. Stepping forward and extending his hand, Seo Dae Ryong said, Special Investigations Officer Seo Dae Ryong of the Nirvana Pavilion. I have business with the commander of the demonic army. Hearing the words of the young man who had decided to step forward with an explanation, Ham Mugik looked at his partner and thought, what a brave soul. Upon hearing who was standing before them, the pair of guards from Special Investigations said, You don't look like someone from Special Investigations. You can only enter with permission from higher-ups. After hearing the guard's refusal, Seo Dae Ryong took out a letter with an order and said, Here's the order. To which they replied, Wait here. We need to report this to management. Not wanting to wait at the entrance, Seo Dae Ryong waved the order at the guards and said, There's no need for that. We're heading to him ourselves. Continuing to refuse him passage, the guard said, I already told you that you can only enter with permission from higher-ups. To which Seo Dae Ryong exclaimed, So you intend to obstruct a special investigation even though we have the proper order? After a while of fruitless arguing with Seo Dae Ryong, one of the guards leaned toward him and said, What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I don't care who you are, and as long as you're on our premises, you're obligated to follow our rules. Hearing Seo Dae Ryong ask in a displeased tone, Nonsense, the guard replied sternly, That's exactly right. The only thing you can point to is your rank, otherwise you're a complete nobody. At that very moment, Ham Mugiguk decided to intervene in the conversation. Drawing attention to himself, he said, Allow me to clarify something. Do you know who I am? We know, they replied. Ham Mugiguk approached the guards, knocked them out with a single blow, and said, So, knowing who I am, you dared to be rude to me? Having cleared the obstacle from his path and striding forward, Jem Mugik glanced back at his partner and said, Stop standing there like a statue. Show me the way. To which he heard a confused, Yes, sir. Having overcome the first line of resistance, the pair of investigators stumbled upon yet another group of troops blocking their path. Seeing them, Seo Dae Ryong once again held up the warrant and shouted, Do you see this? All of you have just blocked the path of an official investigation. Do you want to rot in prison? After the commotion, a man who appeared to be the leader of this unit emerged from the crowd and shouted, Where did these freaks come from who caused such a ruckus? Receiving a remark from the man who had just stepped out of the crowd, Seo Dae Ryong said, Special Investigations Officer Seo Dae Ryong, state your name. Hearing the demand from the young man standing before him, the man replied with displeasure, Go Dang, Captain of the First Corps of the Demon Army. Is that good enough for you, mongrel? Upon hearing who was standing before him, Seo Dae Ryong said, He is the second in command here. He has gained notoriety for his brutal deeds, even within the Demon Army. Soon, a shout rang out. Hey, why have you all gone quiet? Seo Dae Ryong exclaimed. Captain Go, I am an officer from the Special Investigations Division of the Nirvana Pavilion. I am here on official business. Watch your language. After receiving a warning from the young man, Go Dong said, Watch your language, you say? And what will you do if I don't comply? To which he replied, You will all be arrested for obstructing an investigation and insulting a public official in the line of duty. Hearing the threats from Seo Dae Ryong, Go Dang exclaimed, You're going to arrest us? Then, laughing, he added, Wow, how scary. I want to see how you're going to do that. At that very moment, Han Mugik joined the conversation, saying, Captain Go, it's been a long time. Drawing attention to himself and extending his hand to greet him, the young man added, When was the last time we met? I think it was at the last banquet. To which a confused, What are you talking about? Was heard. Gripping Go Dang's hand tightly until it cracked, Jem Mugik said, We have business with the commander of the demonic army, which is why I suggest you stop the mockery and get out of the way, or else you'll lose that hand. Having received a threat from Officer Ho Dang's partner, Ho Dang grimaced in pain and said, There are people who don't understand anything, counting on their noble lineage to save them from the destructive blade. After that he heard, Do you think you can wield a sword with this hand? And replied, Let's see if the sword falls or your guts fly out. Later, having achieved the desired result and moving on to the army leader, Ham Mugik said, Thank you for letting me through. Next time I'll treat you to a drink. Moving on to the leader of the demonic army, Seo Dae Ryong asked, Do you know Go Dang? To which he replied, No, I met him for the first time today. Not understanding how the problem had been solved, Seo Dae Ryong asked, Then why did he retreat? To which Ham Mugik replied, I deliberately broke his arm when I shook it. For a while he'll only be able to eat with one hand. At this, a surprised, Are you serious? Rang out. Hearing Ham Mugik say sternly, Enough fussing, better show me the way, Seo Dae Ryong moved forward and said, Of course, sir. The commander of the demonic army's office is on the 7th floor. Upon reaching the correct floor, the group encountered another group of soldiers, one of whom said, You can only meet with him by prior appointment. Sighing heavily after hearing the guard's remark, Ham Mugi said, Goodness, how have they not gotten tired of this yet? Immediately after his sigh, he walked up to the soldiers and added, Hurry up and get out of here. We have an official investigation underway. To which they replied, We can't do that. Then, taking out the letter with the order and shoving it in the soldiers' faces, Jem Mugik said, trying to stop the official from carrying out the order, By doing this, you are directly obstructing the sect leader himself. Noticing the nervousness on the soldiers' faces, Jem Mugik added, You may continue to look down on us, but will you dare to treat this order with the same indifference? Or is your sect leader also a nobody to you? Soon after, a voice rang out from the demonic army general's office. "Let the second young master in." As soon as the guards cleared the way and the guests entered Gu Chonyang's office, he said, "Welcome, second young master. I suppose my subjects treated you a bit unkindly. They're all cut from the same cloth. Don't take it to heart." After hearing Gu Cheonyang's words, Haim Mugik, without taking his eyes off him, thought, "Gu Cheonyang, commander of the demonic army, I sense an incredible level of power emanating from his seemingly ordinary body." The next moment, shifting his gaze to his partner, he added in his mind, "This energy makes Seo de Ryan tremble." After assessing the entire situation and looking at Gu Cheonyang again, Haim Mugik said, "It seems they have quite a lot of free time. If everyone's looking for a fight, they'd be better off reading books." Hearing his guest's remark, the general of the demonic army said, "There's a saying that the bold are the boldest." In response to the comment, Haim Mugik said, "That's outdated. Nowadays, bravery lies in knowledge. Thanks to it, one can devise a strategy and formulate a plan of action." Seeing that Gu Cheonyang bowed his head and spoke calmly, It seems age is catching up with him," Haim Mugik thought. "He remains calm even after being provoked." The next moment, Gu Cheonyang asked, "Why was this investigation entrusted to you specifically?" To which Haim Mugik replied, "That was the punishment from my father." Surprised by the answer, Gu Cheonyang asked, "What punishment?" To which Haim Mugik replied, "I made a mistake while we were hunting." Seeing the man's intense reaction, he exclaimed in shock, "Really?" Haim Mugik thought, "Judging by everything, they've been racking their brains trying to figure out my involvement in this investigation." After calming down a bit and resting his hand on his chin, the army general asked why the Nirvana Pavilion had reopened the investigation due to an anonymous letter. Hearing Gu Cheonyang's question, Seo de Ryan said, "We can't say that." After which Haim Mugik replied, "That's right, they received an anonymous letter." Upon learning the reason for the investigation, the army general said, "I knew that as the leader of a demonic army composed entirely of rude and unruly warriors, I would be forced to become the victim of all sorts of slander. It's so exhausting." Hearing Gu Cheonyang's remarks, Jem Mugik said, "We will conclude the investigation as soon as possible, so we apologize for the inconvenience." Upon receiving the apology from the young master, the general of the demonic army exclaimed, "It's a shame to hear of such inconvenience. I thought we had a much warmer relationship." In response to the words of the general of the demonic army, Jem Mugik remarked, "Is it not known that the demon of the bloody skies supports my brother?" Upon hearing his guest's remark, Gu Chonyang placed his hand over his heart and said, "Even so, my brother is his own man, and I am my own man. We will support you." Smiling joyfully after receiving these promises, Haim Mugik said, "Only by hearing such words can one earn trust. Then I will count on your cooperation over the next few days." After Haim Mugik's words, Gu Chonyang replied, "Likewise, I am counting on you. I will prepare a place for the two of you to stay." Hearing the proposal from his new partner, Jem Mugik said, "Wonderful if that's the case." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone saying, "Oh, be careful. I'll be worried about you." Having received a warning from the general of the demonic army, Jem Mugik shot him a stern look and said, "Are you hinting at the elimination of the previous officer?" Smiling cheerfully at the young man's remark, Gu Chonyang said, "Come now, I am sure the sect leader wouldn't send his son to his death. This is just ordinary concern." After hearing the man's caution, Jem Mugik said, "Well then, thank you for your concern. With your permission, we'll take our leave." As he walked out of the demonic army general's room, Jem Mugik thought, "It seems the real reason my father sent me here is his intention to ensure that one of us two dies here." Meanwhile, in the chambers of the celestial demon who was examining his sword, a voice rang out, "A tricky situation has arisen. I should have taken care of it myself." No sooner had the advisor spoken than he heard him say to me that we had strayed from the demonic path, to which Mayong himself exclaimed, "So that's why you sent him," and then thought, "Only because he said something similar to the sect leader." Upon receiving the question from his advisor, the celestial demon said, "If he dares to make loud statements, let him prove them with his actions." The next morning, finding himself in the hallway, Jem Mugik heard shouts. What the hell are they trying to do with this? Why did those idiots from the Nirvana Pavilion hang a crow here? So what if they are investigators? Standing behind all this commotion and observing the situation, Jem Mugik thought to himself, the ones shouting the loudest are the ones who stopped us at the entrance. Suddenly, a certain person with a scar covering their entire face appeared in the crowd and shouted, "Isn't this going too far?" Noticing this person, Jem Mugik asked, "Who are you?" "I am Yang Ho, commander of the 3rd Corps of the Demon Army," came the reply. Upon hearing who was standing before them, Seo Dai Ryong remarked to the other corps commanders, "Yang Ho has no equal in martial arts, and on top of that, he's very hot-headed." Ignoring the warning about his hot temper, Haim Mugik smiled and asked, "Commander Yang, are you complaining about something?" When questioned by one of the investigators, the man pointed at the suspended bird and exclaimed, "Do you want me to spell it out for you? What are you trying to achieve by displaying this here?" In response to the question, Jem Mugik confidently replied, "Someone from the demonic army tossed it onto my bed, so I figured it was in the spirit of your traditions." Upon learning the reason for these actions, investigator Yang Ho said discontentedly, "Instead of doing this, you could have simply punished the one who did it." Hearing the squad leader's instruction, Jem Mugik nodded and said, "Excellent, then let's start with you. What are you talking about?" Without taking his eyes off Yang Ho, Jem Mugik said, "I'm talking about the investigation," to which Yang Ho replied, "Why would that be?" Noticing the man's nervousness, the investigator exclaimed, Provide all records regarding Commander Yang, everything related to his finances and movements. Hearing the instruction the investigator had just given, Yang Ho shouted, "Even you are not allowed to take such actions against me," to which came the reply, "Oh, it is allowed, and how?" Ignoring the fact that Yang Ho had stomped his foot in front of him and cracked the floor, Ham Mugik said firmly, "Listen carefully. You are allowed to be indignant, but remember that for obstructing the investigation, you will be charged with treason." Hearing the investigator's threats, Yang Ho's subordinates, trying to pull him away from Ham Mugik, repeated, "Sir, just forget about it." At the same time, looking straight into the eyes of the man before him, Ham Mugik said, "I will begin the investigation with the commander, that is you." Hearing the investigator's demands, Yang Ho, continuing to display his unbridled rage, shouted, "Wonderful! Then let's get this over with quickly." A short while later, finding himself in a private room for questioning, Ham Mugi asked, "How long do you intend to get on my nerves?" To which he heard, "In what sense?" Continuing to interrogate the defendant, the investigator said, "It was you who sent that anonymous letter." Upon hearing Jem Mugik's conclusion, Seo Daeryong thought in surprise, the one who sent the letter was Commander Yang. Why did he decide that? Unwilling to admit what had happened until the very end, Commander Yang Ho said, "What are you talking about?" but later added, "As you understood." Hearing that the commander had finally decided to speak, Jem Mugik said, "You got involved in yesterday's incident even though it didn't concern you, so you were able to avoid suspicion from the commander of the demonic army." To which the reply was, "That's right." As he continued to listen to how the investigator had reached this conclusion, Yang Ho heard, "Furthermore, the members of the Third Corps are the most disciplined. When I hung the crow, only your subjects showed no laughter or profanity." Looking at the commander who had initiated the investigation, Ham Mugik added, "Just a few minutes ago, your subordinates tried to stop you out of concern. The conclusion was obvious based on your behavior. A person leading a unit in this manner could not have failed to notice the corruption within the organization, of which she herself is a part." After explaining his train of thought, Jem Mugik added silently, "And the basis for my assumption wasn't just that. At the moment I heard those words from Seo Daeryong, memories from a past life surfaced in my mind." Also recalling a moment from his past life, he mentally added about the incident in which the strongest commander of all the corps of the demonic army perished. Presumably, he met the same fate because of sending an anonymous letter about what was happening in the army. Bowing his head after hearing Ham Mugika's words, Yang Ho said, "I didn't go into specific details because I doubted the letter would receive a proper response, though it was hard to even imagine that the other young master would take on the investigation." After listening to the squad leader's words, Ham Mugik asked, "Is that really true, and what did you decide when you heard about it?" Without looking up from the table, Yang Ho said, "I'm very sorry, but I decided you would be in danger." Hearing the squad leader's reasoning, Jem Mugik turned to his partner and said, "Is it really considered honorable for young people these days to be so honest?" He actually said that right to my face. When asked by the young master Seo Daeryong, he remarked, "But you're younger than us." To which Ham Mugik awkwardly exclaimed, "Oh, that's right." After finishing his conversation with his comrade, Ham Mugik looked at Yang Ho and said, "In any case, what's going on here?" Hearing the investigator's question, Yang Ho said, "The commander uses his army for personal gain. He doesn't hesitate to take orders for assassinations and forces his subordinates to carry them out." To which Ham Mugiguk exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Upon learning the details of what was currently happening in the army, Jem Mugik thought, "I thought he had merely been bribed by one of the factions, but this kind of revelation was beyond my imagination. The freedom of movement of martial arts masters is already a serious problem for the demonic army, and now they're exploiting it for their own enrichment." Also surprised by what he had just heard, Seo Daeryong exclaimed, "How is that even possible?" After hearing the question from his partner, Ham Mugik replied calmly, "Judging by the number of people in the demonic army, it's likely the First Corps that's behind this." Upon hearing the young master's conclusion, Yang Ho exclaimed in surprise, "How did you find that out?" After hearing the question from Commander Ham Mugik, recalling the events of that morning, he said, "Just as I learned of your role by observing the Third Corps' reaction, the first to stop us were members of the First Corps, and they were the ones who spat the most at the sight of the Raven's body." After listening to the young master's train of thought, Yang Ho bowed his head and thought to himself, the martial arts master who, as they said, took his own life after the previous investigator's death was my friend, and he was also the first person to send the anonymous letter. Upon learning this new information, Ham Mugik asked how close you two had been. Feeling a lump form in his throat, Yang Ho clenched his teeth, bowed his head, and said, "We joined the sect at the same time. He was practically like family to me." When asked, "And who do you think killed him?" the squad commander replied, "I suspect the commander of the demonic army gave the order, and Godang, the commander of the First Corps, personally carried it out." Upon learning new details of the case, Ham Mugik, staring intently at the first witness, thought, if Yang Ho's words are true, then this is a case of large-scale corruption involving the commander of the demonic army and the entire First Corps. Continuing his thoughts, Ham Mugik added in his mind, and they even went so far as to kill the investigator. I wonder if my father or Sama Mayang really weren't aware of it. I'm sure they began to suspect something, which is why they sent me here. He also added in his mind that his father had set up another test because he wanted to see if I had the strength to handle this situation, even though I was facing the commander of the demonic army himself. After which he said, "You found a good friend." Without taking his eyes off the table and trying to hold back his emotions, Yang Ho said, "He truly was that kind of person, which is more than can be said for me. Because after his death, I should have done something." After listening to the words of condolence from the witness, Gam Mugik, the commander of the Third Corps, Yang Ho, said, "Thank you for your courage." Hearing the investigator's words of sympathy, Yang Ho could no longer hold back and let his tears flow freely. Lowering his gaze after the conversation and the display of emotion, Yang Ho, also known as Ham Mugik, thought, "Today has given me hope of returning to the true demonic path." The next moment, shifting his gaze to the man who was crying, he added in his mind, "In my vision, the heavenly demon sect must become the place where people like him, who played a significant role in my past life, Yang Ho, were taken from me. But this time, I will not let him die." Clutching his hand and adopting a serious demeanor, Ham Mugik added in his mind, "Because the goal of my regression is to save people who were not meant to die." After finishing his conversation with Yang Ho as he walked through the garden, Ham Mugik heard, "And you're different from the rumors circulating about you," to which he asked, "What rumors?" Averting his gaze and exhaling nervously, Seo Dae-ryong said, "For example, there's a rumor that you're not suited for the role of a celestial demon. I'm sorry." Upon learning what exactly people were saying about him, Ham Mugik smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's even a kind of compliment." To which a surprised, "What did you just say?" was heard. Then, raising his gaze to the sky, the young master said, "In my opinion, being likened to a celestial demon isn't the best compliment in our sect right now. It's barely being ruled by anything but fear." Immediately after these remarks about the sect, Ham Mugi looked back at his partner and said, "So isn't it time for us to change that?" The next moment, tilting his head forward and bowing it down, he added silently, "Our sect must change. If this doesn't happen, my family will be destroyed, and the sect will fall apart." The next day, upon arriving at the investigators' building, Jem Mugik heard one of them exclaim nervously, "We have a problem. You need to take a look at this immediately." Rushing inside, the young man saw a horrific scene before him. Seo Darien was wounded, and another investigator was unconscious. Instantly shouting, "Everyone stop!" Ham Mugiguk approached his partner and asked, "Seo Dae Ryan, how are you?" Upon approaching the wounded investigator and examining him, Ham Mugik thought his ribs were broken, after which he said, "Take him to the infirmary immediately." Hearing the order, the rest of the investigators picked up their comrade and hurried to the infirmary to administer first aid, while Seo Dae Ryong remained with Ham Mugik. Having dealt with one problem, the young master turned his gaze to the squad commander and asked, "Godong, are you right-handed?" To which he heard, "That's right." Convinced that he hadn't been mistaken in his assumption, Jem Mugik asked, "What was the reason for inflicting bodily harm on the investigator from the Nirvana Pavilion?" Upon receiving the question from the young master, Godang replied, "He bumped into me with his shoulder and walked past without even apologizing. I merely taught him a well-deserved lesson." Hearing the reason for what had happened, Jem Mugik remarked, "I am more than certain that you were the one who provoked this situation." In response to the remark, bowing his head and smiling, Godang said, "Well, you're right then." Jem Mugik remarked, "They're releasing poison." Hearing this directed at him, "What on earth are you talking about, young master?" he said in a piercing tone. "Your subjects are poison to you." After which Godang added, "What nonsense." Without taking his eyes off the squad commander, Ham Mugik said, "Godang, didn't you take the lives of members of our cult in a similar manner last year? And 2 years ago you killed 3 after a fight in a bar?" After making his remark and glancing at the man, Jem Mugik thought all his victims were low-ranking masters, so the demonic army covered it up. Then he heard, "It's all because there are too many fools in the world who revere the demonic army." Unwilling, after a brief pause following that remark, Godang laughed and said, "So what? I'll bet you're a coward." Hearing Godang's words, Jem Mugik looked at him and thought, "This is the poison I was talking about. Fools behave this way so as not to lose face in front of others. In such a situation, it would be natural to get nervous, but he restrains himself in front of his subjects." Suddenly heading toward Godang, thinking that his head was deep in the ass so he didn't understand which path Jem Mugik had taken, he saw the soldiers grab their weapons. With a sly smile hiding behind his soldiers, Godang shouted, "To fight us is like going up against the entire demonic army. Your knees won't even tremble." Hearing his opponent's words, Jem Mugik replied with a sly smile, "At least I'm not hiding behind my men's backs." After receiving a remark from the young master, Godang raised his hand and said, "I'm wounded because of one coward. Consider yourself lucky." Upon learning the reason for the squad commander's cowardice, Jem Mugik said, "Then I too will not use my right hand. What do you say? Let's face off in battle, just you and me." Falling after yet another attempt to mock him, Jem Mugik said, "Even if I die here, you won't be to blame. Not now, not ever." Hearing these words from Jem Mugik, Seo Dae Ryong wondered what he was trying to achieve. The next moment, smiling slyly and grabbing his sword, Godang exclaimed, "Excellent! Then let's settle this in battle." Later, upon hearing from his partner that Godang was ambidextrous, he wielded a sword with his left hand just as skillfully as with his right. Hem Mugik thought, "That's exactly why he's so cocky. It's true." Immediately after the young master took up his weapon, Godang attacked him, but the boy managed to dodge with ease, leaping backward. While Ham Mugi was in the air, Godang didn't give up hope of striking him with his weapon, but it was all in vain. A few seconds later, Gem Mugik severed his enemy's arm, and while the man was screaming, he struck him in the face with the hilt, knocking him to the ground. As soon as Godang was defeated, the soldiers, drawing their weapons, rushed at Gem Mugik, shouting, "You crazy bastard! Let's protect the commander!" But within seconds, the situation was quickly resolved. After killing several soldiers, Gem Mugik stopped the others' advance. While the bewildered soldiers froze in place, Gem Mugik declared, "Each of those who died is accused of treason." Then behind him, Gem Mugik heard Godang's voice. Choking on his own blood, he pleaded, "Please have mercy." Upon receiving the criminal's plea, the young master said, "You know what happened to the families of the people you killed in the bar? I doubt you've ever once considered that they lost a father, a son, and a husband. Will they ever be able to live a normal life?" Approaching the squad commander and stepping on his head, Gem Mugik shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are, deciding you have the right to take the lives of cult members?" A short while later, pouring liquor into Gem Mugik's cup, Gu Chonyang said to me, "I've heard rumors that you've had to face some difficulties. Is that true?" To which I replied, "Even more than that, though it was accidental, a clash did take place." Pouring sake into the cups and settling back into his seat, the man said, "The commander of the First Corps was appointed to the post due to a lack of other candidates. His character raised deep doubts from the very beginning." Hearing these words from his interlocutor, Ham Mugik thought, "You reek of rot. Instead of avenging the man who worked for you, you're just pinning all the blame on him." The next moment, after finishing his drink and glancing at the vessel, Gu Chonyang said, "Let his death have occurred during the investigation, but nonetheless he was one of the commanders of the demonic army, and therefore this stunt could cost you dearly. If, of course, we decide to make an issue of it." Hearing this, Ham Mugik asked, "What are you getting at, sir?" Placing the vessel on the table, the man said, "How do you feel about concluding this investigation? Isn't the death of one commander and 3 subordinates enough?" After receiving the proposal from Gu Cheonyang, Gem Mugik bowed his head and said, "Thank you for your participation. Without a doubt, I wish to conclude this matter on a positive note. But there is a problem." Hearing the army commander ask what the problem was, the young master replied, "Exactly, there is no evidence. I came here for an official investigation, but I have nothing to report to the leadership." To which came the reply, "Evidence can always be fabricated." Hearing Gu Cheonyang's remark, Gem Mugik said, "I strongly doubt that. The letter mentioned requests followed by monetary rewards. It's not so easy to hide something like that." Watching the reaction of the army commander, who was staring at the sak cup, Ham Mugik added, "To conclude the investigation, we need evidence." Immediately after speaking, without taking his eyes off Gu Cheonyang, who was tilting the sake cup, Ham Mugik thought to himself, "You'd better provide the evidence if you want to put an end to this." After a short while, upon seeing his partner in front of him, Seo Dai Ryong exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, Second Master, why are you here?" When asked by the investigator, Ham Mugiguk replied, "I came to check on the victim's condition. What's so strange about that?" To which the demonic healer replied, "I'm treating him right now." Immediately after hearing the update, Seo Dai Ryong exclaimed, "Oh, thank you so much for calling the demonic healer." Stepping forward and bowing his head, Ham Mugik said, "Don't worry about it. Even though I'm temporarily acting as an investigator, we're still colleagues." After meeting with the healer, Gem Mugik peeked into the ward and asked about his condition. He was told that fortunately his life was not in danger, but it would take time for him to regain his strength before he could return to work. Upon hearing about the current situation, Gem Mugik said, "These people were injured while serving the sect's cause. Please spare no expense in providing them with the best medicine." To which he heard, "Don't worry, I'll do everything I can." After finishing his conversation with the healer, Gem Mugik saw the investigators approaching him and wondered why they looked so grim, after which he heard, "Thank you very much, young master." Later, hearing exactly how the army general had decided to resolve the situation, Seo Dai Ryong exclaimed, and this despite the death of one of his most valuable subordinates. When asked, continuing the conversation, Seo Dai Ryong asked, "So what are you going to do next?" To which he replied, "I've baited the hook, let's see what he does," and then asked about the bait again. Smiling slyly after his friend's follow-up question, Ham Mugi-K said, "I'll tell you everything once he takes the bait." Having received a partial explanation of the situation, Seo Dae Ryong asked, "What should I do right now?" To which Ham Mugik replied, "Let's go have a drink." Smiling happily at his partner's suggestion, Seo Dae Ryong said, "Drinks are on me today." The next day, meeting with his partner in the office, Seo Dae Ryong said, "These journals were given to us by the demonic army. Records of elimination orders and banknotes worth 1,000 nyans. They were found in the home of the First Corps commander." Upon hearing his comrade's report, Ham Mugik thought to himself, he took the bait, and then said, "I want you to find out who in the First Corps is the smartest. I'm sure there must be someone with an outstanding mind, and it's precisely that person who forged all these records." "Understood," he replied. After some time, arriving at the meeting with the general of the demonic army, Gem Mugik said, "We've obtained evidence found in the home of the commander of the First Corps." Hearing this, Gu Cheonyang exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, how wonderful. Now that the investigation is closed, we can celebrate its conclusion with a drink. I've already made arrangements for the town where we drank last time." Upon hearing that things weren't as simple as they might seem at first glance, Gu Cheonyang asked again, "What is it this time?" After the question was asked, Ham Mugiguk said, The evidence was presented by the demonic army, but it was assumed that we would obtain all the evidence ourselves, to which the reply came, "Is that really so important?" Continuing the conversation with the army commander, Ham Mugik said, "That's right. The chief advisor is far from a fool. If he finds out that we received the evidence from the demonic army, the entire investigation process will raise suspicions, as will its results." Recalling Sam Mayang, Gu Chonyang said, "And what do you propose?" To which he replied, "We can pretend the investigation is still ongoing. It won't take more than a day, so I hope for your cooperation." Noticing the dissatisfaction on the man's face, Ham Mugi said, "Do you think I'm thrilled about all this? The investigation will continue as a mere formality, so we'll only need ordinary official documents." Accepting Ham Mugi's proposal, Nu Chonyang waved his hand and said, "All right, I'll ask my subjects for help." Hearing what he needed, Gem Mugik smiled slyly and thought, "I don't need anything top secret. I'm looking for the documentation used to recruit the demonic army, as well as the wills left by those who set out on dangerous missions. I need this to compare handwriting and find out who made the records." A short time later, finding himself tied to a chair in the first building, Yanggu asked anxiously, "Why did you capture me and bring me here?" Receiving the question from the frightened army soldier, Gem Mugik replied, "Because you were the one who forged the elimination request logs that were sent to us." Bowing his head down, Yang Gu, trying not to look the investigator in the eye, said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Hearing that the suspect refused to speak, Gem Mugik folded his hands in front of him and said predictably, "I didn't expect to hear anything else. Most likely you were just doing what you were ordered to do, so I need you to be honest and tell me everything." Trying to somehow justify himself to the investigator, Yang Hu clenched his teeth and repeated, "I didn't do anything like that, and I didn't receive any orders." Hearing once again that the suspect didn't want to speak, Ham Mugik said, "I understand the reason for your silence. You're afraid that the commander of the demonic army might kill you." A few seconds later, after saying, "You are free to go," Yang Ho exclaimed in confusion, "What did you just say?" Hearing the surprise in the suspect's voice, Gem Mugik shot him a suspicious look and said, "Since you have no intention of answering my questions, there's nothing I can do. I'm not interested in a mere pawn who followed orders." Immediately after hearing, "Want a secret? After we leave this place, he'll find you anyway and send you to feed the worms." Yang Ho grew nervous. After the interrogation upon meeting with Gem Mugik, Seo Dae Ryong stated that, according to the assumption of 3rd Corps Commander Yang Ho, the person who gave the order to eliminate the officer from the Nirvana Pavilion and his close friend was none other than the commander of the demonic army, and the one who carried out this order was the late Go Dang. Continuing his report, the investigator added, "However, this is not the only brutal crime on their record. They have killed many more people, yet the commander of the demonic army will not allow himself to be arrested." After listening to his partner, Ham Mugik said in a stern tone, "I have no intention of taking him into custody. I will finish off this scoundrel." After explaining his intentions, Gem Mugik added, "If the commander of the demonic army is arrested, the demon of the bloody Skyblade will also make his move. He won't stand silently by and watch his father's execution. If we assume such an outcome, the situation will become quite dire." Waving his hand in front of his partner, the second young master added, "A pile of forged documents will appear stating that Go Dang acted of his own free will. They'll make him the scapegoat, and I'll become the victim of slander and countless antics." After explaining the likely consequences, Ham Mugi Gook added, "And more importantly, if we leave the commander of the demonic army alive, he will kill everyone who has even the slightest knowledge of his deeds so that they are silenced forever. Even Yang Ho will fall victim to that extermination, and after him will come all the warriors of the 3rd Corps who stood up to defend him." Standing before the second young master and hearing, "You are also on that list?" Seo De Ryong suddenly froze in place. The next moment, placing his hand to his forehead, Ham Mugik added, "But if the commander of the demonic army dies during his capture, the situation could change radically. All that will remain is to prove his crimes." After listening to his partner's words to the end, Seo De Ryong swallowed hard and asked, "Will you be all right? The demon of the bloody skies will crave revenge." Receiving the question from his comrade, Ham Mugik rose from his seat and said, "Not everyone will seek revenge for the death of a loved one, and this also applies to the demon of the bloody skies blade. He is not one to waste his life on revenge." The next moment, seeing that Ham Mugik was heading for the exit, Seo De Ryong called out after him, "Where are you going right now?" Upon hearing his partner's question, Gem Mugik looked back and said, "I already told you I'm going to finish off the commander." Upon learning where his comrade was headed, Seo Daryan nervously exclaimed, "Are you planning to do that right now?" Later, upon arriving at the meeting place and taking his seat at the table, Ham Mugi Gook said, "Thanks to your help, we've completed the investigation." Hearing the good news from the investigator, the commander of the demonic army said, "I'm glad it's all over. Though I feel a sense of relief in my heart, I'm sad that the time has come to say goodbye." After Gu Chonyang's words, Gem Mugik leaned toward the table and said, "If I become the heir, I will definitely repay you for your help." To which he heard, "You've beaten me to it," followed by the words, "I won't forget that the investigation concluded without any unnecessary problems." The next moment, smiling imperceptibly, Ham Mugiguk thought to himself, "You'll definitely never forget this incident. Suffering such losses because of your greed, it's hard to forget something like that." Later, upon hearing the other young master say, "Let's drink to the conclusion of this investigation," Gu Cheon-yang happily replied, "I agree." As he began pouring the drink into the army commander's cup, Jem Mugik asked, "Why did you go along with this?" To which Gu Cheon-yang replied in surprise, "What do you mean, you?" Without taking his eyes off the vessel into which he was pouring the drink, Ham Mugik added, "Your wealth would have been more than enough to live in complete comfort until a ripe old age. So why did you resort to a demonic army to enrich yourself further?" Upon hearing the accusation directed at him, Gu Cheon-yang immediately set his drink down on the table and said, "How should I know? You should direct that question to the commander of the First Corps." At the same time pouring sake into his cup, Jem Mugik asked with absolute composure, "Why on earth would a puppet know the answer?" Seeing that the conversation was taking an interesting turn, Gu Cheon-yang asked, "What are you trying to say by that?" To which he replied, "I'm curious to hear what you think about this." The next moment, when he heard, "Well, I'm convinced your soul is completely rotten. You have nothing but eternal greed," Gu Cheon-yang shouted angrily, "Hey, you! Have you gone mad?" Remaining steadfast, Ham Mugi-guk, having taken a sip of his drink, said, "You've got a problem with your head if you're taking on contract killings." Finally, unable to bear this conversation any longer, Gu Cheon-yang smashed the table in front of him and shouted angrily, "I've had enough of your nonsense." No sooner had he shouted this than he felt a piercing pain in his chest and said in confusion, "What?" At that very moment, Ham Mugi-guk, calmly finishing his drink, employed the art of the levitating sword, the fifth technique, heavenly piercing, and stabbed his enemy. Having drained the sake to the last drop, Ham Mugi-guk dropped the vessel from his hands, stood up, and addressed the commander of the demonic army, Gu Cheon-yang. Approaching the perpetrator of many crimes, the second young master added, "You are accused of abusing the powers of the demonic army, killing more than 20 people and inciting destruction." Hearing the charges just brought against him, Gu Cheon-yang, listening to the dripping of his blood from the tip of the blade, asked, "But is this an arrest?" Receiving the question from the criminal, Ham Mugi-guk said, "Your execution was inevitable, therefore leave this world so that others may live in peace." As soon as Ham Mugi-guk withdrew his sword from his body, Nu Cheon-yang thought, "I could never have imagined that the second young master possessed such skill." Having eliminated the perpetrator of many crimes, Ham Mugik shouted to the witnesses, "Everyone listen carefully. The commander of the demonic army has died while resisting arrest for the grave crimes he committed." The next moment, shifting his gaze to his partner, the second young master added, "Co. De Ryan, keep all members of the First Corps under guard. This is subject to an official investigation." Having received the order from the investigation leader, Co. De Ryan bowed his head and exclaimed, "I obey you." Then, turning his gaze to the leader of the Third Corps, Ham Mugik exclaimed, "Commander of the Third Corps, Yang Ho, everyone under your command, excluding the First Corps, must assist the Nirvana Pavilion investigators in the apprehension." As he issued instructions regarding the operation, the second young master added, "Responsibility for this investigation rests entirely with me, and therefore my orders are equivalent to those of the sect leader. Everyone must obey them immediately." After giving instructions to everyone present, Jem Mugik headed to the sect's main building to report on the results of the investigation. Inside, alongside the heavenly demon seated on the throne, were his advisor and the demon of the Bloody Skies blade. Folding his hands in front of him to show respect to those present, Jem Mugik said, "I am glad to see you again, demon of the Bloody Skies blade." Hearing the greeting from the second junior master, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade replied, "How are you, young master? I would like to hear about what happened." Upon receiving the request to share the details of the investigation, Jem Mugik said, "Everything is documented in the report. You may review it." "I wish to hear the details from your own lips," he replied. Hearing the request again to recount everything personally, Jem Mugik glanced at his father and advisor and thought, if they've decided to simply observe, then by all accounts they intend to hear how I'll respond. Resigning himself to the turn of events, the second young master said, "During our investigation, we discovered that your brother was involved in dirty dealings. During his arrest, he resisted and tried to kill me. Having heard this, I offer my apologies for his death," said the demon of the Bloody Skies blade. "It's all right, if he stooped to such a level, punishment was inevitable." Staring at the young man who had recounted the details of the investigation, Gu Chungpa added, "However, there is still something that troubles me." Suddenly frowning during his conversation with the young man, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade added, "Without a doubt my brother lacked wisdom, but not to the extent that he would attack just because his misdeeds were exposed." After receiving Gucheonpa's remarks, Ham Mugik thought that perhaps he had turned to the demon of the Bloody Skies blade for help, when he realized he was backed into a corner. And now he surmises that I had wiped out the demonic army and tried to nip the conflict in the bud. Finishing his thoughts, the young master bowed his head and said, "The reason for his actions is unknown to me, but I dare to suggest that it was difficult for him to accept the reality that some young man dared to detain him." After listening to the young man's speculation, Gu Cheongpa said, "I saw his lifeless body as I was coming here. It looked as though his chest had been pierced by a single blow." Noting one interesting point, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade said, "Presumably your martial arts are far more outstanding than they might seem at first glance. It's hard to imagine that such a young man could have killed my brother with just a single blow." Hearing Gu Cheongpa's remark, the young man looked away and said, "It's all thanks to my father." Continuing to hold his ground confidently in the conversation, the young master added, "The commander of the demonic army was flustered, so he didn't use his full strength." After listening to the boy's report, the demon of the bloody skies smiled and said, "Thank you for revealing the truth. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." Surprised by Gu Chungpa's reaction, Ham Mugik said, "Trivial matters. I sincerely sympathize with you," and then thought to himself, "I don't sense any anger from him. I took the life of not only his disciple, but also his brother. His rage must have reached its limit." Later, noticing Gu Cheonpa's gaze upon him, the sect leader said, "You will need to make preparations for the funeral. For now, go and rest." Having received the instruction from the heavenly demon, the demon blade of the bloody skies clasped his hands before him and said, "I am very grateful to you, sect leader." A few seconds later, as Gu Chungpa walked past him, Ham Mugik thought, perhaps the demon of the bloody skyblade wanted to tell my father that he had gone too far, and whether it was worth resolving the incident in this manner. As soon as Gu Chungpa left the hall and the door slammed shut behind him, Sama Mayang said, "Excellent work, second young master. The evidence you provided is irrefutable, which is why the case was resolved without any difficulties." The next moment, sensing that something was troubling him, Ham Mugik said, "No, nothing. Thank you for your concern." To which Sama Mayang replied, "Indeed." Shortly after, one of the sect's followers entered the hall carrying a gift. At that moment, the advisor said, "The sect leader is presenting you with this reward for your outstanding work." Opening the case and seeing a magnificent weapon inside, Gem Mugik exclaimed in surprise, "It's this one." Interrupting the young man's astonishment, the advisor said, "The sect leader is presenting you with the Black Demon Sword." Taking the magnificent weapon into his hands, which had been given to him for his merits, Gem Mugik thought, "The Black Demon Sword is one of the most valuable swords, on par with the White Demon Sword." The next moment, hearing his father say, "If you wanted to reward me, you should have given me the White Demonic Sword, which suits my character better," the sect leader replied, "The Black Demonic Sword is the most harmonious fit for you." Hearing his father's remark, Gem Mugik drew the weapon from its sheath and said, "It seems you know very little about me." Immediately after this remark, turning his attention to the weapon, the young master thought to himself, "The sword emits such a cold aura, even though I haven't yet entered the flow with it." At the same time, glancing at the celestial demon, the advisor thought, "I wonder if the proud leader of the sect is pleased, seeing how happy the other young master is." After hearing this, Sama Mayang replied, "Not at all. The problem caused by the commander of the demonic army was one of the most serious in the sect. For me, it was a surprise that you completed the investigation so quickly." The next moment, glancing back at himself, the advisor asked the sect leader, "Did you expect something like this?" To which a no was heard. Closing his eyes and wrinkling his nose, the sect leader added, "I believed his survival would be a great stroke of luck as long as he fulfilled his role." Hearing his father's words, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "You're being sly. You sent me to that place only because you believed in a good outcome." Continuing his thoughts, the young man added silently, "He knew I had mastered the art of the levitating sword, and also that I had swallowed a pill of demonic essence." The next moment, recalling a turn of events no one had anticipated during the investigation, the young master thought to himself, but he didn't expect the commander of the demonic army to die. Immediately after glancing at the reward he'd received for the investigation, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "Now I understand why he gave me this sword. With this act, he's as if speaking to the demon of the bloody skies blade." Painting a picture of his stern father in his mind, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "I acknowledge what you've done for the sect, but don't you dare slander my son because of this incident." Having finished his thoughts and gratefully accepted the gift, Gem Mugik clasped his hands in front of him, bowed, and said, "Father, I am very grateful to you for the sword and for what it signifies." Receiving his son's thanks, the sect leader, showing no emotion, said, "You are free to go." A short hearing, while Gem Mugik sat down beside him and remarked, "This summer has been very hot." Gi Cheongpa noticed the black sword on his belt. No sooner had the boy sat down beside him than Gu Cheongpa shouted angrily, "You vile creature! How dare you ambush my brother and take his life? I'll tear you to pieces and bring them to my brother's grave." Having demonstrated what he hadn't done before, the demon of the bloody skies blade asked, "Was it worth saying that to me? After all, that's how it is." Immediately after the question was asked, Ham Mugiguk flew into a rage and shouted, "You devilish old man who's only growing old in body. How dare someone like you destroy the order within the sect for the sake of your own personal desires?" Continuing to intimidate the bewildered old man, the young man added, "If you dare to do even the slightest thing for your perverted brother, I'll turn your body into mincemeat." Immediately after his loud outburst at the old man, Gem Mugik smiled joyfully and said, "That would be my response to those words." After a moment, he stopped laughing and turned his head toward the young master, saying, "And yet, for my sake, you could have been gentler with him." Continuing to describe the difficulties of the investigation, the young master added, "He crossed the line too often, or rather, those lines didn't exist for him at all." To which he replied, "I understand." The next moment, turning his gaze to Gu Cheongpa, Gem Mugik asked, "You knew about the corruption in the demonic army, didn't you? Then why did you leave everything as it was?" Upon receiving the question from the young man, the demon of the bloody skies gazed up at the sky and said, "He wouldn't listen to me. When I heard the news of my brother's death, to be honest, I felt a sense of relief. The thought flashed through my mind, now he won't stand in my way." Hearing what had just come from the lips of the demon of the bloody skies, Gem Mugik thought in surprise, I can't believe he's speaking so openly about his relationship with his brother. After speaking, catching Gu Chungpa's gaze, Mugi thought, I wonder what he's thinking as he looks at me. Noticing that his intense gaze had been caught, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade abruptly looked down and said, it looks like this year will be hotter than usual, but the heat is no obstacle for me. Later, as Gu Cheonpa walked away, Gem Mugik watched him go and thought, I still don't understand what the demon of the Bloody Skies sword has on his mind. From his words, he seems to feel relief after his brother's death, yet I can't shake the feeling that he intends to get rid of me. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added silently, or maybe it'll turn out that the past will drift away like clouds, and whatever happens, I don't regret what I've done. The next, pulling the new weapon closer to himself and smiling joyfully, Gem Mugik added in his mind, however, if the bond between the sword and its owner is weak, the blade's potential will not be realized. Well, I'm glad to meet you. From now on, I will be your owner. After making a few swings with the new weapon and taking a deep breath, Gem Mugik thought it was time to infuse it with some energy. After prolonged training and as evening fell, leaving the training ground, Gem Mugik saw a whole crowd of warriors before him. Surveying the figures standing before him with less than friendly intentions, he thought, these are the 6 of the demon of the Bloody Skies. I don't care if they appeared of their own free will or by his command, but feeling him absorbing the aura that had been pressing down on him until recently, Gem Mugik thought to himself, what a wonderful chance to use this technique to become even stronger. Trying to absorb all the aura directed at him, the boy stepped forward, pondering how the level of the meridian strengthening technique had surpassed the 2nd stage and was moving into the 3rd, more and more. Later, looking around, the young master noticed that the warriors who had been blocking him until recently had now cleared a path for him. Having achieved these magnificent results and striding confidently forward, he thought to himself, the demonic blades have recognized my power. After some time upon arriving at the sect leader's hall, Gem Mugik heard a voice behind him ask, would you like to sit down? He then wondered, when did he manage to appear behind me? Hearing his father's remark, Gem Mugik looked at him and thought, after he had killed a considerable number of people, and even his own brother, to take this seat, what was really on his mind? The next moment, upon hearing the demonic blades themselves express a desire to come to you, Gem Mugik, looking at his father, said, so you've already found out what happened. Continuing to describe the situation, Gem Mugik added, and if by some miracle I had survived, I would never have become the heir after finishing off the demonic blades. That's why I was afraid. The very act of making a decision when everything was on the line. Hearing these words and looking at his father again, the 2nd young master thought to himself, I can't believe my ears, he's trying to comfort me. After listening to his father's words, Gem Mugik turned his gaze toward the demon statue and said, something is bothering me. Beginning to imagine how exactly the atmosphere could be improved, Gem Mugik added, how about removing this demon statue and putting up a replica of some beauty? For example, one of the 4 flowers. Realizing he had gone a bit too far with his suggestion, Gem Mugik stood up and said, since I've started spouting nonsense, it's time for me to leave. Father, please take your seat. After hearing his father's remark, Gem Mugik said, then why did you start this conflict between us? You don't want to take responsibility. The next moment, picturing his father in his mind, he thought to himself, there's no point in playing guessing games. From now on, I'll rely only on my own eyes and ears. He left clues for his descendants in the cave, but at the same time, he uses his own child in risky ventures for his own gain. Finishing his musings, Gem Mugik spoke to his father. If you want me to finish off the bull, then give me everything I need for it. Upon hearing this, the boy added, please let me into the archives of the heavenly demon. After his son's loud exclamation, his father said, I don't know what kind of wicked schemes you have in mind. But upon hearing this, Gem Mugi felt awkward and thought, wicked schemes, huh? Later, upon hearing, I grant you permission to enter the heavenly demon's archives for 7 days, Gem Mugi clasped his hands before him, bowed, and said, thank you, father. Recalling his past life, the young master added in his mind, I suppose I'm already dead. And no wonder, since after decades of my absence, my face has become disfigured, and no one recognized me. Wandering the 4 steps of the wind. God was the greatest art of movement, consisting of only 4 movements. They say this technique was constantly studied by new celestial demons, but at some point, knowledge of it vanished, and it ceased to be passed down through inheritance. However, according to rumors, the person who mastered the 4 steps of the wind god was Zhu Bedko, the sect's leader at the time. Pouring a drink into his vessel, Zhu Bedko said, I was able to become the sect leader only because I found the lost art of the 4 steps of the wind god in the archives of the celestial demon. Upon learning where exactly the current leader had managed to learn the legendary skill, Gem Mugik asked, if the records existed, then why did people think it was lost? Taking the cup of drink in his hands and looking at him, Zhu Bedko said, because it wasn't kept on the bookshelves. Continuing on to the right place, Gem Mugik saw a notebook under one of the bookshelves where it had been standing. Having found what he needed, he recalled a moment from his past life where he had asked Zhu Bedko, where did you find it? Without finishing his drink, the sect leader pulled away from the vessel and said, "Someone used these priceless records as a support for the 19th bookshelf." Taking the worn book Jubedko had mentioned into his hands, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "It really is here." After wiping the dust off it and flipping through a few pages to review the contents, he thought to himself, "These 4 steps are enough to travel the entire world." After reviewing the description of each step and sitting down to meditate, Jem Mugik thought, "In the 4 steps of the Wind God, there are 4 basic movements: the Shadow Step, the Blinking Step, the Demon Lord Step, and the Swift Step." Recalling how each one works, the boy thought to himself, "The Shadow Step is used for stealthy infiltration. At first it was used to avoid detection by just one person, but with practice, that number gradually increased. They say that once you've fully mastered the Shadow Step, you'll be able to vanish even if dozens of people are looking right at you." Continuing his thoughts on each technique, the boy added to himself, "The Blinking Step is needed for defense." Recalling its capabilities, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "This technique will allow me to strike even when an opponent's attack is unavoidable." The next moment, recalling the third skill, he thought to himself, "The third gate, the Demon Lord Step, allows one to attack enemies. It is capable of reducing an enemy's defense to 0. Reaching the last of the skills, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "And the final step, the Swift Step. Thanks to it, one can achieve incredible speed, up to the speed of light." 7 days later, the Heavenly Demon's pavilion arrived at his father's side. After mastering the lost skill, Jem Mugik said, "I have returned." Seeing his son before him, the Heavenly Demon asked, "What have you managed to learn?" To which he replied, "The art of movement." When his father asked what kind of technique this was, Jem Mugik answered, "The 4 steps of the Wind God," greatly surprising his father. Suddenly frowning at his son's words, the celestial demon sternly exclaimed, "What nonsense! Are you saying you've mastered the Shadow Step, which is considered lost?" Remaining completely calm in his father's presence, Jem Mugik said, "I wouldn't have the nerve to lie to you, father." Wanting to verify whether his son was lying, the celestial demon said, "Then demonstrate what you've learned. What will I get in return?" After hearing his son's question, the father nodded and said, "I will spare your life." Realizing that bargaining would be futile, Jem Mugik, without a moment's hesitation, employed the skill of the 4 steps of the Wind God and used the Shadow Step. Realizing that his son was not deceiving him, the celestial demon exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you learn the technique of the 4 steps of the Wind God?" Upon receiving the question from his father, Jem Mugik replied immediately, "In the Heavenly Demon's archives." Approaching Jem Mugik and looming over him with a stern figure, the Heavenly Demon said, "You've decided to lie to me. There were no such records in the archives." Even in the face of his father's remark, the boy confidently declared, "I definitely learned this technique right there." To which the sect leader indignantly retorted, "So you continue to insist on your lie." Hearing his father's remarks again, Jem Mugik said, "You're so sure they're not there just because you've studied countless manuscripts. The records could be in the most unexpected place for you." After his son's words, the celestial demon asked menacingly, "So you knew from the very beginning that the 4 steps of the Wind God technique was in the archives?" To which he replied, "Not at all. I was looking for completely different martial arts, but I stumbled upon these records by accident." Continuing the conversation with Jem Mugik, the sect leader asked, "And where did you dig them up?" To which he replied, "They were propping up the bottom shelf of a cabinet. It seemed crooked to me, so I decided to straighten it out, and that's how I stumbled upon the records." After listening to his son's words, the man sighed and said, "Presumably all the important information was removed." To which I replied, "As you guessed." Sighing in dissatisfaction and turning his back on his son, the father said, "Because I would have done exactly the same thing. Now tell me about the techniques." Hearing his father's instruction, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "This was entirely expected. My goal isn't to defeat my father and become a heavenly demon. I need this to finish off Hua Mugi and save the entire heavenly demon pavilion." Continuing his thoughts, he added to himself, "And then go on a journey around the world, enjoying a happy and carefree existence until my father steps down from his post. So it's no problem for me to teach my father the 4 steps of the Wind God." The very next moment, as soon as Jem Mugik said, "I'll definitely refuse. There's no such thing as free cheese, only in a mousetrap," the heavenly demon instantly turned to look at his son. Immediately after receiving the refusal, the celestial demon said, "I remember that during the hunt, I taught you the technique without asking for anything in return." To which Jem Mugik replied, "That was payment for the alcohol." Receiving a sharp reply to his reminder of the favor, the celestial demon said discontentedly, "How have you managed to hold back your bad temper until now, you insolent boy?" In response to his father's remark, Jem Mugik said cheerfully, "I held back as best I could until I grew up." Realizing he wouldn't be able to obtain knowledge of his son's skill just like that, the sect leader asked, "Well, what do you want?" To which he heard, "The heavenly demon's art of defense." Having expressed his desire to his father, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "It allows one to fortify the entire body, yet it is accessible only to heavenly demons. To acquire it is equivalent to gaining a second life." Upon learning exactly what his son sought in exchange for his skill, the heavenly demon exclaimed, "That is out of the question. The art of heavenly demon defense can only be passed down to an heir." After this sharp refusal, Jem Mugik said, "Then teach me in secret. This technique shows no outward signs. If you teach me in secret, no one will ever know. Having made his proposal for a fair deal, Mugik clasped his hands in front of him, bowed to his father, and said, "With your permission, I take my leave. Please consider my request." The boy hadn't gone far when he heard a voice behind him say, "First, you must tell me about the 4 gates of the wind god." Hearing his father's words, Mugik spun around abruptly and wondered if he had really agreed to this. The next moment, turning back to the celestial demon, Mugik said, "Since you've brought up the subject, we can begin right now." Hearing that his son was ready to share the teachings, the father smiled and asked, "You have no suspicions about me? You're not afraid that I'll send you away once I get what I want?" After receiving this warning from the sect leader, Mugik said confidently, "Not at all. You're not the kind of person who would do something so shameful in front of your own son." After listening to Mugik's remark, the sect leader sighed and said, "All right, tell me what you've learned." "Yes, father," came the reply. After a while listening to his son's instructions, the celestial demon began to put the knowledge he had gained into practice. Later, when Mugik finished explaining the principle of operation, he asked me to repeat it, to which I replied, "I've heard enough." Seeing that his father had used the shadow step and begun to move quickly around the room, Mugik thought, "The wind god's 4-step technique? It's different from mine. Father has adapted it to suit himself." After the test was over, returning to his seat and looking at his hand, the celestial demon said, "Truly an unsurpassed martial art." Hearing his father's impressions of the technique he had learned, Mugik thought to himself, "After my regression, this is the greatest change. Will Hua Mugik be able to defeat his father, who has mastered the 4 steps of the wind god?" Having obtained the desired art, the celestial demon said to his son, "Now I will teach you the art of the celestial demon's defense. I will say this only once, so remember it properly." Hearing the sect leader's words, Mugik, preparing to memorize them, joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, father." A short while later, returning to his room with a bruise on his forehead, Mugik asked, "Who did this to you?" Still upset that her master had been hurt, Leon added, "What kind of arrogant jerk dared to lay a hand on you? I'll go right now." But before she could finish, Mugik said, "Father gave me a slap." Hearing the girl suddenly fall silent, Mugik recalled recent events where, having applied the body-strengthening technique, he thought, "I have successfully mastered the art of the heavenly demon's defense." After completing his training in the exclusive technique, Mugik said to his father, "It seems we now have a shared secret. I'm even happier about this than I am about learning the art of the heavenly demon's defense." Unable to bear what his son was saying, the heavenly demon slapped him and said, "You insolent little bastard." After revealing who had left the bruise on his forehead, Mugik said, "Well, why don't you go?" To which Leonie replied awkwardly, "I defend, I don't attack." Smiling happily after hearing the girl's words, Mugik thought she never dared to joke like that in the past. Immediately after these thoughts, looking back at the girl, he said, "Leon, I can't do that right now, but I'll definitely find a cure for the side effect of your body petrification technique, so wait a little longer." Continuing the conversation with his follower, Mugik said, "I told father that our sect must change so that it becomes a place where people no longer have to sacrifice themselves to protect others." The next moment, looking back at himself, the young man added confidently, "And also that no one has to do what they don't want to." After his inspiring speech, standing before the girl, Mugik exclaimed, "Bodyguard Leon, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Hearing the instruction from her young master, the girl folded her hands in front of her, bowed, and exclaimed, "Yes, master." Having captured the girl's full attention, Mugik said, "From this moment on, you are relieved of your duties as my bodyguard." Hearing what the young master had just said, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "Young master, are you serious? Do you really want to get rid of me?" Continuing to explain his decision, Mugik said, "You have been chosen for the role of commander of the Phantom Shadow Squad." Hearing what the young master had just told her, the girl asked in confusion, "Phantom Shadow? But such a thing doesn't exist." After receiving the girl's comment, Mugik said, "That's because I'm going to create a team that will answer directly to me." After hearing her leader's announcement, Leon asked in surprise, "What does that mean? You're making me the commander of a squad that hasn't even been created yet?" Without answering the girl's question, Mugik exclaimed, "Leon, I ask you again, will you become the commander of the Phantom Shadow Squad under my leadership?" After receiving another question from her young master, the girl saluted the boy and exclaimed, "Warrior Leon will follow you." A short while later, finding himself in the city, Mugik thought, "Although I told Leon that I would create a squad that would serve me directly, it's not that simple to arrange." The next moment, shifting his gaze to a group of mercenaries standing nearby, he added to himself, "This requires a decent amount of capital. To earn it, I'll have to take advantage of an opportunity that arose before my regression." Soon, a man appeared near the mercenaries and called out my name, Yang Don. "I've been appointed leader of this mission. The task is highly paid and therefore life-threatening. Stay alert and don't do anything foolish." Continuing to scan the mercenaries who were to set out on the mission with him, Yang Dan added, "Anyone who dares to do something foolish will die by my hand." The next moment, shifting his gaze to Mugik, the leader asked, "Hey, did you join this mission on CO's recommendation?" To which he heard, "That's right." Immediately after hearing the question directed at him, "Can I rely on your skills?" Mugik replied, "If my sword pierces you, I'll earn your respect." After being questioned by one of the mercenaries, Yang Dan said discontentedly, "What a cocky little guy. We live in a time when the heads of such arrogant fools roll off their shoulders as easily as morning dew." Hearing the threat from the group's leader, Gem Mugik said, "Don't worry about me. I'm only interested in money. As long as I'm getting paid, I'll follow orders." To which he replied, "I won't take my eyes off you." After listening to the threats from the group leader, Gem Mugik turned his gaze to the clients and thought, their task is to escort these two to Nanping. Waving his hand at the girl and calming her down, Gem Mugik added in his mind, "I intend to save them, for they died in my past life." After some time, having gathered the entire group, the mercenaries set off on their escort mission, and when the sun began to set, the leader shouted, "Let's set up camp here." Stopping with all the mercenaries for the night, Yangdan pulled out some food and exclaimed, "Great! Dig in! Who knows when we'll get another chance to eat?" Seeing what they were being fed, one of the mercenaries grumbled in dissatisfaction and said, "Just dried beef," to which he heard, "Shut up and chew. It's enough to satisfy your hunger." While the others were snacking, Gem Mugik, sitting apart from the rest, pondered. I had heard that they had been killed by some bandits who had ambushed them, but their bodies were never found, and no one knew exactly how they had been killed. After a while, seeing the mercenaries start clutching their throats and coughing up blood, Gem Mugik thought with alarm, "It's poison." Later, hearing a sound nearby, it seemed like a cabinet still standing. Gem Mugik thought in surprise, Yang Danwen must have slipped poison into the food he himself was handing out. Immediately after this thought, Gem Mugik exclaimed in frustration, "It's all because I didn't put that filth in my mouth." Drawing his weapon to deal with the last surviving mercenary, Yang Dan exclaimed, "What a pity. He could have died with the rest and made the job easier." After hearing the group leader's remark, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "Just think about it. The squad leader poisoned the food." The next moment, bowing his head, the young man added, "What a pitiful life you lead, deciding to make a buck off the elimination of your comrades. How do you plan to live with that?" Smiling slyly after being asked the question, the squad leader replied, "What a question. An endless supply of fine wine, the most beautiful women. Money opens many doors." After hearing the squad leader's retort, Gem Mugik said, "You killed all these people just for this? You'd better worry about your own life, you monster." Shortly after, someone nearby said, "It seems the job is done." Hearing this voice, Gem Mugik looked in the direction of the voice, and upon seeing the figures in cloaks, thought, "They look impressive." Also, upon seeing his accomplices, Yangdan exclaimed, "Oh, you've already arrived." After which the gang leader shouted, "Get out before I burn the cart." Hearing the order from the bandit who had attacked them on their journey, the woman abandoned the cart along with her child. At that very moment, seeing the woman and child before him, the bandit said, "You hid well, little mice, I barely found you." Seeing who had set the ambush for them, the woman, with tears in her eyes, said, "Mr. Quan, have mercy. At least spare my child." Upon receiving the woman's plea, the bandit nodded and said, "All right, in memory of the past, I won't harm the child." Immediately after these words, Quan shouted angrily, "Is that what you wanted to hear, you vile woman? Get down on your knees and beg for mercy. How dare you even ask for anything?" Shaking with fear after Quan's outburst, the woman cried out in terror, "If you spare her, I'll pay 10 times as much." No sooner had she said this than the bandit said, "Don't waste your time. Your father has already been captured." After which she froze in shock. Soon after, Quan saw Ham Mugik standing nearby. Waving his hand at the woman and child, he ordered them to hide, then asked, "And who is this?" Hearing the question from the bandit leader, Ham Mugiguk stood in front of the woman and child and said, "I am the one who was paid to escort them here, safe and sound." Hearing Ham Mugi's words, Quan asked Yangdan, "Is he one of yours?" "He's a mercenary I haven't been able to get rid of yet." The boy replied, "I'll handle it." After Yangdan's confident words, Quan exclaimed in annoyance, "Well, then get rid of him." To which the group's leader stepped forward and shouted, "As you command." Seeing the enemy approaching him, Ham Mugik said, "Judging by everything, you're just a gang of scoundrels who betrayed your master. Do you think you'll get the promised reward?" Noticing how Yangdan froze in place after his words, Ham Mugik added, "They'll probably just kill you and pocket your share for themselves." After hearing the theory put forward by Gem Mugik, the bandit leader, noticing Yangdan's hesitation, exclaimed, "What did you just call us?" When asked by the enemy, Ham Mugik smiled and said, "I could have put it another way, but there's a child here." Not wanting to listen to the mercenary's words, Quan shouted, "This fool is clearly out of his mind. How dare a wandering mercenary speak to me like that?" To which he heard, "The truth stings the eyes." Hearing something that annoyed him again, Quan pointed at Ham Mugik and shouted, "First, finish off this brainless worm." Hearing the bandit leader's order, Ham Mugik looked at Yangdan and said, "Did you hear that? He said first, so you're probably next." No sooner had he said this than he saw that Yangdan had just been killed right before his eyes. After which Quan shouted, "What a useless piece of trash. You shouldn't trust such an important job to someone like him." At that very moment, casting his gaze upon the body of the slain squad leader, Ham Mugik said, "This is what happens to those who betray others for money." Having dealt with the trash, Quan shouted, "How much longer are we going to listen to this fool's nonsense?" After which his men rushed toward Ham Mugik. Seeing that enemies were attacking him, Ham Mugik turned to the woman with the child and said, "Cover her eyes and ears well." After the woman covered the child's eyes and ears and closed her own, Ham Mugik used the skill 4 Steps of the Wind God, Step of the Demonic Ruler. The next moment, seeing the boy in front of him, Quan exclaimed in confusion, "How did he manage to get so close?" After which he noticed that all his men had already perished. As soon as the last of his men fell to the ground having lost his head, the bandit leader exclaimed in confusion, "Who the hell are you?" Receiving the question from his opponent, Ham Mugik replied in a stern tone, That's a question I should be asking you. Overhearing her savior's question, the woman exclaimed, his name is Quan Wan. He is one of our family's vassals who swore an oath to protect us. Catching her rescuer's attention, the client added, and I am Gim Sayon, daughter of the master of the Golden Estate. Realizing exactly who he had been hired to work for, Ham Mugik thought to himself, that's why I concealed my identity and joined the ranks of the mercenaries. Continuing his thoughts about the client, Ham Mugik added to himself, her father, Gim Ah-su, is one of the greatest merchants. He is the richest man in Puyang and the owner of the Golden Estate. Bowing his head as he pondered, the young man added in his mind, in my past life, an unfortunate incident occurred in which the owner of the Golden Estate was treacherously killed by one of his most trusted confidants, and his daughter met the same fate. Meanwhile, seeing that Ham Mugik wasn't looking at him, Quan Wan grabbed his sword and lunged at the young man, thinking, this is my chance. However, at the moment of the attack, sensing the enemy's approach, Ham Mugik severed the bandit's head with a single stroke and said, all you scoundrels are just waiting to attack from behind. Seeing that the mercenary had defeated all the attackers, Gim Sayon said anxiously, I would like to hire you, noble warrior. Please help us. Upon receiving the woman's offer, Ham Mugik replied, I'm very sorry, Lady Sayon, but due to what has happened, the price for my services has gone up. Hearing that the mercenary wanted more money for his help, Gim Sayon said, it's no problem. My family will pay you whatever you ask. Just please save my father. After some time, upon seeing the Jim family's carriage before him, the bandit leader laughed loudly and exclaimed, have we finally caught these little mice after all? Still rejoicing, the man spread his arms and added, the plan we've been hatching for 10 whole years has finally come to fruition. He hadn't had time to fully celebrate when he saw an unfamiliar figure with a woman and a child in front of him, after which he asked, who are you and where is Quan Wan? When asked by the man who had orchestrated all these events, Ham Mugik replied, he died. Only I survived. Upon learning what had happened to his accomplice, the bandit leader exclaimed in surprise, he died? But who could have killed him? Hearing the question about what had happened to Quan Wan, Ham Mugik replied, a rather mysterious martial arts master, young and very attractive. After hearing who exactly had killed his accomplice, the leader of the traitors shouted, young and very, hey, what the hell are you doing here? Paying tribute to your enemy, you idiot? After a few seconds of silence and taking in the situation, the leader of the traitors exclaimed, wait, it was you. It was you who killed Quan Wan. Smiling at the enemy's remark, Ham Mugik said, so that's how it is. It turns out you're not so blind after all. The next moment, as soon as the traitor's accomplices surrounded Ham Mugik and Gim Sayon with the child, the leader shouted, if you saved this woman and her child, then why didn't you run away? Why did you drag them into the tiger's lair? Hearing the enemy's remark, Ham Mugik replied, the tiger's den? Where's the tiger? All I see here are pathetic dogs biting the hand of the master who fed them. After hearing the young man's remark, the leader of the traitors thought, he's finished off Quan Wan, and retreated to the enemy's base. Surrounded as he was, he looked relaxed and confident. He was definitely no ordinary mercenary. Realizing that things were looking a bit grim, the man folded his hands in front of him and said, and who might you be, young master? Would you do me the honor of speaking over a glass of alcohol? Though we've met under such unpleasant circumstances, it seems fate itself insists on our acquaintance. For this occasion, I'll open a fine bottle of wine. Having received the invitation to talk, Gem Mugik said, there's no need to be so polite. I have no intention of standing on ceremony with you. Whether you hurl curses or something else, I couldn't care less. Go ahead and attack. Realizing that conversation was out of the question, the bandit leader shouted, finish him off! After which all his men charged at Gem Mugik. Before the enemies could carry out their group attack, Gem Mugik had already finished off several of them. Seeing this, the warrior thought, he's so fast? A short time later, seeing that all his men had been killed in battle by the mercenary, the leader cried out in fear, who the hell are you? Swiping his sword and shaking the blood from the blade, Gem Mugik replied, just a mercenary with a keen nose for money. Feeling cold sweat break out on his face, the leader of the traitors asked fearfully, do you want money? Tell me how much you need. Hearing where their conversation was headed, Gem Mugik smiled happily and said, that's just what I need. Some people have a fortune in their chests. I have enough funds to completely change a person's life. Just name your price. Before the man could finish, Gem Mugik interrupted him and said, if you're so wealthy, then why did you resort to such deeds? If you wanted to change your own life, you should have spent your own savings. Why did you have to dip into your master's pocket? Suddenly appearing behind him with a hostage, the accomplice shouted, drop your sword, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Seeing that the hostage was her father with a sword pressed to his throat, Gim Sayon cried out to her father in alarm. Also noticing that the situation had now turned in his favor, the traitor smiled slyly and said, did you hear that, little one? Otherwise, Master Jim will splatter everything here with his blood. No sooner had he spoken than Ham Mugik made a swift swing of his hand and already cut the accomplice and the hostage in half. Surprising everyone with his use of the art of the levitating sword, the fourth technique, burning skies, Gem Mugik asked, shall I repeat it? Seeing that Gem Mugik was closing in on him, the traitor cried out in confusion, wait a moment. With no intention of granting the request of the man who had betrayed his master, Gem Mugik said, it's too late to flounder now. Give it your all if you want to live. Hearing the young man's command, the traitor recalled the moment his accomplice was destroyed and thought, he must be exhausted after using such a powerful sword aura. Immediately after these thoughts, he lunged at the boy with his sword, adding in his mind, And that means if I use all my strength, I'll finish him off instantly, actively attacking the boy who was only defending himself, the traitor thought. Have his powers really left him? He's only blocking my strikes. That means I should increase the pressure and then... He hadn't even finished his thoughts when Gem Mugik, piercing him with his sword, said, "How worthless you are. You should have spent your life training and self-improvement, not giving in to your greed." Continuing to look into the eyes of his opponent, who had suddenly frozen, Gem Mugik added, "As the leader of a clan that swore to defend the Golden Estate, your betrayal is sinful and unforgivable. If you love gold so much, I advise you to become a merchant in your next life." Sometime after the conflict was resolved, the family leader approached his savior and said, "Thank you, master. I will never forget your kindness. You are our family's benefactor who saved us from destruction." Having received the family leader's thanks, Gem Mugik asked, "If you will allow me, may I ask your name?" Not wishing to reveal his identity to the people he had saved, Gem Mugik bowed his head and said, "I am merely a wandering swordsman, sir." Hearing the answer to his question, Gimasu spread his arms and said, "Even the greatest Ronin could not have dealt with the enemy so playfully," to which he heard, "You flatter me." The next moment, Gim Seon joined the conversation and said to her father, "I promised the gentleman a reward for his help." Glancing at his daughter after hearing her remark, Gim Asu said, "You did the right thing. There is no more reliable promise than one sealed with a coin." Finishing his conversation with his daughter and looking at his savior, the man said, "If wealth is what you seek, then you've come to the right place." Hearing what Gim Asu had just said, Gyumugi thought to himself, "Of course, that was my goal from the very beginning." A short while later, upon arriving at the treasury, the head of the Gim family spread his arms and said, "Since you have saved our lives, it would be fitting to give you all our wealth, but that would be unwise." After listening to the head of the family, Gem Mugik replied, "I would not dare to ask for more." The next moment, pointing to the vault, Gim Asu said, "We could decide on the amount of your reward, but let's do this. You'll take as much as you can carry. What do you say?" After hearing these words, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "I can take as much as I can carry." Gim Asu then added, "In exchange, you cannot use wheelchairs or anyone's help, but you may use your inner energy." Upon hearing the conditions for receiving his reward, Gem Mugik said, "I am capable of carrying much more than you think." Upon receiving Gem Mugik's remark, Gimasu clasped his hands in front of him and said, "We wouldn't be alive if you hadn't been there. Please, let us at least do this." Accepting the request from the leader of the merchant family, Gem Mugik showed respect to Gim Asu and said, "Well, I am very grateful to you." Later, when the doors to the treasury opened, Gem Mugik went inside to collect his reward. As soon as the boy disappeared from sight, Gim Seon remarked, "With his level of martial arts, he'll be able to carry out much more than you can imagine. Are you sure about your decision, father?" After expressing her thoughts on her father's decision, the daughter asked, "Is there anything in this world more valuable than the lives we've saved?" The next moment, placing his hands on the stove, Gim Seon's father added, "What matters to me is that you and Yang are safe." To which his father replied, "I hear you." Later, turning his gaze toward the treasury where Gem Mugik had gone, the man added, "This traveler is an extraordinary person." To which the woman replied, "Yes, he tries to hide it, but despite his youth, he possesses exceptional skill." After his daughter's words, continuing to look toward the treasury, Gimasu said, "It's not just about the techniques we've seen. He's completely enveloped in some utterly indescribable aura." After expressing his thoughts, the old man, recalling the young man's image, reflected, "In my lifetime, I've met countless people, yet I've never encountered such a young person who radiates such an unshakable presence of spirit." Finishing his thoughts, Gim Asu added, "Money can always be earned, but connections with someone like him, such an opportunity comes only once in a lifetime. That's why it's no big deal if he takes a lot. The more he takes, the stronger your bonds will become." After some time, upon arriving at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, Ham Mugik thought to himself, "I sold the gold and treasures I took from the Golden Manor." Recalling how much he had managed to carry out, the young man added to himself, "One shop couldn't buy it all, so I had to travel around to various shops to sell all the valuables. That's how I earned 38 million yangs." Upon arriving at his father's chamber, the boy thought to himself, "This money will be the cornerstone of the unit that will be directly under my command." Turning his attention to the celestial demon who continued to sit in his place, he thought, "Father receives reports from advisor Sami Mayang several times a day and makes important decisions for the sect." Frowning as he made eye contact with his father, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "And depending on those decisions, some will live and some will die. I wonder if my father is truly satisfied with such a life." The next moment, as he approached the sect leader, the boy wondered if perhaps he was just as much a hostage to circumstances as Lian, or if he had been forced to take a seat he didn't want. Suddenly, upon hearing from his father, "I've received word that you were leaving the sect?" To which Gem Mugik replied, "Yes, I needed to earn some money." Upon learning the reason why his son was leaving the sect's domain, the celestial demon asked, "What do you need them for?" Continuing the conversation with his father, the young man said, "I can't stay under your care forever, and besides, I need the money right now." To which his father asked, "What expenses require so much money?" Hearing Gem Mugik say, "I want to create my own squad," the sect leader asked in surprise, "Your own squad?" Receiving the question from his father, the young man replied confidently, "Exactly. Don't the supreme demons have subjects? To deal with them, I also need people." Upon learning of his son's plans, the celestial demon exclaimed, "That will never happen. If you create your own squad, your brother will want the same thing at that very moment. By your actions, you will set a dangerous precedent for our family members and disciples. I forbid you from even thinking about such a thing." Having received a refusal to his request, Jem Mugik reached into his inner pocket and thought to himself, this was to be expected. It didn't work the first time. The next moment, taking out a scroll and holding it before him, Jem Mugik said, "Father, this is for you." Using his aura skill to pull the scroll toward him, the father asked in surprise, "What is this money for?" To which he heard, "This is my payment to you." Surprised by the amount his son had decided to give him, the celestial demon said, "I don't need money, Mugik." Receiving his father's remark, Jem Mugik said, "I know you're probably the richest person in the world, but this money is my gift to you as a token of gratitude for giving me life and raising me." Folding his hands and bowing his head before his father, the young man added, "This has been my long-held dream, so please accept my gratitude for your parental kindness." After which he added, "Have a good evening, father." A short while later in the Nirvana Pavilion, while sitting with Li Anheim, Mugik heard a voice behind him. "We are waiting for you, Chief Inspector." Turning around, the young master saw Seo de Ryong standing there. Seo de Ryong clasped his hands in front of him, bowed, and said, "Everyone outside is eagerly awaiting you." After listening to his old acquaintance, Ham said, "Oh, what a meeting, a familiar face." Hearing his friend's words, Seo de Ryong cheerfully remarked, "I thought it would be better if someone you already knew accompanied you." Continuing his conversation with his former partner, Jem Mugik said, "I didn't expect that after those events our paths would cross so quickly. For me, too, it came as a complete surprise." Finishing his conversation with his friend and hearing him say, "Well, it's time for us to go," Ham Mugik headed for the exit to look at his subjects. Stepping out of the Nirvana Pavilion and seeing his entire entourage before him, Ham Mugik heard them shout, "Welcome, esteemed leader." After listening to the greetings from the people standing before him, Jem Mugik looked them over and thought to himself, "Everyone looks much better than I imagined, though." The next moment, narrowing his eyes, the young man added, "Did someone threaten to cut your pay if you didn't put on happy faces?" To which Seo Darion replied, "Not at all, sir." Upon receiving a reply from his former partner, Jem Mugik asked, "Then why are they overflowing with happiness?" To which he heard, "Because they know what you've done for us." Having learned the reason for such sincere joy among all the pavilion's employees, Jem Mugik sighed and thought, it must be because of that investigation. Continuing his musings, the young man added in his mind, Commander Godang brutally killed the first investigator and seriously wounded the second while they were performing their duties. Recalling the events of that very day, Jem Mugik thought to himself, I made sure a demonic healer treated the injured investigator. And of course, I let them feel that revenge had been served by turning Commander Godang's head into a pulp of brains. Later, peeking out from behind Ham Mugik's shoulder, Seo Darion asked cheerfully, "Perhaps you'd like to say a few words?" Heeding his companion's suggestion, Ham Mugik surveyed his subjects and said, "I do not know what my appointment as leader of the Nirvana Pavilion will bring you, happiness or trouble." Continuing his speech, Jem Mugik smiled and added, "However, I am certain of one thing. Starting today, your hearts will be set ablaze with a new flame." A short while later, sitting in his office surrounded by a pile of papers, Jem Mugik said wearily, "And yet we started off so wonderfully, but you placed this on top of the entire pile of papers just to drive me to my grave." Hearing his boss's remark, Seo De Ryong said, "These are the very cases that were unfairly reviewed, the ones you asked me to provide, leader." Upon learning exactly what papers were on his desk, Ham Mugik said, "And why are they all connected to the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade over and over again?" Standing a meter away from his superior, Seo De Ryong said, "I'm not thrilled about this either, but here we have all the recent cases from your request." Later, Li Yan joined the conversation and said, "Young master, please be more restrained this time. I heard that Mr. Gu was on the verge of losing his temper." After receiving the girl's remark, Ham Mugik waved his hand and said, "You're right, but judging by what's written on the parchment, it's hard to ignore. If you think you can hide it, then go ahead, Leon." Hearing her leader's instruction, the girl took the parchment in her hands, glanced over the contents, sighed heavily, and said, "You're right." Sometime later at the exquisite Lotus Tavern, one of the patrons, having had too much to drink, slammed his shot glass on the table and groaned heavily. Noticing the patron's behavior, the server said, "Friend, I think I know enough about you already. You have your reasons, but still." After hearing the employee's remarks, the customer said, "Wine is my only salvation. Those scoundrels put my child in a coma for 10 days and got off scot-free." Surprised by his friend's words, the old man reached out to try to stop his drinking and said, "What are you talking about? I've heard rumors that Nirvana himself took on this case." Downing yet another shot of alcohol, the drunk emptied the stack and said, "Those investigators told me my boy was injured during a friendly sparring match." To which he replied, "That's unheard of. How is that even possible?" The next moment, slamming the stack down on the table, the drunkard exclaimed irritably, "It's simple. The father of one of those scoundrels is none other than Whitecleaver. Whitecleaver is one of the disciples of the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade, who has 100 people under his command." The next moment, clenching his teeth and fists, the drunkard said, "Those good-for-nothings from the Nirvana Pavilion are just as much scoundrels as everyone else. No, they're even worse than those scoundrels." Hearing his companion's outburst, the old man whispered, "Quieter, not so loud. They might hear you." To which came the reply, "Let them listen. Go on, tell them." Let those scoundrels from Nirvana finish me off. Let White Cleaver come for my soul if he dares. After listening to the drunkard's words, the old man looked around at the people in the tavern and said, Friend, pull yourself together. Now is not the time to be so downcast. Heeding his friend's advice, the drunkard, letting his tears flow, said, If my son doesn't wake up, my wife might not be able to hold on, and I'll finish off this monster, and then I'll go to my ancestors, closer to my wife and son. No sooner had the man said this than the culprit behind what had happened appeared in the doorway and asked, Is that really what you said? Stepping toward the man who had just been so boastful, the young man said, Who are you to speak so freely about destroying someone's beloved son? Jumping up from his seat in an instant, the drunkard shouted angrily, You scoundrel, give me back my boy. God sees that you don't even regret what you've done. May you be cursed. Hearing the drunkard's shouts from the tavern, the young man bowed his head and said, Sir, I humbly offer my apologies for my terrible sin. This will never happen again, I swear. Surprising everyone in the tavern with his actions, the boy raised his head and said discontentedly, Well, is your little heart satisfied now? While the drunkard tried to figure out what had just happened, the two companions standing behind the boy could barely contain their laughter. The next moment, the drunkard grabbed his sword and shouted indignantly, How dare you! Before the man could draw his weapon from its sheath, the young man lunged at him with his fist to preempt the attack. Knocking the man off his feet and sending him crashing into a table, the young man shouted, Dear witnesses, I hope you all saw how this crazy old fool was the first to draw his sword. Hearing their boss's shout, the two companions who had come with him cried out, Yes, I confirm that's exactly what happened. The next moment, jumping on the man and starting to beat him with his fist, the young man shouted, Know your place, you're just a worthless warehouse guard. What the hell were you thinking filing a complaint with the Nirvana Pavilion? Continuing to strike him, the guy added, Your son is to blame, you idiot. He just needed to steal the money from home, but he started whining. Dad earned this money through hard work. I can't stand these spoiled brats who make me look bad. How could I let that go unanswered? I had to teach that idiot. Had to teach. Suddenly hearing the man shout, Well, there you go, you've admitted it. The boy froze instantly and asked, Admitted what? Lying on the ground with a battered face, the man shouted, Everyone in this room heard your words. That's why you beat up my son. You admitted that this wasn't just a sparring match, but a deliberate attack. Hearing the man's words, the boy looked around the room and shouted, Hey, did any of you hear what I just said? Hearing no one answer, the boy looked back at the drunkard and said, How is that possible? It seems no one heard. The next moment, seeing the man start to burst into tears, the boy laughed and said, A grown man crying like a little girl. What kind of father are you and what kind of son are you? A few seconds after all hope began to fade, the voice of Gem Mugika rang out in the hall. He walked toward the boy and said, I heard every word you said. Hearing that someone had dared to go against him, the boy exclaimed indignantly, What kind of monkey said that? Hearing that the criminal had just called him a monkey, Gem Mugik said in an indifferent tone, You call me a monkey without having the slightest idea who I am. One can only judge the extent of the neglect in your upbringing. After listening to the scolding directed at him, the young man bowed and said, I'm sorry, sir. My emotions got the better of me. I humbly asked for your forgiveness. He hadn't even finished his apology when he raised his head and shouted, Is that what you wanted to hear, you idiot? I wanted to sneeze. Who do you think you are? You must want to leave this world as soon as possible if you're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Restraining his anger despite the young man's shouts, Gem Mugik said, To pull a stunt like this in broad daylight without a shred of fear, the worthless authority of White T-Sack is truly impressive. Hearing what had just been said about his father, the young man exclaimed indignantly, What did you just call him? Worthless? At that very moment, the beaten man got to his knees and, seeing Gem Mugik before him, said in surprise, Young Master Mugik. Also turning their attention to the person who had entered the tavern, the other guests began to repeat in surprise, Young Master, what are you doing in a place like this? Upon learning who exactly was standing before him, and with whom he was in conflict, the young man nervously asked, Are you the son of the sect leader? Noticing the young man's nervousness after he recognized him, Gem Mugik said, Relax. I'm here merely as the leader of the Nirvana Pavilion. Hearing how Gem Mugik had just introduced himself, Leon remarked, Young Master, but by doing so, you've given him even more reason to worry. To which he replied, That's probably true. Realizing he had made a mistake, the young man bowed his head and, folding his hands in front of him, exclaimed fearfully, There is no forgiveness for me for failing to recognize a noble member of our sect. Forgive me for my youthful rudeness, sir. Listening to what were now genuine apologies, Gem Mugik said, And judging by your actions, one could say you're already quite grown up. To which the young master replied, No, sir, I didn't understand what I was doing, I swear. Hearing the boy's excuses, Gem Mugik thought to himself in surprise, He's wise beyond his years, it's true, he has enough brains to know when to bow and when to clown around. The next moment, deciding it was time to leave the scene of the crime, the boy said, I guess it's time for me to go. To which Gem Mugik replied, Don't rush off, I have one more thing to ask of you. Hearing that he wasn't being let go yet, the boy said anxiously, What else could you possibly want from me? Before the young man could finish, Gem Mugik said sternly, I'm here because of the attack you carried out. Hearing exactly why Gem Mugik had ordered him to stay, the young man said nervously, With all due respect, but the investigators from Nirvana have already declared me innocent. After receiving the young man's comment, the young investigator turned his attention to the victim and said, that is true, but I have reopened the investigation into the daily acts of extortion, which are classified as robbery. Continuing to list the offenses, he added incitement to theft by third parties, as well as the commission of violence dangerous to health, which is equivalent to attempted murder, and, on top of everything else, the beating of the victim's father. After listing all the offenses the young man had committed, Judge Mugik said, the evil deeds you have committed are enough to enrage the gods themselves. You're looking at least 20 years in prison. Upon hearing the prison sentence he faced for his crimes, the boy said in surprise, 20 years? But it was just a regular sparring match that got out of hand. No sooner had the guy tried to justify himself than he heard, bad memory. Didn't I tell you that as the leader of the Nirvana wing, I heard your confession? After that, he instantly remembered that moment. Trying to find a way out of this situation, the young man exclaimed, my father won't tolerate false accusations, to which he heard, don't worry, your father will be too busy to worry about you as well. With a sly smile right in the criminal's face, the young master added that he was facing arrest on suspicion of pressuring investigators from Nirvana. Unwilling to accept what was happening, the young man shouted, he won't let this go, you're done for. As soon as his sentence ends, he'll come for you. In fact, even from behind bars, he has enough influence to finish you off without lifting a finger. After receiving these threats, Jem Mugik punched the criminal in the chest and said, you should know that threatening the leader of the Nirvana wing will extend your sentence to 30 years. Realizing he was wrong, the boy, covered in tears and snot, cried out, please, sir, forgive me. Hearing this apology, Jem Mugik looked down at the boy with a condescending gaze and said, fine, let's skip all this nonsense about your father. Give me at least one reason why I should let you go. Trying to think of anything at all, the boy said, well, I'm just me. After that, the young master said, did you save someone's life? Did you help those in need? No? Say at least something that sounds somewhat worthy. Hearing not a single good deed from the boy's lips, Jem Mugik said, you can't even come up with some nonsense. I suppose it's hard to think of something you've never done and never even planned to do. So why should I spare you? Realizing the situation was dire, the boy said, I'll behave myself from now on, I will. But before he could finish, Jem Mugik slapped him. Knocking the boy out with a single blow, the young master said, save your passion for the day you get out of prison. The next moment, seeing that Jem Mugik's gaze had fallen on them, the accomplices cried out in fear. We were just following his orders exactly as he said. Please, spare us. Hearing the boy's excuses, Jem Mugik remarked, keep in mind, if you hide anything, all the blame will fall on you. After that, a voice rang out. Sir, I'll tell you everything. No, better yet, listen to me. I know all his dirty secrets. Hearing that two witnesses had appeared who could reveal a great deal, Jem Mugik said, take them to the pavilion. To which Seo Darien, bowing his head, replied, I obey. Having sorted out the situation, Jem Mugik raised his gaze to the people in the tavern and exclaimed, listen everyone, if you ever face injustice again, don't hesitate to report it to Nirvana. Continuing to address those present, the young master added, as long as I am the leader, criminals will not get away with their deeds, and if anyone threatens me again by hiding behind their father's influence, I will do exactly the same. Later, when laughter rang out in the tavern, Leon approached the injured man and said, before coming here, the young master ordered the demonic healer to examine your son. Hearing the girl's words, the father looked at Jem Mugik and said in surprise, is that true, sir? Such a renowned healer is treating my boy. Hearing the man's question, the young master said, to leave your son like this was unheard of for me. I saw him wake up before I left. Go to him. I think the boy misses his father. Hearing the joyful news, the man bowed before Jem Mugik and, bursting into tears, exclaimed, thank you so much, young master. I will never forget your kindness. After receiving the thanks, Jem Mugik said, come now, be quiet. You have devoted your entire life to the sect, and that is precisely why the sect must protect you when you need it. Hearing these words, the man grabbed Jem Mugik by the hands and said, 1,000 thanks to you, master, 1,000 blessings, and even more. Continuing the conversation with the rescued man, Jem Mugik said, not at all, it is the sect that should be grateful to you. A short time later, upon arriving at the Nirvana Pavilion and seeing his subjects there, Jem Mugik thought, what I certainly didn't expect was that the first to resist me would not be the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade and his subjects, but my own subjects. Seeing the chief and folding his hands in front of him, Senior Investigator of Special Cases Gok Men said, I beg your pardon, Chief Inspector. We were forced to invite you here because there wasn't enough room elsewhere. Hearing his subordinate's words, Jem Mugik looked at the senior investigator and asked, and what is the reason for our gathering? To which he replied, we've heard rumors that you personally reopened the investigation into a previously closed case. Hearing this, Gok Men added, we assume that by these actions you are undermining the authority of those who serve in the Nirvana Pavilion and our morale. Upon hearing the reason for their gathering, Jem Mugik asked, does everyone agree with this? To which he heard, yes, Chief Inspector. Having received a clear answer from his subjects, Jem Mugik said, I hold a different view. If anything has undermined the pavilion's authority, it is the recent case involving Yang Ho. Hearing this directed at him, the young master added, haven't you heard that the boy confessed to everything during his arrest? Hearing the chief inspector's question, the subordinate replied, yes, we've been informed. After which Ham Mugik asked, then what else is the problem, huh? After the chief inspector posed the question, Gokmen said, as mentioned earlier, this concerns the reopening of an investigation into a case that has already been closed. Upon hearing the reason, Jem Mugik asked, so this is a matter of principle? To which the chief inspector replied, exactly, leader. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Trying to resolve the conflict, the chief inspector said, Senior Investigator Gok, an innocent boy was nearly beaten to death, and the criminal was caught and even confessed to what he did. Isn't that reason enough to reopen the investigation? Is it worth continuing to stick to your principles? Even in the face of his superior's compelling arguments, Gokmen said, you can call me stubborn or something worse, but I still can't accept this. The very existence of the organization rests on these principles. After listening to the senior investigator's remarks, Jem Mugik said, well, I'm interested in others' opinions. Anyone who thinks a reinvestigation is the right thing to do, step forward. After a few seconds of glances among themselves, Seo De Ryong stepped out of the crowd and said, I too am convinced of the need to reopen the investigation. Hearing an opinion similar to his own from one of the Nirvana Pavilion members, Ham Mugiguk asked, why these sudden conclusions? In my view, the initial investigation was conducted properly. After receiving some comments from Chief Inspector Seo De Ryong, he said, we also cannot rule out the possibility of external influence. After listening to the investigator who dared to voice his opinion, Jem Mugik said, excellent. Who else thinks so? After a few seconds of silence, a voice rang out from the crowd. I support this position. And another investigator stepped forward. Folding his hands in front of him as a gesture of greeting, the man said, my name is Ik Ho. I apologize for not having properly greeted you until now. Thank you very much for your help. Upon hearing this, he asked, how is your injury? To which the reply came, much better now. Then Ham Mugik added, I'm glad to hear that. Then, turning his attention to the man conducting the investigation, Ham Mugik said, Investigator Zhong Hua. To which he replied, yes, sir. Drawing the attention of one of the crowd, the chief investigator added, you were the one in charge of this case, weren't you? Please share your thoughts. Having received instructions from his superior, the man said, I conducted the investigation with the utmost diligence and thoroughness. After listening to the brief report from his subordinate, Ham Mugik asked in a stern tone, and what about the bribes from White Tessak? Upon hearing what his superior had just said, Gokmen exclaimed indignantly, how could you even think such a thing? After which he felt a chill run through his body. Losing his temper and glaring at the senior investigator, Jem Mugik said, I ask that you speak only when you are asked to do so. Shutting the investigator who had interrupted his conversation up, Jem Mugik said, now you answer. Did you receive anything from him behind closed doors? To which Zhong Hua exclaimed, no, I swear on my life. You can search me if you don't believe me. Hearing the man's exclamation, Ham Mugik smiled and said, it's already been done. No funds were found. Hearing the chief investigator's remark, someone from the crowd asked, so you're saying you conducted a secret investigation into the investigator? Doesn't that require special permission? To which Ham Mugik replied, that's right. I received an order directly from the sect leader and conducted an external investigation. After hearing Jem Mugik's words, Gokmen shuddered and thought to himself, a direct order from the sect leader. Continuing the conversation with his subordinate, Jem Mugik said, you know, here's what I find interesting. If the reason wasn't a bribe, then why was the case closed? Bowing his head after hearing his superior's words, Zhong Hua replied, that's not how it is according to my investigation. Before his subordinate could finish, the young master cut him off mid-sentence, asking, did that scoundrel threaten your younger sister or something? Noticing the shock on the young man's face, Ham Mugik said, I've heard about you, and you struck me as an exceptionally honest person. Of course, I didn't believe it, so I decided to dig deeper and simply assumed that everyone has their price. Without taking his eyes off Zhong Hua, the chief investigator added, but you really are an honest person. Yet that begs the question, why would someone as incorruptible as you decide to abandon the case halfway through? The next moment, looking at the floor, Ham Mugik said, however, as it turns out, you do have one weakness. The only member of your family, your younger sister. Hearing what the chief had just said, Gokman looked at his subordinate and asked, did they really threaten you? Answer me, did that scoundrel blackmail you? Watching Gokmen's attempts to extract information from Zhong Hua, Jem Mugiguk thought, the reason Gokmen gathered everyone is obvious. It concerns his favorite, the junior investigator Zhong Hua. By voicing his dissatisfaction, Gokmen wanted to ensure that nothing would threaten Zhong Hua due to mishandling of the case. Finishing his thoughts and joining the conversation, the young master said, if you're worried about your sister, you can rest easy. I've already sent soldiers to protect her. Until the situation is resolved, she'll be under guard. Hearing what the chief investigator had just told him, Zhong Hua said in surprise, are you serious? To which he replied, absolutely. The next moment, falling to his knees and bowing before Ham Mugi, the man exclaimed, I have committed a grave crime, Chief Inspector. Hearing Hawkman exclaim, don't tell me that, Ham Mugi Gook added, you understand that nothing can justify your actions, regardless of whether they were committed under duress or not. After listening to the Chief Inspector, Zhong Hua, shedding tears, said, Leader, I will accept any punishment. After which he heard, stand up. Without taking his eyes off his subject, Jem Mugik added, if you had done this while I was in charge of the pavilion, you would never have received forgiveness. Continuing to explain the verdict, the Chief Inspector added, however, the incident occurred before I took office, so I am making an exception. Hearing his subject ask, will you forgive me after all this? Ham Mugiguk replied, yes, but remember, it was not I who forgave you, but your honest and incorruptible service that forgave you on my behalf. Unable to stop the tears that continued to flow, Zhonghua heard, however, this single act has tarnished everything you have built. I expect you to restore your unblemished reputation. To which he replied, thank you. I will keep your words deep in my heart. Hearing that Zhonghua understood him, Gem Mugik exclaimed, listen to me carefully, everyone. As long as I am the leader of the Nirvana Pavilion, your families will be like my own to me. Speaking before a large audience of subjects, the young man added, and if anything happens to them, I will make the guilty parties pay dearly for it. Having captured the full attention of his subjects, the chief inspector added, from now on, the Nirvana Pavilion must be free from external pressure, and anyone who tries to intimidate or coerce you will be punished. Continuing his speech, Gem Mugik added, if you find yourselves under threat, feel free to turn to me for protection. I will defend you and your loved ones no matter the cost. If you don't believe me, then trust the sect's leader. Loudly announcing all the details of his honest work, Gem Mugik exclaimed, if necessary, I will beg my father on my knees for help, so report any attempt at pressure without delay. Immediately after that, looking at his subjects again, the young man added, and in return, I will ensure that you carry out your duties without fear or reproach. Continuing his speech to his subjects, Gem Mugik said, only when we are certain that your families are safe will the Nirvana Pavilion be able to fulfill its purpose. Looking at his subjects, the chief inspector added, I am convinced that no evil should go unpunished. The identity of the criminal is irrelevant. I will not turn a blind eye even if his trail leads to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Looking utterly serious as he spoke, he added, it follows then that even the sect leader will be held accountable for his actions should he commit a crime. The next moment, Gem Mugik confidently exclaimed, my knees do not tremble before either the Heavenly Demon or the 8 Supreme Demons. What truly frightens me is becoming, along with you, a laughingstock to everyone else. As they exchanged glances during the speech, the investigators realized they had become fools, incapable of defending those who needed it most, and powerless before the smug face of the criminal, allowing him to escape his deserved punishment with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention, and she said, leader, I realize that the opportunity has already been missed, but I want to fully support you. Seeing the girl approaching them, Seode Ryan said in surprise, Cho Haeyang, and soon after, others followed her to Ham Mugik. Later, when only one senior investigator remained in front of him, Ham Mugik said, to put everything that has been said into practice, I need your experience and help. The next moment, taking a few steps forward and reaching out to Gokmen, Ham Mugigik added, it would be an honor for me to work alongside you. Hearing Ham Mugigik's words, the senior investigator grabbed his hand, squeezed it tightly and said, leader, please accept my gratitude. Having convinced all the investigators of his correct views, the chief inspector said, Investigator Seo, gather a squad of guards and head to the White Cleaver. You must arrest Yang Ho, the father of Yagtae, and bring him to me. Upon hearing the leader's order, Gokmen remarked, I fear this man will not surrender so easily. Besides, he has over 100 demons under his command. After hearing the senior investigator's remarks, Gem Mugik said, well, whether he cooperates is his choice. We'll see how he sings once I accuse him of betraying the sect. A short time later, upon meeting Chief Inspector White Cleaver Yang Tae, he said, greetings, second young master. Hearing the words of the man with whom he had arranged the meeting, Gem Mugik remarked, I am now the leader of the Nirvana Pavilion, so speak in accordance with my rank. After receiving this remark, Yang Tae said, I offer my apologies, Chief Inspector. The investigators came to me with accusations of betraying the sect. Please explain. Upon receiving the question from the White Cleaver, Ham Mugik said without any emotion, it's simple. I figured this was the only way you'd come to me. Resting his hand on his chin after hearing the explanation, Yang Ho said, it seems I should apologize for disobeying the arrest order. As you know, when you're part of an organization, you have to navigate conflicting interests, and besides, I couldn't lose face in front of my own people. After hearing the reason for such a late visit, Gem Mugik said, I understand. Then Yang Ho asked, and as for the legal charges, is it really that serious? Just a kid's fight that got a little out of hand? To which the Chief Inspector replied, there might be some truth to that. Delighted by the Chief Inspector's response, White Cleaver exclaimed, yes, I knew you were a reasonable person. You know, the pavilion's leadership needs external support more than it seems. I could provide you with some decent funding. Hearing the proposal from Taesak, Gem Mugik thought to himself, he's putting it nicely, but in reality, he's just offering a bribe. Trying to settle the matter with money, Yang Ho added, I'll say more. If you want to become the official heir, you'll need our support more than ever. You know yourself that sympathies are currently on your older brother's side. Hearing the reply, your help would be very welcome, Master Yang. White Cleaver clasped his hands in front of him and exclaimed, you're not wrong, Master. In the future, I'll do you a great service. Just as he was about to leave the meeting room, the man added, just let me arrange our next meeting in a more pleasant place. He hadn't even taken a step when he heard, where are you going? And asked in surprise, what? Isn't our conversation over? Looking at the man with a puzzled expression, Gem Mugik said, you promised to help me after you've served your time, didn't you? Realizing they hadn't reached an agreement, White Cleaver nervously said to the Nirvana leader, you have a rather peculiar sense of humor. No sooner had he said this than Gem Mugik remarked in a stern tone, does it look like I'm joking? You're accused of threatening to kill a family member of an investigator from the Nirvana ward. Continuing the conversation that had been going on from the very beginning, Yang Ho said, I've told you more than once that I've never done anything like that. Receiving yet another excuse, Jem Mugik folded his arms and said, I don't give a damn about your words because I have the investigator's statement regarding the crime committed against him right here in my hands. Noticing the confusion on the man's face, the chief inspector added, and according to the sect's law, the words of the Nirvana Pavilion investigator take precedence over any others. This was done to uphold the authority of the pavilion's investigators among other organizations. Glaring sternly at the suspect, the young man added, Presumably you were unaware of this provision. I myself only recently learned of it. As you understand, the essence of the law is to eradicate people like you. Hearing no objections from the man, Jem Mugik said, Write a sincere confession and I'll reduce your sentence to 10 years. Keep evading the truth and you'll get the full 20. There will be no more negotiations. Hearing the words, You've gone mad directed at him, Ham Mugik replied, You know, if that's what it takes to restore order, I don't mind becoming a madman. Dealing with scum like you makes it terribly difficult to stay sane. You have half an hour to make your decision. Upon receiving the proposal to write a heartfelt confession, Yang Ho asked, Why do you need this? Why are you asking why? Sitting in his seat across from the suspect, Ham Mugik said, Your son nearly killed a peer, and this wasn't just a one-time fight. The bullying, torture, and incitement went on for years. Putting on a stern expression, the chief inspector added, And you, in turn, wanted to cover up this case by threatening to take revenge on a member of the investigator's family. And after all that, you dare to ask why I need this. After listening to all the accusations against him, Yang Ho pressed his hand to his chest and said, How can you compare me to that pathetic security guard? I demand more respect for myself. You didn't make such a big deal out of this before. Why has everything changed now? Without changing the expression of dissatisfaction on his face, Ham Mugik said, What a sad and at the same time terrifying statement. If that's the case, from this moment on, we'll speak differently. Having failed to get the case closed, the White Cleaver said, If you dare to touch me, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade will not stand idly by. Upon receiving this threat, Jem Mugik retorted, Even if I stay, I won't lift a finger. When I finished off his brother, the commander of the demonic army, do you think he'd jump to your defense? Finally, unable to contain his emotions, Yang Ho slammed his fist on the table, breaking it in two, and shouted, Listen here, Chief Inspector of Nirvana. Noticing that the tone of the conversation was beginning to shift, Jem Mugik said, Oh, is that so? Are you really going to threaten to wipe out my family? Having stunned the man with his question, Ham Mugik stood up, headed for the exit, and said, You have half an hour. I remind you, I expect you to act sensibly. Leaving the negotiation room and hearing an angry shout from behind the closed door, Jem Mugik thought, I'm starting to think that perhaps the sect collapsed not only because of Hua Mugi. Stepping out onto the street and gazing up at the sky, the chief inspector added to himself, If a warrior like the White Cleaver has the audacity to threaten Nirvana's investigators and tried to dictate the rules to me, can we be sure that Hua Mugi is the one to blame for the downfall of our sect? Later, upon visiting the cottage and seeing the demon of the Bloody Sky Blade, Jem Mugik before him, Mugik heard a voice asking, Glad you dropped by, Mugik. Should I address you as Chief Inspector Jem? Noticing Jem Mugik's presence nearby, Gu Chongpa said, Let's have a drink. Later, when the young man sat down next to the demon of the Bloody Skyblade, he added, Didn't I warn you that such frequent meetings wouldn't end well? After receiving this remark from Gu Chongpa, Jem Mugik replied, But I'm not the one who initiated them. Then, tilting his cup of alcohol, Gu Cheonpa exclaimed, Not long ago I had a feeling that you'd changed. When the heavenly demon granted you a single wish, I thought, This is it. The guy isn't that stupid if he made such a bold move. Hearing the joy in the voice of the demon of the Bloody Skies, Jem Mugik said, I agree, my wish was indeed no simple one. Pouring sake into his cup once more and pulling it toward him, Gu Chongpa added, Since that day, my blade has not stopped howling. After hearing his companion's words, the young man remarked, If I am the cause of this, then I suppose it is not a howl, but a moan. I see what you mean. Sitting across from the old man who was drinking, Ham Mugi Gook said, One of your disciples couldn't fight fairly relying on poison. The other dared to humiliate my subject. Speaking of the misdeeds of the subjects of the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade, Ham Mugik added, Your brother used his power solely for his own benefit, and your subject even threatened the pavilion's investigator. Stopping his drink and glancing at the young man, Gu Chongpa heard only the moans of your blade's master, whose entourage is filled with the unworthy. After hearing this remark, the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade tipped his cup of sake and said, You have a sharp tongue, but your conclusions are wrong. Tell me, where did I go wrong? Setting down the empty cup and sighing, Gu Cheonpa said, Well, first of all, according to your words, I'm associating with the wrong people. But let me remind you, are these comrades merely a reflection of yourself? Hearing this remark directed at him, Ham Mugik thought to himself, He's a tough nut to crack. It's easier to deal with the proud who seek only glory and recognition. Just as the senior inspector was pondering, the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade spoke, Release Yang Tae. Because of his imprisonment, my people grieve as if their own family had been crucified before their eyes. In response to the request, I do not punish the innocent, Ham Mugik saw before him the full horror of the demon of the Bloody Skies' wrath. Looking at him with a bewildered gaze, Ham Mugik thought to himself, So this is the true power of the Blade of the Bloody Skies. Now I understand why father said it's not yet time to get involved with him. The next moment, hearing Gu Chengpa speak in a stern tone. Let me give you some advice, Ham Mugik replied. Leave. Hearing the demon of the Blood Skyblade ask in surprise, what are you talking about? Ham Mugik, trying not to show fear, said, you didn't come here for that. He who asks for a favor doesn't give advice. After listening to the boy's words, the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade instantly calmed down and, smiling, said, that is true, but remember, stagnant waters quickly turn into swamps. Hearing the old man's remark, the young man said, but a quagmire is always a trap, not a choice. It offers vain, false warmth, dragging one deeper and deeper, and forever erasing memories of sunlight. Continuing the verbal exchange, the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade said, no one would go there of their own free will. I'm merely offering you a helping hand. You shouldn't defend the swamp in which you'll one day drown. Hearing no reply to his words, Gu Chengpa held out the cup and said, well then, don't you want to drink with me after all? As soon as the boy took the vessel in his hands, the demon of the Blade of the Bloody Heavens added, surely the time has come to let go of the past. After which Ham Mugik spoke a wise decision. The next moment, hearing in return, I hope you will become my future, Ham Mugik thought. Future? Does that mean really? Before the young man could finish his thoughts, Gu Chengpa said, accept the drink if you wish to claim the throne. In that case, I will stand by your side. Faced with this intriguing offer, Ham Mugik looked at the demon of the Bloody Sky and thought, I didn't even suggest that things could turn out this way. He openly supports my brother. Does he really want to switch sides? The next moment, asking, but you've already made your choice, Ham Mugik heard. Until now, I didn't know how stubborn you were. Hearing the words of the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade, Jem Mugik thought, so he's willing to do anything for his own gain. That's quite interesting. I killed his brother, maimed his disciple, and put his subject under guard, yet he still wants to be my ally. Later, upon seeing the blood of your brother on my hands, Gu Chengpa said, do you think this troubles me? As soon as the chicks fly from their parents' nest, their paths diverge in different directions. So don't make me laugh. In one's old age, a person is free to choose whether to grieve or not. Still holding the cup of alcohol in his hands, Ham Mugiguk said, your brother and I are not allies yet, though even if we were, couldn't I change my mind? After hearing these words from his interlocutor, Ham Mugiguk asked, does your support mean I'll have an entire army on my side? My motivation is clear. What about yours? Smiling joyfully after hearing the question, Gu Chengpa said, it's been a long time since I've seen such a fierce gleam in someone's eyes. I'm confident I won't regret it if I switch sides. So it's all because of my fearlessness, the old man added, which I'll use to the fullest. Peering into the cup and seeing his younger self there, Ham Mugik thought, if I were younger, I would have fallen for his flattery without a second thought. Youth is blind and old age is treacherous. Such is life. To take my father's place sounds as though I can only do it with his help. After reflecting and setting the cup down on the ground, Jem Mugik, without drinking its contents, said, I am grateful for these words, but it is time to return to business. Changing the subject, the young man added, it's not worth defying my father's orders. If he saw this meeting, he would surely say that I'm just avoiding work, even though I've been entrusted with an important task. After listening to Jem Mugik, Gu Chengpa asked, if the leader decides to keep you in the pavilion for the rest of your days, will you humbly accept this fate? Eventually, you'll have to make a choice anyway, whether you'll become the heir or not. The next moment, extending his hand before him and smiling slyly, the demon of the Bloody Skies added, the leader will definitely notice if you enlist my support. The mere news of it will make thousands of people take notice of you. Hearing this remark, Jem Mugik said, he's right, but I want the same thing my father did, to bring order to the sect. After finishing his thoughts and lowering his gaze to the cup of alcohol, Jem Mugik said, give me time to think. I'll make my decision only when the cup is empty. After hearing the young man's request, the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade, gripping his sword, said, well, fine. You don't have to drink at my request. The next moment, he swiftly swung his weapon, which Jem Mugik barely managed to block. And Gu Chengpa added, I'll await your answer tomorrow. Hearing 5 days in reply, the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade shouted, 3 and no more, then left the meeting place. Finally, having concluded his meeting with the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade, Ham Mugik sheathed his sword and, clutching his wrist, said, that old fox has quite a powerful strike. In broad daylight, listening to the groans of the men on the training ground, Yang Ho exclaimed, what's going on? My hands can't hold on. He didn't know that training was going so badly at the Nirvana Pavilion. Continuing to scold the trainees, the coach added, when you go out on a mission, you have to endure. At the same time, standing nearby with his friend, Ham Mugik heard, everyone can betray you, even your own family, and you can only trust strength. Hearing the coach's shouts, Seo De Ryong awkwardly remarked, Yang Ho just got divorced recently. That's where this monologue about family comes from. Bowing his head and smiling after hearing this, Ham Mugiguk said, that's funny, and then asked, how did you manage that? What are you talking about? Following his leader, Seo De Ryong added that the demonic warriors of the Southern Heavenly Sword had offered an official apology. Just think, they actually admitted their mistake. It's hard to believe. Hearing his subordinate's words, Ham Mugik smiled and said, you can see for yourself. Upon receiving the offer from Ham Mugik, Seo De Ryong nervously said, please don't joke like that. If I go there, I might not be able to come back. To which Ham Mugik replied, Right now, you could even dance on their training grounds, and no one would say a word, but that's only for now. The next moment, Ham Mugik recalled a conversation with the demon of the Bloody Sky Blade, who, before leaving, had said, I await your answer. Immediately after these recollections, the young man spoke up about the South, regarding Yang Tae and his son, to which he heard, I'm listening. Without turning his gaze toward the subject, Jem Mugik said in a stern tone, send them to the most dreadful place imaginable. Let them think about what they've done. To which he heard, it will be done. Heading for the exit, Jem Mugik thought to himself, they wouldn't have stopped their atrocities if I hadn't intervened, and the Kwok Su family would have continued to suffer because of people like Yang Tae. The innocent and the weak suffer. Continuing his thoughts along the way, Jem Mugik added silently, who knows how many there were and how many more I'll have to face. I won't let those scoundrels sow discord in the cult anymore. A short while later, in the demon village, looking at the construction of a new building, a man asked, so, you've decided to set up a branch of the pavilion here? Receiving the question from a local resident, Ham Mugik replied confidently, that's right. If you happen to notice any violations, feel free to report them. Receiving no reaction from the residents, the chief inspector asked, what do you usually do when leaders abuse their power? Hearing one man ask, and what should we do? Jem Mugik thought to himself, they must be used to suffering in silence. Even if they wanted to do something, there were no opportunities. Recalling the old system, he thought to himself that before entering the pavilion, one had to state the purpose of the visit at the main gate, followed by identity verification and a search. Getting into the pavilion was, if not impossible, then very difficult. Finishing his thoughts, Jem Mugik said to himself, from now on, for all matters related to crimes, you can come here. Hearing a surprised voice, the chief inspector replied, of course, I hope you will pass this information on to your comrades. Tell them that now there's a place they can come to if the warriors of our cult ever go too far. Without taking his eyes off the inhabitants of the demon village, Jem Mugik added, and let no one worry about anything. Anyone who dares to attack the one who filed the report will be immediately killed. Hearing these words, the man thought, the second young lord truly cares for us, and after bowing he said, I will certainly tell my comrades about this. Having sorted out the situation and heading off to resolve yet another problem, Jem Mugik thought, the foundation has been laid in the Nirvana Pavilion. From now on, we will protect the village's weak residents, the low-ranking warriors, those who cannot fight back. As he continued on his way to meet Gu Cheongpa, Jem Mugik added to himself, this way, people will understand that the value of life does not depend on status. This will become my guiding principle. Upon arriving at the designated spot and seeing the demon of the Bloody Sky Blade nearby, Jem Mugik asked, well, are you ready to answer? Sitting down next to Gu Cheongpa, Gyum Mugiguk said, I'm ready. Then the old man poured alcohol into a cup and said, drink. Hearing the instruction from the demon of the Bloody Sky, Gyum Mugiguk remarked, first, I need an appetizer. To which he heard, and what kind? Receiving the question from the old man, Ham Mugiguk said, demon army, bring it to the table. To which he heard a dissatisfied tone. That's not how negotiations are conducted, young master. Upon receiving the old man's remark, Jem Mugik asked in surprise, is it really so strange to ask for an appetizer to go with a drink? To which the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade replied, I've been waiting 3 days. The next moment, giving free rein to his anger, Gu Cheongpa roared menacingly. For such a brazen reply, forget it. I'll finish you off and present your head to the heavenly demon. Seeing that the boy had managed to block his lightning-fast attack, the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade said, not bad. You never cease to amaze me. You've learned to control your inner energy. Well, I'll have to linger with you a little longer. After some time, the confrontation intensified, and succumbing even more to his rage, the demon of the Bloody Skies exclaimed, fascinating. Simply incredible. Hearing these words from his opponent, Jem Mugik thought, perhaps I should use the 4 steps of the God of Winds. My hands are itching to see how he'd fare against the Step of Doom. The next moment, he added in his mind, no, not yet. If possible, it's better not to waste strength and avoid battle. After which he shouted, surrender the demonic army. Hearing Jem Mugik's words, the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade asked, and who will become the commander? Let me remind you, you are already the leader of the pavilion. Receiving a reply, Yang Ho, captain of the 3rd squad, Gu Cheongpa, said, it's not just Yang Ho who supports you in everything. Greed can be your downfall, in case you weren't aware. After hearing these remarks directed at him, Ham Mugik exclaimed, wasn't it you who wanted to subjugate the clan to your will by using my abilities? You were the one who proposed we become allies. You must understand that madmen always take risks. Noticing how the old man suddenly froze in surprise, Ham Mugiguk added, and where am I wrong? Of all people, you wanted to cooperate with me specifically. Isn't that madness? Immediately after his outburst, the young man thought, I have no idea what he wants. In my past life, I never managed to uncover his secrets. Recalling moments from the past from whence he had returned, Jem Mugik added in his mind, of the 8 highest demons, Gu Cheongpa was the first to die. I wonder how that happened. Enraged by the boy's words, the demon of the Bloody Skies struck the jug and the cup of alcohol with his foot and shouted, you little devil, you bastard. Your greed has backfired on you. Hearing the old man's latest outburst, Ham Mugik thought to himself, he just can't say that because he understands that he's not the only one who wants to become my ally. 2 days later, upon arriving at the chief inspector's office, Yang Ho said, what nonsense. The demon of the Bloody Skies Blade offered me the position of commander of the demonic army. It's up to you. After receiving the question from his comrade, Jem Mugik thought, just as I imagined, Yang Ho didn't miss a beat. He figured it all out immediately, and then said, that's right. Convinced of his guesses, Yang Ho said in surprise, I am of course grateful to you, but I don't think I deserve this title. To which he heard, there's no need to be modest. Things used to be quite different. Continuing the conversation with his comrade, the chief inspector added, times have changed now. I'm sure you'll have no equal. Just command the army, just as you did the 3rd detachment. Upon receiving the order from his leader, Yang Ho bowed his head and said, that's all true, but you're overestimating me. Hearing his subject's thoughts, Ham Mugik said, perhaps you're not the only contender for the title. Just give it a try and we'll see how it turns out. All right, he replied. When the man finally agreed to take the post of army commander, Ham Mugik thought, actually, I've been deceitful. I'll have to do everything in my power to ensure Yang Ho takes the post of commander. A short time later, upon arriving at the Heavenly Demon's pavilion, and seeing his father in new attire, Jem Mugik asked, new clothes? To which he heard, pajamas. After a long pause, his father asked, what are you doing here at such a late hour? To which Jem Mugik replied, late evening has only just begun. Immediately after making that remark, the young man added in surprise, I mean, it's no secret that you go to bed so early, but if the Murmu Alliance finds out about this, at that he heard, let's get down to business. After instructing his son to get down to business, the celestial demon said, I want to form an alliance with the Blade of the Bloody Skies. And then, sighing, added, not so long ago I wanted to finish him off. Upon receiving the comment from the sect leader, Jem Mugik remarked, I didn't understand his full value. Immediately after speaking, lowering his gaze, Jem Mugik thought, father isn't surprised at all. He must have understood everything that very day when Yang Ho was recommended as army commander. After considering his son's request, the sect leader said, the Blade of the Bloody Skies is quite temperamental. It's not so easy to tame him. In response to the Heavenly Demon's remark, Jem Mugik said, I never intended to let him serve as long as he's useful. He's not important enough for me to let him get close. The next moment, upon hearing, aren't you afraid the blade might prove too sharp? Ham Mugik replied, not in the least. There is a slight difference between us. Once an old sword breaks, it cannot be restored, but a new one only hardens in battle. Hearing his son's words, the father remarked, for now, this is just empty talk. Better answer why you came. Smiling imperceptibly, Jem Mugik looked at his father and said, obviously, I will report the state of affairs to the one who pays me my salary. Hearing his son's report, the sect leader said, I'm sure you don't want to ask me for a favor. For example, to consider the candidacy of Yang Ho, who is so advantageous to you. Continuing the conversation with his father, who seemed to support him, Ham Mugik replied, on the contrary, I ask that you not let the Blade of the Bloody Skies do as it pleases. Hearing the reply, so you're suggesting we reject his proposal? Ham Mugik answered, exactly. I want to set the record straight. Sometimes Gu Chungpa gets too full of himself, acting as if he's above the clan leader. Let him understand his place. After listening to his son's request, the sect leader remarked, you'll miss your chance to take control of the army just to humiliate Chiangpa. Don't talk nonsense, explain what's going on. After receiving the question from his father, Ham Mugik thought, damn, he's not going to be fooled, and then said, fine, I need to get something from the Blade of the Bloody Skies, but I won't let him set his own terms. Hearing something more important than the demonic army, Ham Mugik smiled slyly and said, in a way, the demonic army will be mine anyway. They have no choice. Hearing his father's words, stop joking around, you've just woken me up for nothing. Jem Mugik watched him walk away and thought, father, there won't be anything funnier than your outfit tonight. The next day, upon arriving at the sect leader Gu Chungpa's residence, he said, I don't know if this fits with your plan, but lately the second young master has been standing out. To which Gu Chungpa replied, isn't that because of you? Then, folding his hands in front of him and bowing his head, Gu Chungpa added, by no means, sir. The son has merely inherited his father's traits. I am merely an outside observer. Nothing more. Hearing this, the unripe heavenly blade of the bloody skies replied, that is precisely why I came. I wish to offer him a helping hand. After hearing the proposal, looking at his subject, the sect leader remarked, working with you is a priceless and very rare experience. So I grant you freedom of choice. Bowing after receiving permission from the demonic blade, Gu Chungpa said, thank you very much, but if you are so concerned about his fate, would you not wish to help me? Upon receiving the proposal from his subject, the celestial demon looked down on him and asked, in what way exactly? Then, raising his gaze to the sect leader, Gu Chungpa said, our army still needs a commander. All you need to do is choose the one I will tell you about. Immediately after these words, Gu Chungpa recalled his son's plea, who had said, please don't let the blade of the bloody heavens do as it pleases. The next moment saying, I'm afraid I must refuse, Gu Chungpa heard, but this is the wish of the second young master. Shaking his head after receiving this remark from his subject, the heavenly demon said, I have shown him enough support. It is time to think about my second son as well. After listening to the remarks from the sect leader, Gu Chungpa said, mentorship has revealed one simple truth to me. If you cannot adhere to it, you will inevitably face criticism. I speak to you from experience. If you decide to support someone, make your choice once and for all. Suddenly frowning, the sect leader looked at his subordinate and said, and you are too kind. I will cut off the head of anyone who dares to judge my actions. Hearing no reply, the celestial demon said, I hope this settles the matter. Having received the question from his leader, Gu Cheongpa folded his hands, bowed, and said, "Certainly until we meet again." Hearing goodbye called after him, Gu Cheongpa, heading toward the exit, thought to himself, why is he suddenly acting up? If he's chosen a favorite, then support him. It's that simple. That evening, upon meeting with Ham Mugik, Gu Cheongpa said, "It seems to me that the leader is on your brother's side." Hearing what the demon of the bloody blade of the heavens had told him, Ham Mugik asked, "Is that what you think?" The next moment, casting a disappointed glance at his companion, he added, "So it turns out our efforts were in vain, though I'm sure you knew how to persuade him." Freezing instantly upon hearing the remark, Gu Cheongpa said discontentedly, "So you're implying I didn't do enough?" Receiving the question from his interlocutor, Ham Mugiguk said, "No, I'm just disappointed." At that very moment, Gu Cheongpa set down the vessel of alcohol and exclaimed, "Young man, your plan was doomed to fail from the very beginning. Chang Ho, commander of the army, just think about it." Watching as Gu Cheongpa poured another drink, Ham Mugik asked, "Are you giving up already?" Hearing this, he replied, "There's no point in raising false hopes." The next moment, hearing the words directed at him, "So you're bragging? It seemed like you were capable of more." Gu Cheongpa froze. Immediately after, raising his gaze to the young man, he exclaimed angrily, "What more praise do you want?" Continuing the conversation with the angry man, Ham Mugik said, "And who promised that with his help I would become the heir?" To which came the reply, "And who demanded the impossible and begged like a child?" Casting a dissatisfied glance at his interlocutor, Ham Mugik remarked, "So you should have refused from the very beginning and not played along with me." The next moment, drawing a line on the ground, Jem Mugik added, "Wasn't it you who claimed you were on equal footing with my father? I trusted your words, but in reality things aren't like that." Immediately after looking at the demon of the bloody skyblade again, the boy thought there was nothing to say and remarked, "If I were in your place, I would have done everything possible." After a few seconds of silence, Gu Cheongpa suddenly shouted, "Forward!" Then Jem Mugik asked in surprise, "What?" Fixing his stern gaze on the boy, Gu Cheongpa added, "If you're so proud of yourself that you think you can do what I couldn't, then go ahead and prove yourself in action." Hearing his companion's instruction, Ham Mugik asked, "And if father agrees to what he's heard? Just try it yourself, and you'll see that it's all in vain." After receiving Gu Cheongpa's instruction, Jem Mugik thought, "He's so confident in his words, he believes that if he was refused, the same fate awaits me. Well, he's learned his father's ways well." The next moment, after asking, "Are you offering a bet?" the demon of the bloody sky's blade said, "Well, that's a good idea." Hearing the old man exclaim, "If you fail, you'll switch to my side and won't make any demands," Jem Mugik asked, "And if I succeed?" Hearing the boy's confident tone, Gu Cheongpa fell silent for a moment, then said, "I'll grant you one wish." To which he replied, "I want an elixir, but one that's stronger than the pills of the demonic entity." Upon learning of Jem Mugik's wish, Gu Cheongpa exclaimed, "Do you even understand what you're asking for?" To which he replied, "We're more than just comrades. It'll only benefit both of us if I become stronger." Immediately after speaking, Jem Mugik pondered the requested item. "I didn't set that condition for nothing. An elixir stronger than the demonic essence pill, a sphere of heavenly essence, and he has it." The next moment, upon hearing, "Do you think you can convince the leader?" "Don't make me laugh," Jem Mugik replied. "If you can't get him, then I see no point in continuing our cooperation." Convinced that the young man was serious, Gu Cheongpa said, "I'm convinced. If Chang Ho becomes the commander of the demonic army, I'll grant your wish." Hearing his companion's words, Jem Mugik drew his sword and said, "Then it's a deal." After that, Gu Cheongpa clapped his hands. Later, as soon as the demon of the bloody skyblade leaped into the air, Ham Mugik, watching him go, thought, "I'll drink the sphere of heavenly essence and be able to defeat any of the 8 highest demons." Well then, let's get down to business. A short while later, upon hearing the question from the young master, Sam Mayang asked, "So, what are the odds exactly?" Hearing the question from the sect's deputy leader, Ham Mugik replied, "Exactly. Please be honest with me." Having been asked to be honest, Sama Mayang replied, "Practically 0, to which he heard, but Chang Ho recommended the demon of the bloody sky." After the young master's remark, Sama Mayang clasped his hands in front of him and said, "The sect leader refused him. You know yourselves, he's unlikely to change his mind unless there are compelling reasons." Hearing the deputy's remark, Jem Mugik said, "Certainly, but only if another high-ranking demon recommends it as well." Upon receiving the question from the young master, Sam Mayang asked in surprise, "So you mean a second recommendation?" Interrupting the advisor's question mid-sentence, Jem Mugik, recalling the other high-ranking demon, said, "Exactly." Sometime later, while reviewing the records, Sam Mayang recalled his conversation with Jem Mugik, in which he had asked for another recommendation from an influential person. Looking confidently at the sect's deputy leader, Jem Mugik said exactly that. Hearing the young man's suggestion, Sam Mayang said in surprise, "This has never happened before, but I think that if Chan Ho nominates someone else from the 8 higher demons, the leader might change his decision." Immediately after speaking, the man paused for a moment and added, "But is that really possible?" Smiling after the deputy leader's words, Jem Mugik said, "It's worth at least trying. Sometimes it's easier to parry with 2 swords." Recalling that conversation, Sama Mayang said, "2 swords? Does that mean you'll resort to the deadly supreme sword?" Upon arriving at the Nirvana leader's presence, Pei Chong Tak, the swordsman of the Northern Heavenly Sword Clan, exclaimed in surprise, "What a travesty." Trying to somehow justify himself to the man, he added, "But it's all a lie, I don't know." arrange a confrontation. After listening briefly to the suspect's outbursts, Ham Mugik asked, "And why would she lie?" Spreading his arms wide after hearing the question, Pei Chung-tak exclaimed, "How am I supposed to know? Maybe someone put ideas in her head, or she's holding a grudge. I swear I didn't even touch her with a finger." After the man's latest excuses, Ham Mugik said, "All right, we'll see," and called his colleague inside. Hearing the voice of his chief investigator, Seo De-ryong entered Ham Mugik's office along with the victim. Seeing who had just appeared at the office entrance, Pei Chung-tak jumped up from his seat and shouted, "What are you doing?" Immediately after the suspect's outburst, Ham Mugik said sternly, "If you open your mouth one more time, you won't be able to say another word. Do you understand me?" The next moment, turning his gaze to the victim, the chief investigator asked, "Tell me, did he do this to you?" and saw the girl nod. Seeing that his servant had nodded her head in fear, Pei Chung-tak shouted, "She's lying and not even blushing. Just look at her, standing there and trembling." Without taking his eyes off the frightened girl, the swordsman added, "You're afraid they'll catch you in a lie, aren't you?" Interrupting Pei Chung-tak's outbursts, Ham Mugik said, "She's afraid of you." To which he replied, "Are you serious, leader? Do you think the girl is right?" Continuing to bore into the suspect with a disapproving gaze, Ham Mugik said, "So you even dared to threaten her, saying that if she turned you in, she'd be left an orphan." Hearing the leader of Nirvana's words, Pei Chung-tak asked in confusion, "What do you mean? You actually believe her?" The next moment, Ham Mugik gave Seo De-ryong an order, and he let 2 more girls into the office. As soon as the former maids appeared at the office door, Ham Mugiguk asked, "Do you recognize your former maids?" Instantly calming down after Ham Mugiguk's words, Pei Chung-tak said, "You've grown so much." Finally, unable to tolerate the suspect's behavior any longer, Ham Mugi said, "Enough with the feigning of insanity. They've already given their testimony." The next moment, shifting his gaze to the girls, he added, "And with each of them, you pulled the same trick. You raped them, threatened them, and then threw them out and chose a new victim." Realizing that his crimes had been exposed, Pei Chung-tak bowed his head and said, "I made a mistake just once. I was drunk, I admit it. And I've always given a damn about neither the maids nor those with them." Hearing these words from the suspect, Jem Mugik said menacingly, "I see you're quite well informed. That's how it was before." Immediately after hearing this remark, Pei Chung-tak exclaimed, "I swear to heaven this will never happen again. If you need a written statement, I'll do it without any problem, in the best possible way." After listening to the man's pleas, Jem Mugik said, "Calm down. They don't throw people like you into prison." Also, upon hearing that Pei Chung-tak might go unpunished, the 3 victimized girls froze in place in horror. Overjoyed that he would be forgiven, Pei Chung-tak exclaimed, "Thank you, your nobility knows no bounds, I swear it." But before he could finish, Jem Mugik instantly rose from his seat, severed the man's head from his shoulders, and declared, "Your only path is to hell." Having dealt with the problem and sheathed his sword, Ham Mugik said, "This bastard won't harm anyone else, you're safe." Turning his gaze to the bewildered girl standing nearby, Ham Mugik added, "Go on, from now on, you have nothing to fear." Maintaining absolute composure, he added, "The memories of the horrors I've committed will haunt you until the end of your days, but remember how it all ended." The next moment, glancing at the floor where Pei Chung-tak's body lay, Jem Mugik added, "Keep this moment in your hearts, and may his death bring you comfort." After saying all this, the leader of Nirvana furrowed his brow and thought to himself, "I could not have acted otherwise." Recovering from the shock of what she had seen, one of the victims bowed her head and said, "Thank you for the retribution, leader." The next moment, joining the others in tears, another girl cried out, "Thank you." Having received thanks for his actions, Jem Mugik said, "There's no need for gratitude. Without you, none of this would have worked out." Continuing the conversation with his charges, he added, "Keep in your hearts the courage with which you stood up to him for the rest of your lives." To which they replied, "Of course." Later, when Seo De-ryon and the victims left the office, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "Father, are we even capable of standing up to the Murim Alliance?" Looking out the window of his office, he added silently, "If we can't even protect the children, they'll overthrow us without a second thought." The next moment, Leon arrived at Jem Mugik's office. Spotting the body on the floor, she exclaimed, "Sir, this is the man from the Northern Heavenly Sword. I doubt they'll let this slide. Aren't you afraid?" Hearing the question from his subject, Jem Mugik replied, "Of course I'm afraid. Of dying before I've had a chance to purge the cult of its rotten elements." Continuing her conversation with the young man, Leon exclaimed, "Everything has changed since you became the leader of the pavilion. One day we will become nobler than the Murmu Alliance itself." After listening to his subject's words, Jem Mugik looked away and said, "Don't abuse the servants. Is that nobility? Normal people don't even think about such things." Continuing the conversation with Leon, Jem Mugik added, "You see, we've only just begun to rise from our knees." The next moment, looking back, Jem Mugik exclaimed, "Seo De-ryon, go immediately to the Deadly Supreme Sword. Inform them that we have a problem and request an audience for me." After some time, Jem Mugik and Seo De-ryon arrived at the demonic swordsman of the Northern Heavenly Sword. Following the guide who met them, Ham Mugi suddenly heard him say, "The leader of the Nirvana Pavilion has arrived." Hearing that the guest had already arrived at her cottage, the Deadly Supreme Sword So Yan Ran said, "Welcome, leader." At first glance, the Deadly Supreme Sword appeared very young, but appearances can be deceiving. Among the people, there's a belief that in such a changeable world, only So Yong Ran's beauty is constant, and even time cannot dim her radiance. Folding his hands after meeting the woman, Ham Mugik bowed and said, "Greetings, Deadly Supreme Sword." Hearing the guest's greeting, the woman said awkwardly, I still can't get used to that title. To me, you're simply Ms. So, let's skip the unnecessary formalities. Upon receiving the request from the deadly supreme sword, Ham Mugik remarked, I'm afraid that goes against the rules. Hearing these words, the woman asked, Are you showing respect only because of my age? I think we have different views on the world. Respect is a blessing that must first be earned, and it does not depend on the number of years one has lived. After listening to the girl's remarks, Gem Mugik said, Very well, Miss So. I dare to ask the same in return. To which he heard, Agreed. The next moment, looking back at where his companion stood, Gem Mugik said, My companion, the special investigator of the pavilion, I think he can better explain what happened. After that, Seo De Ryong said, Allow me to introduce myself, Seo De Ryong. Waving her hand after hearing all this, So Yon Ran said, Never mind. I believe the Nirvana Pavilion handed down a just punishment. Rapists deserve neither protection nor existence. After hearing the words of the deadly high sword, Ham Mugik exchanged a glance with Seo De Ryong, and the latter left the cottage. Left alone with the leader of Nirvana, So Yon Ran said, The wind of change is rushing toward our shores at full speed. You have breathed new life into the cult. Hearing these words directed at him, Gem Mugik replied awkwardly, It's all thanks to your support. To which she retorted, Don't flatter an old woman weighed down by experience. After hearing the woman's remark, Gem Mugik exclaimed, Come now, old woman. Legends are woven about the beauty of the deadly northern sword. Then, extending her hand before her and bowing her head, the woman said, Oh, don't say that. At my age, people devote themselves to pressing matters and don't worry about appearances. After listening to So Yon Ran, Gem Mugik, lost in his memories, thought, In that life, her fate took a sharp turn. After her father's death, chaos began. Continuing his reflections, Gem Mugik added in his mind, The cult's finest swordsmen clashed in a brutal struggle for the throne, and so Yon Ran emerged as the leader. Recalling those terrible times, Ham Mugik added in his mind that, at that time, our lands were drenched in blood. Political intrigues were beyond her power, so she took up the sword to resolve the situation. But the end of this story was not enviable. 3 years later, a stronger leader took her place. Having finished recalling his past life, Ham Mugik said, To be honest, it wasn't easy to admit. Hearing these words, the woman asked in surprise, What are you talking about? I suppose the rumors of my conflict with the warriors of the Northern Sword have already reached you. Immediately after speaking, Gem the Mugik added silently to himself, They are currently under the sway of the Blade of the Bloody Skies, and the deadly supreme sword cannot stand the sight of him. Yet they cannot wait to hear her reply. Finishing his thoughts, Gem Mugik said, The Blade of the Bloody Skies has a tempestuous temper. I would not wish to repeat such a story with you. Hearing these words from Gem Mugik, So Yonran remarked, Don't compare us, to which he replied, I beg your pardon. The next moment, the woman said, Since we're on the subject of the Blade of the Bloody Skies, I heard he was the first to nominate himself for the post of army commander. Please explain what's going on. Receiving the woman's question, Gem Mugik bowed his head and said, It's hard to find anyone better suited for this role than Chang Ho, especially since he's my man. Meanwhile, waiting outside with the guide, Seo De Ryan heard this and wondered how it had happened. He simply set his pride aside and said that if he had been recognized as the supreme demon, then the responsibility for the cult's future rested on his shoulders. Bowing her head and smiling, So Yonran said, He wouldn't have fallen for that. After this remark, the woman, Ham Mugik, said, Perhaps he didn't want to lose an ally. Hearing no reply from So Yonran, the leader of Nirvana added, He said he cares about the cult more than anyone else, but in the end, he couldn't even convince the leader to accept Chang Ho. Hearing the young man add, And that's why he offered me another option. So Yonran asked in surprise, And what is it? Looking at the woman in front of him, Ham Mugik said, To secure the support of another of the 8, but I doubt I'm capable of it. Immediately after these words, hearing the woman say, And why is that? Ham Mugik immediately cast a surprised glance at her. Noticing Ham Mugik's piercing gaze, the deadly supreme sword added, Don't the other demons care about the fate of the cult? Trying to keep the conversation on track, Ham Mugik remarked, That's not the point. Then the woman asked in a stern tone, Didn't you come here today to ask for a favor? Upon hearing this question, Gem Mugik thought, She's figured it all out just as I suspected. The time has come to lay my cards on the table. When a person is shrouded in the fog of deception, unable to distinguish truth from fiction, when he doubts every word you say, only then must you speak the truth. Speak. Finishing his thoughts, the young man said to himself, So you've understood everything. Noticing how the deadly supreme sword had turned its gaze toward him, Gem Mugik thought, I see doubt in her eyes. She's wondering why the gaze of the Blade of the Bloody Skies has suddenly fallen upon me, for neither honor nor loyalty are known to it. Lowering her head for a moment, So Yanran said, Now I understand why the leader sent you to the Nirvana Pavilion. Before Gem Mugik could even utter a surprised, What? So Yanran was already just a few centimeters from his face. Looking straight into the eyes of the young man before her, she added, You know how to get what you want. I will nominate Chang Ho for the post of army commander. Having received approval from the deadly supreme sword, Ham Mugik asked in surprise, Really? Then, glancing back at the young man, So Yonran said, I care deeply about the future of the cult. Hearing the reason for the woman's offer of help, Ham Mugik clasped his hands before her and said, Your help is invaluable, Lady So. After the meeting with So Yonran concluded, Ham Mugik thought to himself as he walked back, I suspected she would agree. The blood demon of heaven has already assessed my abilities. Continuing his musings, Mugi thought to himself, and so Yeonran is unlikely to hand over a potential heir to the throne to our allies. After all, she hates him so much that she wouldn't even give him a handful of manure by the roadside. The next moment, recalling a moment from a past life, he added to himself, after all, the first person she executed after becoming the cult's leader was Gu Cheongpa. At the same time, in the Heavenly Demon's Pavilion, the deputy leader remarked, I never imagined that the second young master was so skilled in negotiation. He merely took advantage of their hostility. Immediately after changing the subject, the cult leader asked, and what about Chang Ho? Is he worthy of becoming a commander? When asked by the leader, Sam Mayang replied, he has the ability, but he's quite weak in politics. The second young master made a rather wise decision. Hearing his deputy's words, the sect leader remarked, I don't know if he planned this. My son often acts on impulse rather than reason. Continuing the conversation with the leader, Sama Mayang remarked, there are always two sides to every coin, to which the leader replied, not in this case. After the sect leader's remark, the deputy asked, then who do you see as the commander of the army? Upon receiving the question from his subject, the celestial demon said, if Chang Ho does not become the commander, I will offend the pride of two rather headstrong individuals. So be it. I accept his candidacy. Hearing that the decision regarding the appointment of the army commander had been made, Sama Mayang clasped his hands before him and said, as you command, leader. The next day, standing in the square, Jem Mugik heard Yang Ho's voice. Bowing his head, he said, I don't know how to thank you. After these words, looking forward again at the courtyard, Jem Mugik said, don't worry about it. You're unlikely to succeed. Hearing what had just come from the young master's lips, the man said in surprise, I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Then, without taking his eyes off the courtyard before him, Jem Mugik said, do you know why I chose you? You're better suited for the role of commander than anyone else. When the young master added, the decision was made solely for the good of the cult, nothing more, Yang Ho remarked. We have many worthy people. The next moment, shifting his gaze to his subject, Jem Mugik added, and I had hoped that the demonic army would become my support, but I doubt that's possible. Continuing to look at the new general of the demonic army, Ham Mugik added, you are a man of honor, Yang Ho. I know you won't allow the army to be used for your own interests, so don't worry, I won't pressure you. Hearing this, Yang Ho, who had frozen in place, said, a man of honor does not forget a kindness, so I fear you are mistaken. What are you talking about? Then, bowing his head, Yang Ho said, do you remember our first meeting? I wrote a letter about the death of a friend. I wanted revenge. The next moment, placing his hand on his chest, the man added, as you can understand, those close to me are more important than life itself. Let the heavens be my witness. I swear to serve you faithfully until the end of my days. Leaning back slightly after everything that had happened, Ham Mugi Gook said, of course, for the sake of the cult, I will do everything possible, but from now on, my blade will shed blood only in your honor. After listening to all of Yang Ho's words and thinking, I was looking for copper but found gold, Ham Mugik thought, if that's the case, then I'll rely on you. After that, Yang Ho exclaimed, it will be an honor to work with you. A short while later, upon arriving at Gu Cheongpa and seeing him in a single pose, Ham Mugik said, wow, an immovable stone. Maybe I could turn you into a pedestal. Glancing quickly at the young man who had appeared behind Gu Cheongpa, he exclaimed in displeasure, are you mocking me? Are you implying that I'm as dull as a rock? To which he replied, not at all. Later, when Ham Mugik came closer, Gu Cheongpa said, Yang Ho has become the commander. That worked out well, to which a thank you was heard. After the thanks, hearing no reaction, Ham Mugik glanced at the demonic blade of the bloody skies and thought, I thought he'd go berserk if I enlisted. So Yeonran's help, but surprisingly, everything's calm. Still, I shouldn't let my guard down. Who knows what might pop into his head. Suddenly turning to the young man, Gu Cheongpa asked, so how did you manage to convince her? To which he replied, I'll tell you, but promise not to cause a scene, and added, all right. Having received a promise from Gu Cheongpa, Seom Mugik looked away and said, I swallowed my pride, remembered your words from our conversation, and basically used your conflict. With a disappointed snort after receiving the answer, Gu Cheongpa said, and they've got you wrapped around their finger so she'd fall for that senseless trick. That fox will show her true colors. She just doesn't want us to cooperate. The next moment, hearing Gu Cheongpa speak menacingly, well then, what will you do? Ham Mugi Gook replied, you know very well who takes priority. Then, standing opposite Ham Mugi Gook, Gu Cheongpa remarked, but it wasn't me who helped Yang Ho, to which he heard, but you were the first to come to the rescue. Immediately after handing Ham Mugi the chest, the demonic blade of the bloody heavens said, who knows if you'll succumb to temptation if she uses all her power. For example, if she decides to bribe you. Opening the box handed to him and peering inside, Ham Mugi Gook said in surprise, is that really it? I keep my word. Hearing Gu Cheongpa add, the sphere of heavenly essence, Ham Mugi Gook thought, it's definitely her. She won't even try to dodge it. Closing the box and looking at Gu Cheongpa, Ham Mugi Gook thought, I thought he'd find an excuse. Say it didn't work out. Or come up with something else. Bowing his head after receiving the special item, Gu Cheongpa said, I just couldn't bring myself to accept it. I was saving it for a special occasion. Hearing this excuse, Gyum Mugi Gook asked, and you're just going to give it away like that? Upon hearing the question, the demon of the bloody skyblade exclaimed angrily, "If you don't like it, I can take it back." A short while later, after pouring himself some sake and downing the cup, Gu Cheonpa said, "You know, I'm betting the rest of my days on you." Hearing this revelation, Ham Mugik thought in surprise, "The demon of the bloody sky's blade gave me his trump card without a second thought." The next moment, recalling his conversation with his father, he added, "And I dared to throw mud at him in my conversation with my father. I'll have to make amends for my mistakes." Then, turning his gaze to his grandfather, Ham Mugiguk thought to himself, "If Gu Cheongpa has decided he can trust me, then I won't let him down." Finishing his thoughts and folding his hands in front of him, Gem Mugik said, "Thank you for your support. Can you do me a favor?" Guessing exactly what Gem Mugik, the demon of the bloody skies, wanted from him, he exclaimed, "You idiot, have you completely lost your mind? You want to devour the sphere right in front of me?" Then Gem Mugik said, "Exactly, because it's your gift." After that, he thought, allowing a person to watch your practices is just like giving him a knife and exposing your back, the highest degree of trust. The next moment, hearing this, Gem Mugik, confident in me, added, "I've already accepted the gift. I might as well put it to use. And if the sphere is poisoned, I'll still have to obey you." Continuing the argument, Gu Cheongpa added, "If you think I'm capable of such a thing," to which he replied, "I'd rather think that poisoning someone isn't your style," and said, "I'm giving in. In truth, I'm still that old scoundrel." Then, sitting down in front of the old man, Ham Mugiguk said, "Undoubtedly, but unlike many, you keep your word." He heard, "And if that's just how it seems to you," after which he said, "Then I'll pay for my own stupidity." The next moment, after popping the sphere into his mouth and swallowing it, Gem Mugik thought, "Well, I hope this dissolves properly." After finishing the practice, Ham Mugik opened his eyes and thought, "My strength seems to have increased tenfold," and then he thought, "Wow, that was delicious." Then, glancing at the demon of the bloody skyblade, Ham Mugik said, "It's like honey. I've never tasted anything better in my life." Upon receiving the boy's reply, Gu Cheongpa clutched his head and exclaimed, "Damn it, what a curse! Why did I even give it to him?" Meanwhile, standing up after finishing his training, Gem Mugik said, "Why are you yelling like that? Either way, I'll be the one to unlock its potential." Immediately after speaking, as he began testing his newly acquired power, Ham Mugiguk thought to himself, "It feels as though even the blade of the bloody skies is now within my grasp." But before he could finish his thoughts, he heard, "Hey, young man, who the hell are you? You managed to intimidate me and force me to hand over the sphere of heavenly essence." Then, suddenly unleashing the acquired energy, Gem Mugik said menacingly, "I am the future of the cult, and if you survive, you'll see it for yourself." Seriously frightened by the situation, Gu Cheongpa asked, "What are you after?" To which he replied uncertainly, "That's it." Having calmed down a bit, the demon of the bloody sky added, "What else could an old man wish for but to live a little longer? That's all." Hearing the words, "You're trying too hard for such a simple wish," directed at him, Gu Cheongpa exclaimed, "I see." Then Ham Mugiguk added, "When things don't go according to your plan, you charge headlong into danger like a boy. The flame of youth still burns in your soul." After listening to all the young master's remarks, the demonic blade of the bloody heaven said, "So that's how you see me?" To which he replied, "Exactly." The next moment, bowing his head, Gu Cheongpa said, "I'm glad to hear that. I thought I was fading away completely." Hearing these words from the old man's lips, Ham Mugik, recalling his past life, thought, "A familiar feeling. Even the brightest dreams and aspirations dissolve into the murky currents of time." Later, taking a vase and a cup in his hands, Geom Mugik held them out to Gu Cheongpa and said, "Perhaps we should have a drink." Surprised by the offer Geom Mugik had made, the demon of the bloody skies blade exclaimed, "But I lost the bet." After listening to Gu Cheongpa's remark, Gem Mugik said, "You're mistaken. You won it the moment you kept your promise. I'll accept the drink you offered." And then thought, "I don't know if I can, but I want to make him my new confidant." The next moment, having drunk every last drop, Gem Mugik said, "I hope we'll make a wonderful alliance." Immediately after wiping the remnants of the drink from his mouth, Gem Mugik said, "Well, if it ever comes to that, use your cunning. The main thing is that it works." Hearing Gem Mugik's words, the demon of the bloody skies blade exclaimed, "Tricks?" Then, laughing loudly, he heard another one and shouted, "Let's go." Watching as Gu Cheongpa poured him a drink, Gem Mugik thought, "Let him laugh, but I don't care. I can't figure out what's on his mind." Tipping the vessel of drink and once again drinking it all down to the last drop, Gem Mugik said, "He is not one whose true nature can be discerned through the tiny gap in his soul." At the very moment Gu Cheonpei tilted the vase to drink in his honor, Ham Mugiguk thought to himself, "All that remains is to wait for the day when you finally decide to open up to me." After emptying their vessels and exchanging glances, the young master thought to himself, "It will become clear whether we are friends or enemies. Only time will judge us." Returning to his pavilion and resuming his training, Ham Mugik thought, "I have become not only stronger, but also many times faster." As he continued to swing his sword, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "I've become not just stronger, but also many times faster. With this much inner energy, any higher level demon is no match for me." After making another swing with his sword, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "But this isn't enough, and it never will be. I'll need even more." But suddenly the sect leader appeared at the entrance. He saw his son training and asked, "I see you haven't stopped developing." Hearing his father's question, the boy replied, "It's all thanks to the blade of the bloody skies. It gave me the sphere of heavenly essence." Noticing no reaction from his father, the boy asked in surprise, "Even for the sake of propriety, aren't you surprised by what you heard? You yourself said you needed something from him, and I knew perfectly well that Gu Chengpa was keeping it just in case. Hearing the words of the heavenly demon, Ham Mugiguk asked in surprise, where did that come from? I was the one who gave him the sphere. After his father's words recalling his conversation with Gu Cheonpa, Ham Mugiguk thought, how did this happen? So that means everything the Blade of the Bloody Heavens said was true. Later, the celestial demon asked his son, and what did you stake? To which he replied, myself. Upon receiving an answer to his question, the sect leader said, it's clear who won. Then Ham Mugik added, and this is only the beginning. I will deal with each of the 8 higher demons. Hearing the room fall silent again, Ham Mugik thought, strange, earlier my father would have said I couldn't possibly handle them, and then asked, why are you silent? Hearing his son's question, the celestial demon said, I think you'll succeed. To which Yang Ho replied, so you see potential in me. Turning instantly and heading for the exit, the sect leader said, continue your training. To which Yang Ho replied, thank you for accepting me. Hearing his son's thanks, the man stopped and, without looking back, said, thank the 2 higher demons who supported your candidacy. Watching his father's retreating figure, Ham Mugik said, I will become stronger so that I may light the way for our people and the entire cult. Then, looking back, the sect leader said, it's futile. But before he could finish, he heard, empty talk that changes nothing, you're right. The next moment, as he walked away, the celestial demon said, I'm glad you understand everything yourself. The burden of the throne is heavy. If you want to bear it, don't get distracted by silly trifles. Hearing this remark, Ham Mugik shouted after him, no way! This is my path, and I will walk it as I see fit. After which he thought, I will bring happiness to everyone I can. Admiring the flowers in the garden, so Yonran heard Gem Mugik's voice behind her saying, the flowers are truly magnificent. Without turning her gaze, the woman replied, they say that with time they only become more beautiful. One day you'll understand what I mean. Hearing these words from the supreme demon, Ham Mugik thought, I've already lived a whole life and she has no idea. Finishing his thoughts and taking out a vessel of alcohol, Ham Mugik bowed and said, thank you for your help, Lady So. Please allow me to present you with a gift. Noticing that it was the young man who had brought her the gift, So Yonran said, thank you, but I don't drink anymore. I gave it up a long time ago. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed, oh, there it is, I'm so sorry. Immediately after apologizing, looking at the woman's back, Ham Mugik thought, actually I knew, but I deliberately brought alcohol to the meeting so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Perhaps I shouldn't have come with gifts, but good relationships are built precisely on such small detail. The next moment, bowing his head, Ham Mugik said, I prefer to pay the bills, perhaps you have a specific request. Upon receiving the question from her interlocutor, So Yonran, without turning around, said, stop cooperating with the Blade of the Bloody Skies. Hearing the woman's demand, Ham Mugik thought, he did warn me, and then said, may I ask what the reason is? To which she replied, your ideals are too different from his. Listening as So Yonran added, the Blade of the Bloody Skies defies all rules, yet without them, the future of the cult cannot be changed. Ham Mugik replied, I'm afraid I am unable to fulfill your will. Having received a refusal to her request, So Yonran looked around and asked, and why is that? Then Ham Mugik said, he gave me something valuable. After which he thought, I didn't want to bring this up, but since the conversation has taken this turn, there's nothing to be done. Continuing to look at the woman, he added silently, either way, I can't let either of them slip away. I won't find allies more valuable than them. After which he heard, share the details. Hearing So Yonran's repeated request, Ham Mugik said, you see, the subject is too personal. To which she replied, I naively assumed we were already close enough. Could I have been mistaken? Acting according to his plan, Ham Mugik sighed and said, it's true, you've helped me so much, yet I'm resisting. The next moment, upon hearing the young man ask, have you heard of the realm of heavenly essence? So Yonran exclaimed in surprise, that can't be. As soon as the shock subsided, the woman added, if he suddenly gave away such a treasure, we must be talking about the very same person. In response to the woman's question, Ham Mugik said, I suppose the Blade of the Bloody Heavens truly values me. The next moment, bowing to the woman, Ham Mugik added, thank you once again, Lady So. If you need my help, please let me know, until we meet again. As soon as Gem Mugik took his first step, So Yonran said, tell me, what kind of person has he become in your eyes? Pausing to answer, Gem Mugik looked around and said, ruthless, cruel, and temperamental. Yet first impressions are always deceptive. Continuing the conversation with the young master, So Yonran asked, then perhaps it's all about the gift, to which she received only a partial response. Trying to convince the young man of her point, So Yonran said, still, listen to my words. You need a reliable ally, so make a wise decision. At that very moment, Ham Mugik turned to the woman and said, prove exactly what you mean. Without taking his eyes off the supreme demon, the young man added, prove your worth. Show me that you will be my best ally. The next moment, having heard this, he said, I have already assessed the capabilities of the Blade of the Bloody Skies. To refuse such a beneficial alliance, I need a compelling reason. So, give it to me. So Yonran asked, is the welfare of the cult not a compelling enough reason? Receiving the woman's question, Ham Mugik replied, dreams, ideals, devotion. As long as there are no actions, all of this is just empty words, and I don't believe in them. Immediately after seeing the deadly supreme sword begin to emit an aura, Ham Mugik said, I don't know what you're thinking, but I have a long road ahead of me. Without taking his eyes off the woman, he added, every time I make a decision, I'm just afraid of making a mistake. So my words are not a command, but merely a request for help. After that, holding out his hand, Ham Mugik added, please help me make the right choice. Maintaining eye contact with So Yun-ran, Ham Mugik thought to himself, it's not worth working with Gu Chung-pa. Nonsense, I won't let him go. A shadow of doubt flashed across her eyes. Soon after, So Yun-ran broke the silence, asking, what is it you want? To which he replied, right now, I want nothing. Answering the woman's question, Ham Mugik clenched his hand into a fist and thought, I'm sure after these words, she'll think that Gu Cheon-pa's help is enough for me. The next moment, bowing his head, Ham Mugik said, your support is invaluable, Lady So. Goodbye, and then walked away. Leaving the woman alone with her thoughts, Ham Mugik thought, the seed of anxiety I planted will soon blossom, and so Yan-ran will reveal herself. That same evening, upon meeting with Ham Mugiguk, Gu Cheon-pa asked, so, what about that vixen? Upon hearing that she had wanted to destroy our alliance, he exclaimed, and I told you, did she at least give a reason? Continuing his conversation with the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade, Ham Mugiguk said, she said that you and I are not on the same path. Upon learning the reason So Yan-ran had given, Gu Chung-pa said, so, you Viper, what are you going to do? Receiving the question from the old man, Ham Mugiguk looked up at the sky and said, I will form an alliance with whoever brings me the most benefit. Hearing Gu Chung-pa's surprised exclamation, Ham Mugik looked at him and said, they're giving you a choice. Accept it wisely. I know you would do the same. Immediately after these words, extending his hand to Gu Chung-pa, Ham Mugik said, don't worry, I doubt she'll outdo you. Folding his hands in front of him after receiving Gu Cheon-pa's proposal, Gu Cheon-pa said discontentedly, I believe it. How could I possibly let such a chance to get back at me slip away? Hearing the discontent of the demon of the Bloody Skies, Ham Mugiguk said, listen, what happened between you two? You're fighting like cats and dogs. Upon receiving the question, Gu Cheon-pa said thoughtfully, well, while Ham Mugiguk thought to himself, I've known the answer for a long time. After which the old man added, you don't need a reason to hate. The next moment, Ham Mugiguk said, how about we have a drink? Let's wash away the bitterness of this conversation with some good wine. To which he heard, how do you see me? Looking closely at Gu Cheon-pa, the young master said, you're withdrawn, though I don't think it's a big problem. I just don't think you should live all alone. Come on, drinks are on me. Hearing that Ham Mugik was covering the cost of the feast, the demon of the Bloody Skies leapt into the air and shouted, see you in the demon village. Upon arriving at the bar, Gu Cheon-pa said in surprise, I thought you were going to take me to a brothel, even though I hate being around women. Sitting down at a table across from his companion, Ham Mugik said, I certainly didn't expect that. Your late brother was a frequent guest at brothels. Folding his arms after hearing this, Gu Chung-pa said discontentedly, let's not talk about him. You'll just ruin the mood. To which Ham Mugik replied, all right, and thought to himself that he had mentioned him on purpose so he wouldn't forget. Soon after, a waiter approached the table where the two high-ranking officials were seated and said, welcome, it is an honor for us to host such guests. Hearing the greeting, Ham Mugik smiled and said, you're very famous for your good drinks and delicious food, to which he received words of gratitude. As soon as the man left to prepare the order, Ham Mugik remarked, you're sickeningly sociable, and to which he replied, so what's wrong with that? Hearing Gu Chung-pa sigh, Ham Mugik said, if you let your emotions get the better of you, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself. Take the bar owner, for example. Will the food taste better if you praise him, or if you threaten to kill him if you don't like it? After listening to the young man's remarks, Gu Cheon-pa said, that's exactly where you fall short compared to your brother. Waving his hand after receiving the remark, Ham Mugik said, it's much easier to live as a heartless monster, but that's not for me. Why is that? Then, turning his gaze toward the kitchen, the young master said, because I believe that food tastes better when it's prepared with a smile on one's face rather than with trembling in one's body. After listening to his companion's opinion, Gu Chung-pa folded his hands in front of him and said, one day, your kindness will play a cruel joke on you, or rather, on those who take advantage of it. Anyone you refuse to help will curse you for the rest of their lives. Such is human nature. Hearing the words of the demon of the Bloody Skies Blade, Ham Mugiguk closed his eyes and said, if I help, perhaps this person will one day repay me in full, perhaps even save my life. Such is human nature. To which came the reply, well, we'll see. Later, when the order was brought, Gem Mugik said, personally, it seems to me that you're more of a hostage to your emotions than I am. Then, taking a glass in his hand, Gu Chung-pa said, you're a complete fool, you judge people terribly. After hearing the comment from the demon of the Bloody Skies, Gem Mugik thought, it seems to me that I hit the nail on the head. No matter how much I interacted with him, he always gave in to his emotions. The next moment, tilting his glass of drink, Gem Mugik added, even now, sharing my thoughts. Though earlier, this old man wouldn't have allowed himself to do such a thing. Finishing every last drop and setting the glass down on the table, Gem Mugik said, if we're on the subject, I think you should focus on your students. Otherwise, they'll keep getting into trouble with the Nirvana Pavilion. Hearing the remark from the young master, the demon of the Blade of the Bloody Skies said, aren't you being a bit too presumptuous? But before he could finish, Gem Mugik said, the only one being presumptuous here is you. As soon as Gu Chung-pa exclaimed in displeasure, what did you just say? Ham Mugik added, you respect neither the cult nor my father because you are the Blade of the Bloody Skies. The next moment, glaring at the man with a menacing look, Ham Mugik said, who cares what my students do? Is that what you think? Finally, unable to restrain himself, Gu Cheonpa leapt to his feet, smashed the table, and shouted, "You've gotten completely out of hand. I'm going to smash your face right now." Immediately afterward, turning his gaze to the bar owner, the old man angrily shouted, "What are you staring at? Bring the drinks and food here quickly." After which he felt it was unbecoming to behave that way. Placing a stack of coins on the neighboring table, Ham Mugik added, "Here's the money for the table. I'm sorry, I'll cover all the damages." Hearing that he would be reimbursed for everything, the bar owner replied awkwardly, "Well, you don't need to," but stopped himself, saying, "No, it's not necessary." The next moment, handing the stack of coins to the man, Ham Mugik added, "Here, bring us more drinks and food, and plenty of it." To which the owner exclaimed, "Right away." Seeing the man hurry to the kitchen to fulfill the order, Gu Chongpa asked, "Are you expecting me to pull stunts like that?" Receiving the question from his companion, Jem Mugik said, "Well, not to destroy and break everything around us." Then, beginning to rise from his seat, Gu Chongpa said, "I've decided to teach the supreme demon kindness." To which he heard, "I walk the path of a true demon who does not encourage destruction in a fit of rage." As soon as the demon of the Bloody Skies blade shouted, "And what about you, Jem Mugik?" he cut him off mid-sentence, saying, "Stop shouting. You'd better sit down quietly." Hearing the instruction from the young master, Gu Chongpa sat back down and shouted, "You insolent brat with a draft in your head." The next moment, turning his gaze back to Ham Mugik, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade added, "If you even think of betraying me, I'll finish you off without a second thought." Having received a threat from his interlocutor, Ham Mugik asked, "Are you lying?" "No, I'm not," he heard in reply, after which he added, "Well then." Glancing at his companion, Ham Mugik said, "Swear your loyalty to me." In response, the other said, "I'm not going to throw around threats just to you. If I swear loyalty and you betray me." The next moment, clutching his chest, Ham Mugik added menacingly, "Your heart will know the wrath of my sword." Drawing unwanted attention from the man, Ham Mugik took a vase of drink and, beginning to pour it, said, "Drink with me." Handing a cup to Gu Chongpa and taking another into his own hands, Ham Mugik thought, no words are needed and there's no point in waiting. His heart spoke volumes. At that very moment, approaching his mistress, the subject remarked, "The second young master is now drinking alongside the blade of the bloody heavens." Continuing to stand behind his mistress, the servant added discontentedly, "That arrogant braggart." Hearing these words from the servant's mouth, so Yonran turned around and said sternly, "Watch your tongue. Talking about someone behind their back is a rather low act." As soon as the subject said, "I'll remember that," so Yonran replied, "He's not the young master I remember." After that, the subject said only, "A storm in the thicket." After hearing the servant's speculation, the woman said, "But what if this thicket is capable of containing the entire Murim?" The old man gifted him the sphere of heavenly essence. Consider it a gift of his very self to the young master. The blade clearly sees in him a promising heir. Hearing his mistress's words, the servant asked, "And what do you think of him?" Receiving the question from her servant, so Yonran thought, "The second young master has shown himself from an unexpected side, but not enough for me to decide to share the essence with him." Continuing her musings, the supreme demon added, "That is precisely what angers me. It's as if the blade saw something in him that I did not see just now." A moment later, bowing his head, the servant said, "You should rest. I have found a new husband." After which So Yunran headed home. Upon arriving at the pavilion and stepping inside, Ham Mugik thought to himself, "This is the first time I've been in my father's training hall." Later, noticing the wall in the hall battered by training, he added in his mind, "These marks are from 10,000-year-old cold iron." Approaching the 10,000-year-old cold iron and running his hand over it, Ham Mugik said, "I would have taken pity on it." No sooner had he said this than a celestial demon appeared nearby and said, "Enough chatter. Show me the 4 steps of the wind god." Receiving instructions from the sect leader, the second young master said, "All right, father," and began to demonstrate his skills. As he demonstrated everything he had managed to learn, Jem Mugik reflected, "The 4 steps of the wind. God consists of 4 fundamentals and more than 900 variations. If even the smallest detail is changed, the power of this art will change." At one point, noticing his father's watchful gaze upon him, he thought, "Something's wrong, I must have made a mistake." Then came the words, "You have already reached this level." After taking a short break and resuming the demonstration, Jem Mugik thought, "Father has acknowledged my progress." We then continued discussing martial arts, and he shared his knowledge. Later, sitting down with his father for a conversation, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "He listened calmly to my thoughts and even agreed with some of them." During the conversation, upon hearing the celestial demon remark, "Interestingly, judging by everything, that for the best results one really does need to rely on the right foot," Jem Mugik thought, "I certainly didn't expect such calmness and openness from him regarding martial arts." The next moment, the sect leader said, "Close your eyes. I will tell you what I myself have been able to learn." Having heeded his father's advice and listened to all his instructions, Jem Mugik thought, "Thanks to my father, I was able to master the 4 steps of the wind god even better." Later, folding his hands in front of him and bowing to the sect leader, Jem Mugik said, "Thank you for your guidance. As a token of my gratitude, I will now finish Hua Mugik." Having finished his sincere thoughts, the boy added, "I will increase the amount of your stipend," to which he heard, "Don't talk nonsense, you'd better eat before you go." Seeing the surprise on his son's face, the celestial demon asked, "What is it?" To which the reply came, This is the first time I've heard you offer to share a meal with someone. Upon learning the reason for his son's surprise, the man quickly rose from his seat and, heading toward the table, said, "And why should that be surprising?" Taking his seat at the table, Jem Mugik heard, "If there isn't enough, ask for seconds," to which he replied, "All right." Silently savoring the dishes on the table, Jem Mugik thought, he must be thrown off balance by my unusual silence, but he doesn't know that before the regression, I never even thought about having dinner with my father. Continuing to enjoy the delicious food, Jem Mugik added silently, "But now I know that deep down, this is exactly what I wanted." At one point, hearing his father ask, "Well, how's the food?" the second young master replied, "Perhaps you'll give me your chef." Snorting in displeasure at the request, the celestial demon said, "You'll have to make do without him. So for what reason were you looking for me?" To which he replied, "I have a request for you," and added, "What exactly is it?" Hearing his son say, "I want to expand our family," the sect leader asked in surprise, "Are you hinting at marriage?" Receiving the question from his father, Jem Mugik bowed his head and said, "No, I want to teach the art of the levitating blade to my bodyguard, Leon." The next moment, remembering the girl, Jem Mugik added to himself, "It's about time to teach her too. With her, Leon won't have to fear for his position as leader of the Phantom Squad." The problem is that only blood relatives of the Heavenly Demon can learn this technique. Hearing his son's request, the Heavenly Demon said to his brother, "You despise your own blood, yet you wish to make your bodyguard a blood relative." After listening to his father's words, Jem Mugik confidently replied, "That's because she is far more important than him, and believe me, she will prove herself wonderfully." To which his father replied, "But the levitating blade is your unique technique, I'm sure." After his father's question, Jem Mugik said, "My technique will become the demonic art of the 9 misfortunes." After which he thought, they no longer teach it. Due to the nature of blood ties, it is passed down exclusively to the heir. Staring intently at his son, the man said, "You shouldn't be so cocky." "Well, okay," Jem Mugik thought in surprise, having agreed so readily. But he didn't have long to rejoice before his father added, "But first, promise me something." Hearing this, Jem Mugik asked, "What exactly?" Without taking his eyes off his son, the man added, "Next time you decide to kill a supreme demon, tell me first. It doesn't matter which one." "All right, father, I promise," Jem Mugik replied. Returning to his training hall, Jem Mugik heard someone call out behind him, "You called me." Turning his head toward Lian, who was standing there, the second young master said, "Lian, leader of the Phantom Squad." To which she replied, "I'm listening." The next moment, turning fully toward the girl, he added, "I'm going to teach you a new technique." Surprised by her master's intentions, the girl exclaimed in astonishment, "Really?" Upon hearing this, she asked, "The art of the levitating blade?" Upon learning exactly what she would be taught, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "But how can I learn it? Only blood relatives of the Heavenly Demon can." The next moment, upon hearing, "You've said it all," Leon exclaimed, "Not exactly, but I'll say the main thing. No, it's impossible if the Heavenly Demon finds out." Interrupting the girl's panic, Jem Mugik said, "He has given his consent." Hearing this, Leon exclaimed in confusion, "Are you serious?" Noticing how Jem Mugik nodded in agreement, Leon bowed her head and said, "But the art of the levitating blade is a unique technique. Why should I be taught it?" Receiving the question from his subject, the second young master said, "So that you can hold your position as leader of the Phantom Squad more confidently, and since you're like family to me, it's all good." Feeling overwhelmed by emotion, Leon began to tremble and said, "And yet, how will I learn your art when no one has ever been so kind to me?" Then, approaching the girl who had burst into tears and placing his hands on her shoulders, Jem Mugik said, "Leon, you have always been dear to me." While training with the leader of the Phantom Squad, Jem Mugik reflected for a moment. "I have devoted myself entirely to teaching Lian." Combining this task with others, he added managing the Nirvana Pavilion and his own training to his mental to-do list. Recalling the time he had spent training the girl, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "Leon mastered the art of the levitating blade incredibly quickly. She turned out to be much more talented than I had expected." Stunned by what he saw, the young man thought to himself, "Her relentless training helped her achieve impressive results, and I also realized that I myself still have much to learn." Praising the joyful girl who had reached such heights, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "In my past life, I never taught anyone anything, so this process was quite enjoyable for me." In the Nirvana Pavilion, gathering his subjects before him, the leader spoke, "It's been a long time since we've gathered together like this, hasn't it?" Upon receiving a question from Jem Mugik, all the subjects shouted in unison, "Yes, leader." Hearing the cheerful tone of his subjects, the young master said, "Good spirits, we'll now pour oil on the flames of your souls." Seeing how the subjects were momentarily taken aback, Jem Mugik, without looking back, said, "Seo Darion, open the chest." Opening the chest and seeing a pile of money inside, Seo Darion exclaimed in surprise, "That's quite a sum, but what for?" Ignoring his companion's question, the young master said, "Give everyone a bill," to which he heard a surprised, "Are you serious?" Indignant at his subordinate's hesitation, Ham Mugik exclaimed, "Come on then," to which Seo Darion, bowing his head, replied, "Yes, sir." While Seo Darion was handing out money to each of the pavilion's workers, Ham Mugik said, "Consider this my gift to you." Delighted by the amount they received, all the workers joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, pavilion leader." Immediately after receiving their thanks, Ham Mugik declared, "The Nirvana Pavilion must not succumb to any external pressure, so I am giving you this money to prevent any temptation to take bribes." Continuing his speech, the young man added, "If you need funds, come to me. I'll pay your salaries early, and if that's not enough, I'll lend you money from my savings." Finishing his speech to his subjects, Gem Mugik exclaimed, "Is everything clear?" Hearing, "Yes, leader," he added, "Then you are free to go." Later, as he was returning inside the pavilion, Gem Mugik heard, "Sir, but how did you find out?" He then asked, "What exactly?" At that, Seo Daryan said, "Iko needed funds. His brother is getting married, so he's trying to raise a decent sum." Moving on, Gem Mugik said, "He spent all his savings on treating his sick parents, and now he's spending everything on his younger siblings, leaving practically nothing for himself." He then asked, "And how was I supposed to find out about this? This is the first I've heard of it." Seo Daryan replied, "I'm sure you were aware of it." Smiling gently after his subject's remark, Ham Mugik thought, "You've really figured me out. I found out about it by accident. At first I was just going to give him the money, but then I thought better of it and decided to make everyone else happy." Finishing his thoughts and turning his gaze back to his subject, Ham Mugik asked, "Is that really so important?" Upon receiving the question from his leader, Seo De Ryong exclaimed, "Well, of course, it's a wonderful way to earn the loyalty of your subjects." Continuing the conversation with his subject, Ham Mugik said, "You have a pretty good opinion of me. It's just a trick to earn more respect." After hearing Gem Mugik's explanation, Seo Daryan remarked, "For someone else perhaps, but for you, there's absolutely no point in resorting to such tactics." A short while later, upon arriving at the Southern Heavenly Sword's residence, Gem Mugik heard the second young master ask, "What brings you here?" Looking at the demon of the Bloody Skyblade who had asked to arrest him, Gem Mugik replied, "And what is there to arrest me for?" Continuing the tense standoff with his guest, Gu Chongpa added, "There are plenty of reasons to take my life." To which he replied, "Fortunately for you, that's not why I came." Upon learning that Gem Mugik had not come to arrest him, Gu Chongpa exclaimed, "Well then, why did you come?" To which he replied, "To bring you joy." Taking the box from Ham Mugik's hands, Gu Chongpa examined it and said, "Let me guess. I'll open the box and you'll spit poison in my face. Do you think you can fool me with such a cheap trick?" Smiling irritably at the old man's assumption, Ham Mugik asked, "Do they even make boxes like this? I'd buy a few." Upon hearing the guest's remark, the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade exclaimed, "Well then, what is it?" To which Ham Mugik, suppressing his irritation, replied, "Just open it already." As soon as the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade opened the box, Ham Mugik declared, "A bloody poisonous pearl of unsurpassed quality." Hearing what Gem Mugik had given him, Guchongpa said, "I can see that myself. Why are you suddenly being so generous?" "It's a birthday present," he replied. Turning his surprised gaze toward the young man, Guchongpa asked, "What do you mean, happy birthday? Isn't today his birthday?" Then, beginning to stroke his beard, the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade said thoughtfully, "Is it today?" Surprised by the old man's lackluster reaction, Ham Mugik asked, "Have you really forgotten? I haven't celebrated such nonsense in a long time, and where did you even hear about it?" Upon hearing the question, Gem Mugik smiled and said, "Have you forgotten who I am? There is no information that can be hidden from the Nirvana Pavilion. We even know the number of pairs of your underwear." Hearing just how much Gem Mugik knew, the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade asked, "Really? And how much exactly?" Hearing that Gu Chongpa truly believed his words, Gem Mugik said, "It was a joke. Anyway, happy birthday, old man." After which he bowed and added, "See you later." As Gem Mugik headed for the exit, Gu Chongpa watched him go and asked, "Did you really come just to give me a gift?" To which he replied, "Yeah, just that. Don't worry about it." The next moment, after hearing, "That's all?" Ham Mugik turned around and said, "I'm such a busy person. Let's have a drink tonight at the Bar of Pleasures. I'll be waiting there." As soon as the guest left his office, Gu Cheonpa closed the box and said, "So, a birthday present." Returning home after visiting Gu Cheonpa, Ham Mugi saw So Yon Ran standing before him and froze in shock. Hearing someone enter, the woman turned her head and, seeing the second young master nearby, said, "Young master, you've been working tirelessly all day. Here, have a drink before you go." Sitting down at the table next to So Yon Ran at her request, Gyum Mugi said, "As you wish, Lady So, but didn't you say you don't drink alcohol?" Receiving this remark from the second young master, the woman said, "This isn't for me, but for you." Hearing that all this had been prepared for him, Ham Mugik said, "Thank you," and then confidently drank it all down to the last drop. Seeing the young man's actions, So Yanran said, "You drank it so thoughtlessly. What if I had put poison in it?" Hearing the question from the woman sitting across from him, Ham Mugik said, "Don't worry, I'm prepared for any turn of events." To which she replied, "Really?" Then Ham Mugik took a pearl out of his mouth and, showing it to the woman, explained, "This bloody poisonous pearl helps not only against poisonous smoke, it can also neutralize liquid toxins." After examining the object the young man had just shown her, So Yan Ran remarked, "Judging by its size, this is top grade." After the woman spoke, Ham Mugik said, "Please forgive my rudeness, but I understand perfectly well that we aren't exactly friends. I'm not going to drink what you've poured without taking safety precaution." Hearing this, So Yan Ran asked, "With the blade of the bloody skies, are you just as cautious?" To which she heard no and added, "So you trust him, but not me." In response to the question from the Supreme Demon, Ham Mugik said, "We've been through a lot before drinking together." Hearing Ham Mugik's words, the woman asked, "And what about us?" She heard no and added, "But it was I who recommended Yang Ho to you." After listening to the woman's remarks, Gem Mugik said, "But did you do this for my sake? You recommended him, yet not for my benefit." It was an attempt to sow discord between me and the blade. The next moment, taking the bloody pearl in his hands, Ham Mugi added, I want to go through a lot with you and drink with you without bloody poisonous pearls in my mouth. Hearing the young man's words, So Yonran said discontentedly, Don't tell me fairy tales, you've already made your choice in favor of the sword. After hearing the woman's remark, Ham Mugik took the vessel of drink in his hands and began pouring it into his cup. After filling his cup, Ham Mugiguk set the bloody, poisonous pearl aside and drank it all down to the last drop, after which he thought to himself, any comparison to the blade is disgusting, and she is absolutely certain that if it came down to choosing between them, anyone would choose her. Then, turning his gaze to the woman, he thought to himself, of course she's not the type to stoop to poisoning. After which he heard, Young Master. Drawing his attention, So Yonran added, Please tell me what you truly desire. Hearing the woman's question, Ham Mugik immediately replied, Help me become the heir. I want you to help me without forcing me to sever my ties with the blade of the bloody skies. Upon learning of the young man's wish, So Yonran stood up and said, Young master, only parents help their children without expecting anything in return. As the woman headed for the exit, Ham Mugik said, Tonight I'll be drinking at the pleasure bar. You're welcome to join me if you'd like. After finishing the meeting and returning to his quarters, Ham Mugik saw the heavenly demon on the roof and said to his father in surprise, then thought, what kind of day is today? First the two supreme demons, and now my father has shown up. Hearing his son ask, What brings you here? The sect leader, without looking away, replied, I came to see how you're living. Surprised by the reason for the visit, Gem Mugik, lost in thought, reflected, He's never visited me before. Our first hunt together, our first dinner as a pair, and now he's come to my home for the first time. So many things have happened with him in this life for the first time. The next moment, hearing his son say, Maybe you'd like to come inside? The celestial demon replied, Why would I want to go into a bachelor's room that reeks of loneliness? To which he heard, Then let me bring you a chair. To which the sect leader replied, No need, I've had enough of sitting for today. Then Gem Mugik jumped onto the roof to his father and said, I remember a doctor once told me that sitting in one place for too long is bad for your health. The longer you sit, the shorter your life will be. Hearing these words, the cult leader asked, Do you want to live a long life? To which he replied, Well, of course, I still have so much to do. It's far too early to die. The next moment, turning his gaze to his father, Gem Mugik asked, Do you perhaps have any secret desires, heavenly demon? To which he heard a firm no. Having received an answer to his question, Gem Mugik thought to himself, He said no, but it sounded more like, I want many things, but I can't say them out loud. After his thoughts, Gem Mugik said, I'd like to visit the Central Lands with you sometime. I'm not hinting at a battle with the Alliance. I just want to see human life with my own eyes. Continuing to stand on the roof and watch the sunset, he added, Maybe someday we'll go on a trip. I've heard the snowy mountains are simply beautiful in the summer. A short while later, upon arriving at the establishment and sitting down at his table, Gem Mugik received his order and heard, Enjoy your meal, to which he replied, Thank you. Hearing the guest's thanks, the owner of the establishment awkwardly remarked, Well, you're the one I should be thanking. After you opened the pavilion branch nearby, the number of drunken troublemakers dropped sharply. Later, when the man added, And there are also fewer people trying to get a free meal, to which Gem Mugik replied, I'm glad to hear that. The next moment, shifting his gaze to the other people in the establishment, the man added, And not just from me. The Nirvana Pavilion has helped many people here. Suddenly, the voice of the demon of the Bloody Skies blade rang out in the room. Appearing at the entrance, he spoke, How you are adored by all. Noticing the panic on people's faces, Gem Mugik stood up and said, Supreme Demon, Noble One, please relax. Just don't come at us while you're drunk. Sitting back down, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade said discontentedly, Well, why did you lie in the first place? To which he replied, It wasn't out of malice, they paid for their meal. It's no fun to enjoy it while sitting on pins and needles. After receiving a remark from his interlocutor, Gu Chongpa looked away and said, If they're not satisfied with something, the door is right there. Hearing the old man's reply, Ham Mugiguk pointed toward the visitors and said, Then reimburse them for the inconvenience caused, and don't forget to cover the tavern owner's losses. After this remark, Gu Cheonpa said discontentedly, Again with this sickening kindness. To which he heard, These are just common manners. Then the old man remarked, That's how a cult member should behave. To which he replied, And a cult member isn't a human being. Continuing his argument with Ham Mugik, Gu Chongpa pointed a finger at him and said, You know, young sir, sometimes it seems to me that you're a spy from the Alliance. Upon hearing this remark, Gem Mugik thought, That's right, I don't consider myself a cult member either. In my past life, I left the cult while still young and met many people as a result. Immediately after his thoughts, raising a glass of drink, the young man said, Happy birthday. Hearing this, Gu Chongpa, seeing it as a good excuse to drink, asked, And you, I see you're a die-hard drinker. To which the reply came, Is that so? Not really. When asked by the other young master, Gu Chongpa replied, I used to enjoy it, but I've given it up recently. After which he heard a voice behind him, though not clearly. Recognizing the female voice of the demon of the Bloody Skies, he instantly turned around and saw So Yonran, who had also entered the tavern. Rising from his seat and pulling out a chair, Ham Mugik said, Welcome, Lady So, please have a seat. Silently passing by the demon of the Bloody Skies, the woman sat down at the table next to Ham Mugik. After a long pause, So Yonran turned her gaze to the young man and asked, "And why did you call me here?" Receiving the question from the deadly demonic sword, Gem Mugik replied, "Today is the Blade of the Bloody Sky's birthday. Such things must be celebrated, no matter how much we despise one another." Without taking his eyes off the dissatisfied high demons, Gem Mugik added, "That is why I decided to gather you all here." Upon learning the reason for the gathering, So Yonran rose from her seat and said, "In the future, let's limit ourselves to private meetings." The next moment, upon hearing, "Why are you so dissatisfied?" the woman turned her cold gaze toward Gu Chengpa and said, "And you still ask?" Faced with a question from the deadly demonic blade, Gu Chengpa said, "Come on, why are you so gloomy?" Outraged by the question from the demon blade of the bloody heavens, the woman exclaimed, "It's all because of you, isn't that obvious?" Hearing the woman's accusation, Gu Cheonpa exclaimed, "Then what have I done wrong?" But before he could finish, So Yonran interrupted him, shouting, "Shut up! I don't want to hear a word." As soon as the old man fell silent, So Yonran added, "You selfish scoundrel," to which Gu Cheonpa indignantly exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Realizing she'd managed to provoke the demon of the Bloody Sky's blade, So Yonran said, "Come on, go ahead and smash everything here with your toothpick, just like you like. Let's get straight to the point. Get drunk and make a scene. You've long been a master at that." Watching the conflict between So Yonran and Gu Cheonpa, Ham Mugike thought to himself, "They won't attack each other because there's an ironclad rule in the cult. Supreme demons are forbidden to fight one another." The next moment, stepping into the conflict, Ham Mugike said, "It's not even midnight yet, there's still time. Please, let's calm down." No sooner had he spoken than the woman's angry gaze turned to him, and So Yonran exclaimed, "You second young master, what the hell are you up to here? Do you hate me so much that you're not ashamed to stoop to such lowliness?" Sighing in disappointment after hearing this, Ham Mugik said, "I'll tell you everything now. To be honest, I need your help." The next moment, shifting his gaze to the two higher-ranking demons before him, he added, "That's exactly why I hope you'll finally bury the hatchet. I have no idea why you're so angry with each other." After listening to Gem Mugik's words, the woman said, "Do you think this matter can be settled over a glass of strong drink?" To which Gem Mugik replied, "Then that's how we'll meet, until you make up. Argue as much as you like, even pull each other's hair out. Sooner or later, you'll calm down." Having said everything she thought, So Yonran headed for the tavern exit while Gu Chengpa downed his shot of liquor. After drinking every last drop and smashing the table in half with his glass, Gu Chengpa said, "Thanks for the welcome, you bastard." When the two high-ranking demons left the establishment, Ham Mugik left the money and awkwardly said to the owner, "He just can't seem to learn to stop destroying everything around him." To which the carpenter replied, "They already treat me like family." After paying for the evening and leaving the establishment, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "Although the outcome was predictable, I can't give up. I need to keep pitting them against each other." Heading toward his pavilion, the second young master thought to himself, "I must reopen the wounds of our mutual, unforgettable grievances to help them understand that all of this is actually nonsense." Waking suddenly in the night from a sense of someone's presence, Gem Mugik thought, "Someone is calling from outside, the deadly supreme sword." Grabbing his weapon, Gem Mugik ran out into the street, where he saw So Yonran standing before him. She spoke, "I didn't really make my presence known, but you sensed me anyway. Your skills are truly impressive." Hearing the woman's remark, Gem Mugik confidently replied, "I just have a very keen sense of hearing," when suddenly a second young master spoke up. Focusing his attention on the deadly supreme sword, Gem Mugik thought, "I remember you telling me that you deeply despise those who try to win the love of their subjects with naive dreams." Having said that, Gem Mugik heard, "I also despise a certain type of people," and asked, "Which ones exactly?" Then So Yonran replied, "People who can only spout empty words." Hearing Gem Mugik ask, "So, are you implying that's me right now?" the woman drew her blade and said, "Why don't we put that to the test right now?" Furrowing his brow after hearing the woman's words, Gem Mugik thought to himself, "What can one expect from the Supreme Blade? She stands with her back to me, yet I still see not a single weak spot." Finishing his thoughts, Gem Mugik said, "I despise not only dreamers." Then So Yonran asked, "Really? Then who else?" Gaining confidence, the young man replied, "The strong but indifferent. I hate those who oppress others by force and subjugate them to themselves. I can't stand it when people with dull minds ruin the lives of others." After that, the woman released her aura. Having finally released her emotions, So Yonran looked back and said, "I must have been too kind to you. Your arrogance knows no bounds." After listening to the woman's angry words, Ham Mugik asked, "What will you do if I win?" To which he heard, "You'll win the battle against me," and replied, "Exactly." Upon hearing the question, So Yonran spoke confidently, "If you do that, I will comply with any of your wishes. If you order me to die, I will die." Hearing this, Ham Mugik thought she was absolutely certain of victory. The next moment, the deadly Supreme Blade asked, "And what will you do if I win?" To which Ham Mugik replied, "The same as you." Hearing the answer to her question, So Yonran said, "I don't want much. Sever all ties with the Blade of the Bloody Skies." After listening to the woman, Gem Mugik thought, her confidence isn't unfounded. After all, in terms of power, she's second only to her father. Finishing his thoughts, the second young master asked, "Don't you want to hear what I desire?" To which he replied, "I don't like wasting time at all." Hearing his opponent's remark, Gem Mugik began to draw his sword and said, "Do you want anything or not? You'll find out everything in my hands. The black demonic sword. Your blade is no match for it. After the young master's confident words, the woman said, I'll let you make the first 3 attacks. Hearing this proposal, Gem Mugik assumed a fighting stance and said, I'm very grateful to you. Well then, let's begin. After that, he thought, it won't be easy, but I'll try not to resort to the wind god's 4-step technique. I only have 3 chances. Without hesitation, Gem Mugik grabbed his sword and, lunging at So Yeonran, used the first form of the levitating blade art, Star Equilibrium. After a sudden lunge, Gem Mugik crossed swords with So Yeonran, and the ground beneath them began to crackle under the pressure. But soon the woman parried the young man's attack, knocking him back, and leaped into the air. At the same time, Ham Mugik quickly regrouped and used the second form of the levitating sword art, the Serpent Constellation, delivering several strikes. After parrying them all, So Yeonran elegantly descended to the ground to continue the fight. But things turned out to be a little more complicated. The moment she let her guard down, Gem Mugik launched another attack at her, forcing her to accidentally launch a counterattack. Having dodged So Yeonran's attack, Ham Mugik thought she had broken her own promise, after which he heard her exclaim, "Oh no!" The next moment, assuming a more stable stance, he thought to himself, well, she had no choice. You can't get by with just defense here. If you don't want to die, attack. Finishing his thoughts, the second young master employed the third form of the levitating blade art, Heavenly Hall, and directed it at So Yeonran. Blocking Ham Mugik's attack, the woman noticed that the pressure was only increasing over time, and thought in confusion, it can't be that simple. As soon as the pressure began to break through her defenses, the deadly supreme blade cried out in confusion, not just her face. Losing her vigilance for a moment and closing her eyes, So Yeonran saw that Gem Mugik's blade was already at her throat. The next moment, seeing him pull the blade away from her throat, the woman said in confusion to the second young master, "What's going on?" Sheathing his sword, Gem Mugik said, "Is it really worth fighting so recklessly against the owner of the Black Demon's sword?" Hearing the remark from the young man, So Yeonran exclaimed in confusion, "But still, I couldn't let you win." Suddenly hearing Gem Mugik ask, "Have you heard of the levitating sword technique?" the woman exclaimed in surprise, "Have you really mastered it so quickly?" Still standing before the woman, Gem Mugik thought, her surprise is entirely justified. After all, the art of the levitating blade is no less powerful than the techniques used by higher demons. Finishing his thoughts, Gem Mugik said, "Could I really become the leader of the pavilion without even knowing how to fight?" Hearing this, she began to say, "But still," before the young man added, "All the more so because the sphere of heavenly essence has granted me a vast reserve of inner energy." Having expressed all his thoughts regarding his current powers, Gem Mugik said, "You've lost, and you won't even admit it." Bowing her head after hearing Gem Mugik's words, So Yeonran said, "I shouldn't have underestimated you." Hearing the woman's words, Gem Mugik thought, "Exactly. She didn't know about my powers, and that's why everything turned out this way." He then asked, "So the loss is nullified? Do you understand? If someone suddenly finds out that you're not keeping your promise." Interrupting Gem Mugik mid-sentence, the woman held out her hand and exclaimed, "Be quiet. Don't provoke me. I always keep my promises." Hearing Gem Mugik say, "In that case, do you remember what we agreed upon?" So Yeonran asked, "Do you want to take my life?" Faced with the question from the deadly supreme sword, Ham Mugik replied, "Of course not. Let the blade of the bloody skies call me mad, but in reality that is not the case." After hearing Ham Mugik's remarks, So Yeonran asked, "Then what do you want?" To which he replied, "Please accept my apology." Immediately after speaking, Gem Mugik folded his hands in front of him and said, "Until now, I have behaved improperly. I have no excuses, but I dare to hope that you will forgive me." Hearing what Gem Mugik had decided to say and do, the woman asked, "Are you trying to joke?" Hearing So Yeonran's question, Gem Mugik, without raising his gaze, said, "By no means. I treated you rudely today. I shouldn't have invited you to dinner." Still puzzled by the young man's behavior, So Yeonran said, "But you won. Why the apology?" To which he replied, "I'll be honest, I just want to win your favor. I need your support." Hearing Ham Mugik's words, So Yeonran asked, "Support in the fight for the throne? Do you think my vote can make a difference?" Lifting his head after the question, Ham Mugi said, "Do you understand what this is about? I always return the favor twofold. If they throw sand, they'll get a stone in return. If they give a flower, I'll return a bouquet." Without taking his eyes off Yo Sunran, Gem Mugik added, "However, I shouldn't have been so categorical. You yourself are the most noble of the 8 highest demons." Hearing this from the woman, "Oh, so that's what it means. Do you truly believe that?" Gem Mugik confidently added, "Your superiority cannot be overshadowed even by the sun itself." Having said all he had to say, Gem Mugik said, "See you soon," and then headed back to his little house. On his way to his little house, Gem Mugik, recalling So Yeonran from past events, thought, in her eyes, glimpses of the bloodthirsty and stern Yeonran from the past are already visible, but still. Leaving the woman alone with herself, Gem Mugik thought to himself, perhaps fate will be kind and decide to change the course of events. Perhaps flowers will finally bloom in the icy wasteland of her soul. The next day, upon arriving at Gem Mugik's dwelling, the deadly supreme demon, who was not in the best of spirits, said, "Apologies accepted." Looking closely at the woman who had come to him again, the second young master thought in surprise, "She looks exhausted. The defeat must have wounded her feelings so deeply." Immediately after folding his hands in front of him, Gem Mugik said, "Thank you," and then heard, "I lost. I admit it. Let's meet in battle once more." Upon receiving the offer for another battle, Gem Mugik firmly said, "No," and upon hearing why, added, "I wouldn't have won without the handicap." I would never have won otherwise. After listening to Gem Mugik's remarks, So Yunran said, you have mastered the art of the levitating blade and absorbed the realm of heavenly essence, so there is a chance. After the woman's persistent urging, Gem Mugik said, I'll still refuse. I'm not so presumptuous as to tempt fate twice. Hearing that the second young master would not accept her proposal, So Yunran pressed her hand to her chest and said, then let's do this. If I lose, I'll grant you any wish. Having received an intriguing proposal from the woman, Ham Mugik thought, how absurd. But now it was clear how she had become the cult's leader and why her pride had fallen so ingloriously. It was her downfall. She didn't know what I would ask for. Finishing his thoughts, Ham Mugi bowed his head and said, my answer won't change, Lady So. I won't tell anyone what happened, so there's no need to fight again. You'd better get some rest. Hearing yet another refusal of her request, the woman said, I am unworthy of my regalia. To which he replied, well, what can I say? My victory was just luck, nothing more. Later, bowing her head, she added sadly, it's not your fault. In the duel, I was defending my honor. The longer I think about it, the more annoyed I get. Upon learning the reason for the woman's sadness, Gem Mugik said, it's all right. Anyone in your place would be afraid for their appearance. To which she replied, anyone, yes, but not a supreme demon. Disappointed in herself even more, So Yanran added, you should have wounded me. Now do you understand why I crave revenge so much? To which she heard, yes? Hearing this again? So are we going to fight? Ham Mugik said, I don't want to. Let me enjoy victory at least once. Then the deadly supreme demon said, I promise that the only one I can lose to is him. Hearing the direction their conversation had taken, Ham Mugik thought in surprise, who is she talking about now? And then said, could it be? The next moment, drawing her weapon, So Yan Ran, the cult leader, said, and don't you dare think of any improprieties? My promise is merely a token of respect. Receiving a rebuke from the deadly supreme sword, Gem Mugik said, I wasn't planning on it anyway. Where did this reverent attitude come from? Noticing how the woman suddenly smiled without saying a word, Gem Mugik thought she'd do anything for him. She even mentioned her father. Well, I guess there's no choice. The next moment, upon hearing, very well, in that case, keep your word. So Yonran instantly blossomed and broke into a smile. Noticing this reaction from his rival, the young master asked, are you satisfied? To which she replied, of course. Then, drawing his sword, Ham Mugik said, I promise to give it my all. To which she replied, that's exactly what I need from you. After a brief pause, So Yonran made her first lunge, forcing Ham Mugik to defend himself. After parrying the woman's attack, the second young master wasted no time and launched a counterattack, unleashing a flurry of strikes. But having lost his rhythm in the sudden assault, Gem Mugik lost the initiative and was sent flying downward. But as soon as he landed on the ground, So Yongran immediately launched an attack that he barely managed to dodge. He then launched a counterattack and froze for a moment. Standing face to face with So Yonran, their swords poised near their heads. Exchanging a quick glance and closing the distance, Ham Mugik thought that the longer they fought, the less meaningful the victory would be. As he continued sparring with the supreme demon, Ham Mugik thought to himself, at that moment, I was just an ordinary swordsman doing what I loved. Dodging enemy attacks and constantly changing his stance, he thought to himself, I suppose So Yanran felt the same way back then. Instead of a bloodthirsty killer, a skilled warrior appeared before me. Closing the distance and observing his opponent's next moves, Gem Mugik thought, she must be skilled. She didn't become the supreme demon for nothing. The next moment, So Yanran began to approach him from above. Ham Mugik thought to himself, this is actually fun. A battle for the title of best swordsman is far more thrilling than a fight to the death. Pausing the battle due to severe exhaustion, Ham Mugik folded his hands in front of him and said, you never used your signature move. I concede defeat. Hearing this, the exhausted woman remarked, but you didn't either. To which he replied, no, I used all my knowledge in this fight. Accepting her victory, So Yanran turned her back and walking away said, thank you, sir. The following evening, upon returning to his courtyard, Ham Mugik saw the same guest before him and chuckled thoughtfully. Smiling gently as she stood opposite Ham Mugik, the supreme demon said, you know, I feel wonderful today. After my defeat, I tossed and turned in bed until dawn, but yesterday, lowering her embarrassed gaze, So Yanran added, I don't even remember the last time I slept so soundly. Hearing the woman's story, Gem Mugik asked, do you have trouble sleeping? To which she replied, exactly. As a rule, I only close my eyes for a few hours at night. I've had an idea, he said, and she asked, what exactly? Lowering her head, the woman said, after a good fight comes sound sleep. I think we should fight every day. Hearing this, he replied, what? Trying to somehow resolve the situation that had arisen, the woman added, there's a belief that you have to repeat anything 3 times for good luck. Let's face off against you a third and final time. After listening to the supreme demon's request to the end, Gem Mugik began to draw his sword and said, very well. After another duel sitting on the rocks, Gem Mugik asked, on the 23rd attack you dodged to the left, but why? Wouldn't it be easier to the right? To which he replied, it is easier, but because of that, you would have had many more options for an attack. As it is, there are only 2 left. Hearing the young man say, it's all about the center of gravity? So Yanran replied with a smile, exactly. Continuing his conversation with the supreme demon, Gem Mugik thought, so Yanran really did answer my question sincerely. In return, I also shared my thoughts with her, hiding nothing. Looking at the joyful girl, he added to himself, since she has opened up to me, I should reciprocate. Learning is a long and arduous process during which not only the student, but also the teacher challenges themselves. At one point, raising her gaze to the sky, So Yeonran said, to be honest, it's been a long time since I've felt this way. Until now, every battle was filled with pain and hatred, but today I finally felt peace. Hearing these words from the woman's lips, Ham Mugik said, I share your feelings. After that, So Yeonran asked, well, perhaps one more time? And the words rang out joyfully. After the conclusion of yet another battle between the second young master and the supreme demon, So Yeonran said, sir, do you have any wine? Receiving the question from the woman, Jem Mugik said, you're asking again? After which he heard, let's have a drink, and replied, all right. After tasting the drink together with the young master, So Yeonran said, it tastes wonderful. To which he replied, you know your stuff. Hearing the praise directed at her, the supreme demon said, I don't drink, but that doesn't stop me from knowing my way around alcohol. I've tasted enough in the past. Later asking, may I ask you a question? And hearing, of course. So Yeonran said, something must have happened. You've changed so much. Continuing to study the features of Ham Mugik's face, the woman added, we didn't talk before, but I understood what kind of person you are. After being asked the question, Ham Mugik looked at his wine glass and said, everything has its reasons. I've been preparing for a long time. After hearing a small part of the story, So Yeonran asked, were you hiding your true nature? To which he replied, something like that. My brother wouldn't let me stand out, so I had to wait until I could fight back. After listening to Jem Mugik's story to the end, So Yeonran set down her wine glass and said, sometimes you scare me. The next moment, rising from her seat, the woman added, however, whatever the case may be, I enjoy your company. Hearing these words, Ham Mugik thought with some confusion, something in her has changed. Perhaps she has sensed in me the shadow of the years I have lived. Without taking his eyes off the woman, Jem Mugik thought to himself, I acted foolishly around the others as befits a young man. There's no need for them to see the abyss that has grown in my soul. But with her, it doesn't work that way. I can't pretend to be a fool, especially during battle. Having finished his thoughts, Jem Mugik said silently, forgive me for my disrespect, but it seems to me that we have grown closer. Hearing her companion's words, So Yeonran, without losing her smile, replied, I don't know what fate will bring, but I will cherish the memory of you for the rest of my life. Folding his hands in front of him and bowing his head before the supreme demon, Jem Mugik said, the feeling is mutual. Thank you for the valuable lesson. Receiving thanks for their battles together, So Yeonran asked in surprise, and what exactly did I teach you? Hearing this question, Ham Mugik thought to himself, to be honest, I learned a lot during those 3 days we fought. The art of the sword seemed to take on a new meaning. Finally, the shackles fell, and I stepped onto the path to the mastery of the 12 stars. The next moment, seeing the supreme demon draw her sword and extend it toward him, Ham Mugik drew his own weapon and struck down from above. After watching So Yeonran head back to her quarters, Jem Mugik thought to himself, we didn't wish each other good night or shake hands. The final clash of blades and the clang of metal served as our farewell. The battle had come to an end. Returning to her little house and pouring herself some alcohol, So Yeonran sat by the window and thought, after losing, I wanted so badly to take revenge, to put on a mask and finish him off, disappearing into the night mist. But today I think about it and can't believe those thoughts were truly mine. Suddenly, a servant entered So Yeonran's room and, seeing her state, asked, my lady, what is the matter? Without taking his eyes off the drinking woman, the servant thought, this is the first time I've seen her drink, and then asked, did that young man trouble you? Hearing the question from her servant, So Yeonran, without taking her eyes off the window, said, everything is fine, to which she replied, I'm sorry for disturbing your peace. The next moment, saying, I've already brought the young man. He's waiting. The servant heard. So Yeonran exclaimed, enough, and asked in surprise, is something wrong? Hearing the supreme demon say, please don't bring anyone else here, the servant thought, she's addressing me. What's going on? Why has she changed so abruptly? After finishing his thoughts, the surprised servant realized, I should have ended this long ago, or rather, I shouldn't have even started it. Continuing to sit by the window, So Yeonran added in her mind, for the first time, I simply gave in to temptation. I just wanted to feel someone's warmth, their hot breath on my neck, hands wandering wildly over my body, just a distraction, nothing more. But the trap snapped shut the very moment I let my guard down. Enough already. Receiving an order from his mistress, the servant bowed and said, very well, I will send him home. However, if he hasn't finished by then? No, however, the supreme demon exclaimed. Turning her empty gaze back to the boy, the woman added, this will never happen again. I give you my word. Folding his hands and bowing his head, the servant said, I understand, my lady. After which he heard, leave me alone and don't you dare touch the boy. If I find out about anything like this, I'll execute you myself. To which came the reply, don't worry, my lady. As he walked out of the supreme demon's room, the subject thought discontentedly, but the plan was brilliant, to use men to get close to her and earn her favor. Casting a discreet glance at So Yeonran, the subject added silently, things have taken an unexpected turn. I was certain that one day I would take her place. The next moment, gritting his teeth, the subject added in his mind, that devilish Ham Mujik, it was right after meeting him that the lady began to change. While conducting their investigation, a group of investigators from the Nirvana Pavilion arrived at the forest where the sound had come from. How is that even possible? Stepping away from the rest of his comrades, the leader, Gok Men, asked, "You remember that pile of bodies? We noticed one detail. Each of them had their hearts cut out." Upon hearing these details, Jem Mugik thought to himself, that's the soul-stealing technique, the darkest art that allows one to steal life energy from a heart that's still beating. And in our cult, there is a person who possesses it, a soul thief. Lost in thought, Ham Mugik added in his mind, "In my past life, rumors reached me that he was accumulating demonic energy by devouring human souls, so that must have been true." Just then, Jem Mugik's thoughts were interrupted by Seo Durian, who said, "Judging by the condition of the bodies, none of the victims knew martial arts." Hearing this report, Jem Mugik turned to his companion and asked, "So you're saying these are ordinary townspeople?" To which he replied, "Yes, there are women, men, and even children." After hearing about all the victims, Ham Mugik bowed his head and thought, it wouldn't be such a pity for warriors. They are prepared for both treachery and death, for they chose this path themselves. I am not at all charitable. Continuing his reflections, Jem Mugik added silently, "However, a master who directs his weapon at the weak and dares to take the lives of the innocent is unworthy of his title. If the rumors about the Soul Stealer were true, then he has been committing his atrocities for decades and has sacrificed thousands of people." The next moment, seeing before him the deity who had sent him into the past, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "I remember why I returned, to seek revenge. I shouldn't be bothered by outside matters, but I simply cannot turn a blind eye to this." At that very moment, one of the investigators approached Jem Mugik and said, "Look, a fan. Demonic sorcerers from the west use these. We found it among the remains." As he began examining the fan, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "This only confirms my suspicions, but to leave such obvious evidence at the crime scene." The next moment, glancing toward the forest, Jem Mugik asked, "Where's our witness?" To which he heard, "He ran off. They say he got scared, spotted something in the thicket, and bolted. Now we're looking for him." Taking the fan for himself and heading away from the crime scene, Jem Mugik said, "All right, you handle the crime scene, and I'll go check on the Western Illusions group for now." Upon hearing where exactly their leader, Seo Darian, was heading, he exclaimed in bewilderment, "Are you planning to press charges against the Soul Stealer himself?" Then, glancing at his companions, Jem Mugik, holding the fan before him, said, "Well, if the evidence leads there, it's worth checking it out myself." Having voiced his opinion, Ham Mugigik headed toward the Western Illusions group and thought, "Trouble. It seems everything is falling into place, yet I feel like I'm missing something. The Soul Thief couldn't have simply made a mistake. Anyone in his place would have carefully concealed what was happening." Continuing his thoughts, Ham Mugik added in his mind, "But first, the witness who survived, then the fan. It seems someone can't wait to resolve the conflict between us." Recalling his subject So Yunran, Ham Mugik added in his mind, "Perhaps Ujong was executed in a past life for attempting to eliminate Yunran. In the end, it turned out that his will was suppressed with a spell, for he loved her and would never have resorted to such a vile act." Continuing his musings, Ham Mugik thought to himself, "Lately, Yunran and I have grown very close. I think Ujong grew jealous and couldn't find any other way to distract me from the deadly Supreme Sword." Upon arriving at the Western Illusions group, Jem Mugik, following the guide, looked around and thought, "It's been a long time since I've been in places like this." Turning his attention to his surroundings, the second young master thought to himself, "The plants in the garden, the statues near the castle, everything here is saturated with phantom energy." Shifting his gaze to the plants in the garden, Jem Mugik thought, "An ordinary person simply couldn't withstand this. The circulation of their own energy would easily collapse, and they wouldn't be able to resist the techniques of the local sorcerers, and that's not even mentioning how easy it is to go mad here." Upon arriving at the group leader's room and locking eyes with him, Jem Mugik thought, in his abode, reality warps like wax under a flame. Without taking his eyes off the soul thief, Yaso, the second young master, added in his mind, "In my past life, I never had to deal with them. I'm afraid we never really spoke. Of all 8 of the higher demons, Yaso was the last one left alive." Finishing his thoughts, Jem Mugik clasped his hands before him and said, "Greetings, Soul Stealer." Feeling the space around him begin to warp, Jem Mugik heard, "Good day, second young master. What has brought you to our lands? Forgotten by all the gods?" After a moment's thought, "I can already feel my mind growing foggy," Jem Mugik said, "I am conducting an investigation." Continuing to press his aura against the guest, Yaso, without taking his eyes off him, said, "A bold move." Smiling at the soul thief's words, Jem Mugik said, "One cannot become the leader of the pavilion without courage." After which he thought, and without the defensive techniques of a celestial demon, of course. Continuing the conversation with the soul thief, Jem Mugik said, "We found about a dozen bodies, among which there was something interesting." To which he replied, "What exactly?" Seeing that Jem Mugik had just taken out a fan, the soul thief said, "Ninhyu, come over here." Seeing no emotion on the man's face, Jem Mugik thought, zero interest. No matter how many bodies we found, he didn't ask a single question, probably because he already knows the answers. Arriving at the leader's office at Ninhyu's summons, he said, "Greetings, sir. You summoned me." To which came the reply, "Where is your fan?" Upon receiving the question from his leader, the subordinate nervously replied, "I think I lost it a few days ago." Hearing Ninhyu's words, Ham Mugik tossed the fan he had found at the crime scene into his hands. Catching the object thrown at him, Ham Ninhyu said, "It's been found, but where did you get it?" When asked by a member of the Western Illusions gang, Gyum Muguk replied, We found it near a pile of dead bodies. Noticing no reaction to his words, Gyumuguk paused to think. Then, seeing the same lack of response, said, "We need to ask you a few questions. Come with me." Glancing at the group's leader and seeing no objections, Ninhyu nodded and said, "Of course, please lead the way." Having achieved a partial result, Mugik bowed before the Soul Thief and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. See you soon, Soul Thief." After conducting the interrogation, Seo Dae-ryong returned to Mugik and said, "The taciturn one has been caught. He insists he simply lost his fan and won't say another word." After listening to his subordinate's report, Mugik folded his hands in front of him and thought, "Well, it was all clear. Ninhyu is like a dog who will defend his master at the cost of his own life. Even under torture, he's unlikely to reveal anything." Continuing his report to the leader, Seo Dae-ryong said, "Without evidence, we have no right to detain him any longer." Hearing his comrade's words, the second young master remarked, "In any case, the true evil here is Yaso, and it's only a matter of time before he faces punishment." After hearing these words from his leader, Seo Dae-ryong nervously remarked, "Please be careful. After all, we both know what the Soul Thief is famous for." Hearing his companion's warning, Mugik sternly remarked, "Do you remember what I said when I first arrived at the pavilion? Even a celestial demon will face punishment if he commits a crime." No sooner had the conversation ended than Seo Dae-ryong said, "Understood," when an investigator rushed into the room and exclaimed, "Leader, the heavenly demon himself wants to see you." Upon arriving in the room where the sect leader was waiting, Mugik asked, "So you wanted to meet with your beloved son?" To which he heard, "Don't be tempted, I just dropped by." Taking a cup of tea in his hands, Mugiguk thought to himself, "Well, of course, no one just drops by the pavilion for no reason." Turning his gaze to the window, the heavenly demon said, "Do not fear the Soul Thief." Immediately after hearing his advice, the cult leader said, "For now, he's beyond your capabilities." Hearing his father's warning, Mugik said discontentedly, "It's enough to lull his vigilance and everything will go smoothly. If that doesn't work, I'll resort to trickery." After listening to his son's arguments, the celestial demon said, "Deceiving him is even harder than killing him," and then asked, "Is the Soul Stealer really that powerful?" Lowering his gaze after the question, the sect leader replied, "You can't say for sure. He embodies both helplessness and power." Hearing his father's words, Mugik thought to himself, "I think I understand the meaning of his words. If you have mastered techniques that can resist Yaso's spells, or have risen so high that no magic affects you, the Soul Thief is no match for you." Having finished interpreting his father's words, the second young master asked, "Will you give me a few lessons?" To which he heard, "A few won't be enough here." Receiving his father's remark, Mugik added, "I catch on quickly, you saw for yourself." To which the heavenly demon replied, "Nevertheless, there are only two ways to resist the Soul Thief." Continuing the conversation with his son, the sect leader added, "First, you must master the 9 calamities technique. If you can do that, everything will work out. However, to battle Yaso, you must reach at least the 5-star level." Upon learning what he needed for the battle, Mugik said tolerantly, "That's fine. Will you help me master it?" Sighing in dissatisfaction after his son's words, the sect leader added, "Second, you must master the heavenly demon's defense technique perfectly. At the moment, neither of these is within your power." Hearing that his father had no intention of helping him in the fight, Mugik asked in displeasure, "Are you really trying to protect the Soul Thief? By his very existence, he strikes fear into the entire Muramu alliance." Upon learning the reason for the refusal, Mugik said, "So, are you going to turn a blind eye to all his crimes? Or didn't they tell you what happened?" To which he heard, "They've already told me." Seeing his father's reaction to his words, Mugik thought to himself, "I'm sure my father isn't the type to defend a monster, but such is the price of the throne. Choices must always be made to minimize bloodshed. After all, the Muramu alliance is no joke." The next moment, rising from the table, Mugik thought to himself, "I'll deal with the Soul Stealer myself," and then said, "You asked me to warn you about the decisions I've made." Turning his gaze to his father, the second Mugik added, "If so, then I will finish him off, no matter what it costs me. Of all 8 of the higher demons, he will be the first to perish." Hearing no objections from his father, the second young master thought to himself, "In a past life it was the opposite, but who said history will repeat itself?" Finishing his thoughts, Mugik said, "I am not driven by hatred or malice at all. It's simply that the Soul Stealer is a danger to the cult." Without taking his eyes off his father, Mugik added, "If he were out of his mind, I might excuse him, or if he were pursuing higher goals, but he is consciously destroying people just to become a little stronger." Continuing his monologue, the second young master added, "I, so am no monster. If you are bound by oaths to the higher demons, then entrust this matter to me. Let the sword you handed me shine with all its might." Having received no reply from his father, Mugik thought, "I don't know if my father will take my side, but I'm doing what I have to do, and I won't back down for anything." Lost in thought and picturing the situation, Mugik mused to himself, "The path of life is like a mighty river that meanders, splits, and sometimes loses itself in the sands, but then flows on again." Suddenly rising from his seat and heading toward the exit, the celestial demon spoke, "So be it. If you defeat the Soul Stealer, you will be able to take his place." Hearing these words, Mugik watched the sect leader's retreating figure and thought, "He supported me. Thank you, father. It means we are still walking the same path." The next day, upon arriving at the Western Illusions faction, Mugik stood before Yaso and thought, There are two ways to defeat Yasuo. Don't make me laugh. Give me a few months and I'll carry out my plan, but until then, we need to stall for time. Looking at his guest with a blank stare, the leader of the illusion group said, I assumed we had settled everything. Hearing this remark, Gem Mugik said, Ning Hui has been found not guilty, but we were unable to gather enough evidence. After listening to the guest's reply, Yasuo asked, Why did you come? To which Gem Mugik replied, I wanted to talk. Then Yasuo said, Go ahead. Having received permission to begin the conversation, the second young master said, I know of the soul-absorbing technique, to which the reply came, This is the first I've heard of such a thing. Not wanting to listen to excuses, Gem Mugik added, Stop using it. To which So replied, I don't understand what you're talking about, young master. The next moment, upon hearing the words, If you refuse, you will die, the leader of the illusion group burst out laughing loudly. Feeling the pressure of the aura of illusions, Gem Mugik applied the Heavenly Demon's defense technique to himself. Surprising Yasuo with the technique he used, Gem Mugik said, Not by my hand, I will persuade my father to execute you. Radiating a protective aura, Gem Mugik added, Perhaps he won't agree, but that's only for the first time. Glaring at the Soul Stealer, the second young master added menacingly, Every day I will ask him for this. If he refuses a second time, I will continue to pray for the death of the beast that dishonors our cult, to beg for your death. Instilling fear in his eyes, Yasuo Gem Mugik added, Day after day I will beg, plead, coax, and pray, and if you take even a single misstep, he will follow my advice. Looking at his guest, Yasuo smiled and said, The world around us is nothing more than a figment of the imagination, a pitiful parody of its true essence, of what you have been forced to witness in my chambers. Lifting his head again and assessing the situation, Gem Mugik said, With a world like this, I don't even need a drink. The room spins as if I'd tasted the finest wine. Instantly finding himself beside Gem Mugik, Yasuo said, So the rumors weren't lies. The dragon who had been sleeping in the shadows until now has spread its wings again. Hearing the remark from the leader of the Western Illusion Group, Gem Mugik thought, Now I understand why my father warned me. Even standing a step away from Yasuo, I can barely tell if the person before me is real or a mirage. After finishing his thoughts, the second young master spoke. Dragons soar among the clouds, but the heavens are foreign to me. Only fools chase after the stars. The strong of this world enjoy what is given to them. Having spoken these somewhat profound words, Gem Mugik thought, this is his true aspiration, the one he once shared with me, and recalled Yasuo, who had once told him, I gained strength only to enjoy this life longer. In an instant, Yasuo smiled ominously and said, A wonderful thought, after which he instantly dispelled his illusion. The next moment, having moved to a green field, Gem Mugik said in surprise, Your skills are amazing, to which he replied, Of course there is no one in the whole world who can match me. Hearing Yasuo's words, the second young master thought, Actually, he's mistaken. While searching for the Thunder Bell, I learned something interesting. The martial arts of the Soul Thief originate from the roots of a bloody cult. Enjoying the magnificent scenery of the world he had created, Yasuo asked, Isn't it wonderful? I'd love to stay here. To which he replied joyfully, If you'll share your knowledge. Hearing the second young man's request, Yasuo said in surprise, You are more cunning than expected. You're trying to learn such a great art. To which he replied, Cooperation will be beneficial to both of us indeed. After listening to Gem Mugik's remarks, Yasuo said, Your intentions are as clear as an open book. You needn't even try to deceive me. To which he replied, Tell me what I'm thinking. Hearing the question from the second young master, Yasuo said, Do you wish to fight simply because I dared to show disrespect? To which he replied, I wish to hear the details. Gritting his teeth after the question was asked, Gem Mugik said menacingly, I wish to rip out your callous heart because you dared to draw your sword against innocent people. Next time, try harder. Hearing Gem Mugik's remark, Yasuo said to the cult leader's heir, It's not easy for a leader's heir to die in battle. Do you wish to ask me for help? Smiling as he looked into his interlocutor's eyes, Gem Mugik made a bold assumption. On one's deathbed, regalia mean nothing. What matters is how far you've come to reach it. Afterward, the Soul Stealer thought, he often spoke of this in his past life. Surprised by the young man's remark, Yasuo dispelled his magic of illusions and said, I see not a shred of fear in your eyes. I could have left you in impenetrable darkness, in hell, stripped of hope and the chance to escape. Hearing these words, Gem Mugik said, It wasn't just for nothing that I said I would beg my father to execute you. Laughing loudly again at what he heard from the second young master, Yasuo said, Now it's clear how you've so captivated the heart of the Blade of the Bloody Skies. The time has come for you to leave my lands. Hearing that he was being escorted out, Gem Mugik folded his hands in front of him and said, And yet, I ask you to refrain from destruction, if only out of respect for the cult leader, until we meet again. As he left Yasuo's chambers, the second young master heard him call after him, I fear that if we meet again, you will not return to this world. Sometime later, meeting Seo De Ryong at the pleasure bar, the second young master asked, Tell me how it all went. Hearing his companion's question, Gem Mugik bowed his head and said, It's not something you can explain right away. I hope it works. After which he thought, at least for a few months, things should be quiet. Continuing to clench the teacup in his hands, Seo De Ryong said, You know, few would dare to speak to the Soul Thief himself, so your actions are already worthy of respect. Feeling guilty for what he had done, Seo De Ryan exclaimed in embarrassment, I'm sorry I couldn't help in any way. I would gladly go with you. Tipping his teacup, Ham Mugi thought, Just look at him. Is he really trying to comfort me? You know, your support is already a great help, so you are my right-hand man. Hearing the words of the other young master, Seo Dae Ryan asked in surprise, Me? But what about that girl, Lee Ann? I think, receiving the question from his subordinate, Ham Mugik looked at his hand and said, Don't be ridiculous. Lee Ann is my heart. Learning who Lee Ann was to Ham Mugik, Ham Seo Dae Ryong said, You know, it's actually a little offensive. Turning his gaze to the hall filled with people, Ham Mugik said, The left hand, the left wing, and the heart. They're running a bit late. Hearing the remark from his leader, Seo Dae Ryong said, So, Leon is the heart. I get that. The leader of the demon army is the left hand. Then who is the wing? You'll see. Soon after, the leader of the demonic army arrived at the bar and said, Sorry I'm late. After receiving an apology from Young Ho, Ham Mugi said, No problem. I hope I didn't distract you from important matters. Taking his seat at the table, the leader of the demonic army said, On the contrary, it's good that you called me. Picking up a bottle to pour a drink, Ham Mugik said, And how could it be otherwise? Today is the first time I'm gathering all my people. Here, have some. Thank you, came the reply. A short while later, Leon arrived at the Bar of Pleasures. Appearing before the rest, she exclaimed anxiously, Excuse me, sir. Hearing that another member of his team had arrived, Jem Mugik smiled and said, Come on, hurry up and take your seat. Upon receiving the instruction, the girl sat down at the table and cheerfully exclaimed, Good evening, Army Commander. Greetings, Investigator Seo. To which Yang Ho replied in surprise, Hello, Leon. You've changed so much. Hearing Yang Ho's remark, the second young master glanced at the cheerful Leon, who exclaimed, You're right. I've lost a little weight from training, and thought, Our commander has sharp eyes. Lately, she's been diligently practicing the art of the levitating blade. I think Yang Ho noticed the changes in her aura. The next moment, Leon picked up her cup and exclaimed, The weather's nice, of course. It's so nice to have a drink. Pour me some, sir. To which he replied, Of course, you've worked hard. Amidst all the joyful atmosphere, Seo Dae Ryong drank the contents of his cup and said, I feel like a failure. Hearing the words of one of those present at the table, Leon exclaimed in surprise, What? But why? After which Ham Mugik asked, Do you want to learn martial arts? Receiving the question from his leader, the investigator asked in surprise, What? I didn't quite catch that. Hearing Seo Dae Ryong ask, Then who? Ham Mugiguk replied, Just answer. If you had a mentor, would you study? I have someone in mind here. At the same time, as they approached the Bar of Pleasures, the demon of the Blade of the Bloody Heavens snorted in displeasure and said, He's doing whatever he wants again. Am I some kind of his servant? Hearing the sound of thunder from outside, Seo Dae Ryong exclaimed, Oh, it looks like a storm is coming. Hearing his companion's words, Ham Mugik folded his hands in front of him and said, Enough with the topic changing. You have 1 minute. Hearing the ultimatum issued by the other young master, Seo Dae Ryong exclaimed, Right now. Trying to somehow push his friend toward a decision, Ham Mugik said, You'll never make a decision like this. I won't give you another chance like this. Think faster. While the investigator pondered the proposal, Ham Mugik poured alcohol into a shot glass and mused, I hope Seo Dae Ryong becomes the next leader of the pavilion. For now, he has neither the necessary connections nor a reputation within the cult, so he'll have to work hard. Watching Seo Dae Ryong drink glass after glass, Leon exclaimed, Investigator Seo, why are you drinking so much? Suddenly stopping his drinking and slamming the glass on the table, Seo Dae Ryong said, Do you think I can handle it? I'm already 32. Why should I compete with the young ones? Hearing this remark, Ham Mugik folded his hands in front of him and said, You're right, but there are advantages to your age. What are they? Without losing his serious demeanor, Ham Mugik said, You'll give it your all. Every strike of your blade will be filled with power. Every step will be calculated down to the smallest detail. Swayed by Jem Mugik's flattering words, Seo Dae Ryong said, All right, I would have refused if someone else had offered to train me, but if you believe in me so much, thank you for the opportunity. Picking up a bottle of alcohol and reaching to refill her drink, Investigator Leon exclaimed, It's hard to resist our master. After receiving a full glass of sake, Seo Dae Ryong looked away and said, You know, it's actually kind of sad. I devoted 10 years to the Nirvana Pavilion, working nights to become an investigator, and now I'll have to give it all up. Hearing his friend's words, Ham Mugik said, No, don't even think about it. To which the investigator exclaimed in surprise, What are you talking about? Without taking his eyes off his friend, Ham Mugik added, Our pavilion needs talented people. Why would you suddenly leave it? You can study martial arts after work. After learning how the training process would work, Seo Dae Ryong asked, And when will I get to rest? To which he heard, Choose either rest or fulfilling your dream. Faced with a difficult choice once again, Seo Dae Ryong said, Training all day, working all day. I'll be putting my whole life on the line. Hearing the investigator's remark, Ham Mugik said, Why the rush? Just go at your own pace. People always dive headfirst into a new endeavor, expecting to reach the top right away. Continuing his story, Ham Mugigik added, Actually, reality works a little differently. And even if you had all the time in the world, what would you do? I'm sure you'd just sit there and think about how you're wasting it. Worry about the future. Time is a fickle thing. It doesn't tolerate idleness and doesn't wait for those who are late. Without taking his eyes off him, the second young master added, Don't get distracted by idle thoughts. Work diligently and the rest will surely reward you for your efforts. Hearing his companion's words, Seo Darian slammed a cup on the table and exclaimed, You're right, I'm ready to learn, but who will be my mentor? At that very moment, in the Bar of Pleasure, under the glow of lightning, the demon of the bloody sky's blade appeared. Noticing his companion's strange behavior, Seo De Ryong asked in surprise, "What's with the looks on your faces?" Then, looking around in confusion, he exclaimed, "What?" Arriving at the meeting place, Gu Chongpa asked discontentedly, "Aren't you taking a bit too many liberties dragging me to a bar at a time like this?" Rising from his seat and pulling out a free chair, Ham Mugik said, "Hello to you too, come on, sit down." Sitting down in the seat set aside for him, the demon of the bloody sky's blade asked, "So, why did you call me here?" Hearing his guest's question, Ham Mugik picked up a bottle and said, "What do you think?" To have a drink, of course. At that very moment, Seo Dairyong exclaimed in fear, "Don't call me devil, are you kidding me?" To which Ham Mugik replied, "Use your head." Also rising from his seat and picking up a bottle, Yang Ho said, "Thank you for supporting me, Blade of the Bloody Skies." After receiving thanks from the leader of the demonic army, Gu Cheongpa said, "Don't thank him. Give all the credit to him. I just helped a little." Hearing that all the credit had been shifted to him, Ham Mugik said, "Just a little? Without you, nothing would have worked out at all, so just accept the gratitude." Listening to the words of the other young master, Gu Cheongpa extended his cup and said, "I only helped because you're perfectly suited for the role of commander. Nothing more." Hearing that the demon of the Blade of the Bloody Skies had accepted his thanks, Yang Ho said joyfully, "Thank you anyway." The next moment, rejoining the conversation, Ham Mugik said, "I have one request for you." "What is it?" Turning his gaze to Seo De-ryong, the second young master said, "Teach him martial arts." "Who, that good for nothing?" At that very moment, suddenly waking up, the investigator exclaimed, "Cold-blooded and power-hungry, yet loyal to a single cause, a rebel who strikes first for peace, the right-hand man of the Nirvana Pavilion's leader himself, and my name is Seo De-ryong. That's right, and I'm not that clueless." Seeing how Seo De-ryong had cut himself off mid-speech, Ham Mugik suddenly burst out laughing. Upon hearing the remark from the demon of the Bloody Skies blade, Jem Mugik said, "It's not just a whim, I want to." But before he could finish, Gu Chongpa interrupted him and said, "No." Continuing to insist, Ham Mugik said again, "Take him as your apprentice," to which he heard a surprised, "What?" Trying to persuade the demon of the Bloody Skies blade, Ham Mugik added, "Fine, forget about the heirs. These days it's hard to find a worthy one, even if you search high and low." The next moment, pointing at Seo De-ryong, Jem Mugik added, "The choice isn't that great. The youngest of your pupils is far too soft-hearted. You have a wonderful option sitting right in front of you. Take a closer look." "Don't make me laugh," he replied. Finally, drawing attention to himself after Seo De-ryong's sudden awakening, he added, "No one likes to step on their own throat." The next moment, turning his head toward Ham Mugik, Seo De-ryong said, "Esteemed leader, answer me one small question." Hearing his subordinate's request, the second young master said, "Well, after words like that, you won't live long, so ask, and I'll answer honestly." Seeing the reaction of the demon of the Bloody Skies blade, Jem Mugik said, "And how do you think you'll learn to fight? It doesn't matter what you hear." Sighing with a smile on his face, Jem Mugik looked at the demon of the Bloody Skies and said, "At least half an hour a day after I've finished my work in the pavilion." Continuing his persuasion, Ham Mugik added, "And how long your training lasts is entirely up to you. Give him a chance. If you're disappointed, we'll forget about this plan." After listening to his friend's request, Gu Chongpa said, "Are you sure about this, you fool?" To which he replied, "I'm sure of you." Resuming his flattery of Gu Cheongpa, Ham Mugiguk thought, actually the Blade of the Bloody Skies and Seo De-ryong have a lot in common. They're both unique, and when they take on a task, they do it with all their heart. After stopping the demon of the Blade of the Bloody Skies, who had already reached for his sword, Ham Mugik saw the investigator slumped on the table say, "Everyone hates me." Except whenever shifting his gaze out the window to the neighboring building, the demon of the Bloody Sky blade asked, "How are things going in the pavilion?" To which he heard that the creation of the new department had borne fruit. Continuing the conversation with the young man, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade asked, "So, have you already become the cult's favorite?" Upon receiving the question from Gu Chongpa, Ham Mugiguk thought, "Does he think I'm just trying to earn his approval?" And then replied, "In a way, yes." Hearing this, the demon of the Bloody Skies, stroking his beard, asked, "And what would you do without me? What will you do while the boy is with me?" Upon receiving the question, Ham Mugik replied, "There are a few things here." Hearing this, the boy added, "Tell me more." Then the boy continued, "Figure out how to defeat the one I can't handle myself, and also travel all over the world in search of my right wing, taking care of all the little details, and don't forget to win my father's trust." After hearing this, the demon of the Bloody Skies snorted in displeasure and said, "I didn't expect you to actually stake your life on a madman." To which he replied, "What's the difference? You don't care anyway. You've got nothing to lose." Then, the next moment, picking up a vase of liquor and reaching for the demon of the Bloody Skies cup, Ham Mugiguk added, "Let's get back to business. I need to leave for a few months. You keep an eye on them." Hearing Gu Cheonpa say, "All right," Ham Mugiguk thought, without asking any questions, as always, "It's still good that we're comrades." Waking up in the morning after a drinking binge, Seo De-ryong yawned and said, "I want to drink water. Give me water." After saying that, he heard, "Here, take this and drink." Hearing this, Seo De-ryong said in surprise, "What?" Then he grabbed the teapot from the table and began to drink. Immediately after, as he began turning his head from side to side, the investigator thought to himself, "Wait a minute, who was talking to me?" After receiving the question from the boy, Gu Chengpa said, "Yesterday, when everyone had gone home, you decided to throw a tantrum. You were screaming and acting wild, begging me to take everything home for you, clinging to me and whining that the teacher was leaving you alone." Listening, the next moment, closing his book and casting a stern glance at his guest, Gu Chengpa added, "I see you're an extraordinary fellow. Even your methods of suicide are intriguing." Continuing the conversation with the Supreme Demon, the investigator said, "But you allowed me to stay. You even let me into your chambers." Hearing these words, Gu Chengpa bowed his head and said, "Look at what I've come to. I've completely lost my memory." After that, Seo Dae Ryan thought, "What a disgrace, what a disgrace." Feeling fear creeping over him, he listened as the guest himself ranted that my guest house was like a doghouse, and on top of that, he called me a heartless bastard as if I didn't care about my students. Then he sat there, smearing snot across his face, and talked about how the world had gone to hell and how the people around you hate you. Without taking his eyes off his guest, Gu Chengpa added, "You've suffered so much in life, just like me. In just this one night, you can't imagine how much I wanted to slit your throat." Jumping out of bed instantly and falling to his knees, Gu Chengpa cried out, "I'm sorry. From this day forward, I'll quit drinking." Hearing the young man's promise, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade snorted and said, "You've come up with something for me too. You shouldn't give up alcohol, but your girlish whims." Bowing his head after hearing the remark, Seo Dae Ryan exclaimed, "I'll behave myself. I admit I overindulged yesterday." Hearing the demon of the Bloody Skies blade say, "Go on then," and bow his head over the book, the investigator folded his hands in front of him and exclaimed, "Thank you." Passing by the bookshelf, Seo Dae Ryan pulled a book from it and exclaimed, "A good book. My favorite, by the way. Have you read it yet?" Outraged at the boy who had dared to touch his things, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade sternly said, "Keep your hands to yourself until I cut them off." Frightened by the man's threats, Seo Dae Ryong accidentally dropped the book from his hands and threw it to the ground. After quickly picking it up from the floor, the boy exclaimed fearfully, "I'm sorry, it got a little crumpled, but that's actually the most boring part of the story. Please forgive me." Bowing before Gu Chengpa, the investigator added, "It really is time for me to go." After which he heard, "And what is it about her that caught your eye?" Upon hearing the question, the young man looked up and said awkwardly, "Oh, well, the main character? I literally grew up in poverty, has a tough personality, doesn't get along with people, but in the end became adored by the people. That's the irony." Continuing his story, Seo Dae Ryan added, "I think I've read it at least 20 times. I keep it close by in case I can't sleep. See you later, thanks for having me." Just as the guest was about to leave, Go Chengpa, without taking his eyes off the book, asked, "Do you think Ham Mugik will become the heir?" Hearing yes, he asked, "Why?" Without giving the question much thought, Seo Dae Ryan said, "He deserves that title more than anyone else. With the second young master, the cult will change drastically, I think for the better." The next moment, when asked if he'd give his life for him and hearing no, Gu Chengpa exclaimed in displeasure, "You follow him around like a dog." Throwing his arm behind his head, Seo Dae Ryan said, "I respect the pavilion leader, but I don't have the courage for that." After which he heard them march to the training ground. Once outside, the investigator thought, "Surely the Blade of the Bloody Skies won't be angry that I'm not ready to die for the leader. Maybe I should have lied." The next moment, Seo Dae Ryong saw a sword plunge into the ground before him, and Gu Chengpa shouted, "Take it!" Pulling the weapon from the ground and feeling its weight, the investigator nervously replied, "It's heavy." Then the demon of the Blade of the Bloody Skies spoke. "The beginning has been laid." Without taking his eyes off his student, Gu Chengpa added, "To understand the essence of my teachings, you must fully feel the weight of your blade." Glancing at the blade now in his hands, Gu Chengpa said, "You know, that sounds downright poetic. It even made my heart flutter." Hearing his student's words, Gu Chengpa said, "It's not the words that make your chest ache, but the fact that you don't know how to drink. That's why you've been feeling bad since this morning." Hearing this, the demon of the Bloody Skies blade turned to him and said, "And don't even think about being late for training." Hearing his mentor's instructions, Seo Dae Ryong joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, master, I'll be there on time." At the same, as he continued to look around the familiar place, Jem Mugik thought, "In a past life, I was here looking for the Thunder Bell. This same boy was delivering orders." Having finished with the orders, the waiter approached the guest and exclaimed, "Welcome, traveler. I'm sorry, but we're fully booked." To which he replied, "I see, so there's no room to rent either." Upon hearing the question, the waiter said, "Sir, you understand, the festival of the Bloody God is coming soon." After which Jem Mugik asked, "And how soon?" Hearing the next question, the young man replied, "In 10 days. Further down the road, there's another hotel, but I'm afraid it's fully booked too." After that, he heard, "Bring the wine." And as he went back to work, he called out, "I'll be right back." Having learned the information he needed, Jem Mugik thought, "Perfect. I made it in time, and I still have some time to spare." Every year, the Blood Cult holds a massive festival, and only on this day does Jem Mugik have the opportunity to carry out his plan. The repository of ancient relics is an impregnable prison surrounded by cold steel bars. It was from here that Jem Mugik once stole the Thunderbell, and it is here that the leader of the Blood Cult spends all his time. He sleeps, eats, and works alongside him, chained in heavy shackles. The guardian of the relics watches them as if spellbound. He never takes his eyes off them for a moment. Passing by them is not just a difficult task, it is nearly impossible. And just once a year, on the day of the festival of the Bloody God, they leave their abode to perform a sacred ritual. After recalling the situation with the relic in his mind, Jem Mugik thought to himself, "Then I'll borrow from them the thing that will help me stand up to Yaso."